Everybody, how are you today? How's everyone? Here's oh, hi Frank. How's everyone? What you guys doing? Is everything all right today? Yeah. Yesterday was a crazy day. So crazy, like everything's so crazy. But hi Tim. Hi Frank. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We'll watch up until someone comes on. Yeah, the PGs. I'm not sure what they're having. The Power guys. See what they're having. See what the Power guys are having today. Oh, today. Right, but Saturday they're having an open Saturday open panel. Gory cast. And second will be designer talk with Dane Posy. And this guy. Here, overcast weakness. Oh, oh. Let's see what watch Keely's show. See what he's doing.
Κλέβει εκκλησίες στο Κασγαζάκι. Εκκλησίες κλέβει.
Hi! Hi AJ, how are you today, AJ?
Hi, Gigi. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. How you been?
Been good.
Oh,
Just heard about.
AJ. Oh,
Yeah.
that's good. Okay. It's all
Yeah, I
crazy
was going to
like
just say, just heard about the plane crash. That's very sad news.
what plane crash?
There was a plane crash, American Airlines plane crash in DC, killing about 64 people.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Choppy. All the videos choppy. Oh, who's this? Oh, pumpkin pie. Hi, pumpkin pie.
Hey,
How are you today, little guy?
running errands. How are you? Hello.
Uh, how are you
Hey,
been
can you hear
today?
me? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear
Working,
you.
running errands, and doing stuff. What are you doing? Is that AJ?
Not so much.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah,
AJ, you better not be one of them ortho bros.
No, I'm Catholic.
Oh, okay. How you doing, buddy?
doing good. What you been doing
I'm
all
not
day,
watching
little guy?
TV,
Watch
Logan. I work for a
TV?
living.
Oh, you work hard for the money, so hard for the money. You gotta
I think
get it
that's I think that's
right.
technically accurate. Yeah.
Is that true? Oh, oh. You make
Not an
thousands of
hour.
dollars an hour. Oh, you
I'm
serious?
fairly serious.
But do do you talk to
Me and him spoke yesterday on
Dustin?
your show. Yeah.
That's all. Oh,
No, he
did
hasn't
he
called me
call you
directly.
or anything? Oh, what
I was wondering about that
what
myself.
about ism? But oh Dan Posy said he'd come on my show Saturday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's the Pa's father. Yeah, people come to him if they want something done because he's the Pa's father. You know that?
I didn't.
Oh, he's ex-Catholic, AJ.
Who is?
You know that, AJ? The Pa's father, Dan.
Yeah, I know that.
Dan
AJ,
Pa.
I'm pre-Catholic.
Uh,
I just haven't converted
Great
yet.
Catholic.
You said you're pre-Catholic, so you're gonna become Catholic.
Yeah, it just hasn't happened yet. That's right.
Yeah.
I have a question, Mister. When you convert, are you going to get that staff you always wanted?
Yes, I will be acquiring the staff. In fact, that's the whole purpose of conversion.
Oh. What would you use that staff to take over the world?
I would stop the Balrog from passing. That's for sure.
Oh. What about it?
I'm not sure about that.
Oh, uh, uh, Frank and Miss Maud been fighting bad.
I don't really know Frank that much.
He's Frank followers.
Yeah, I don't know. Everybody's been fighting lately. Everybody needs to just chill out and calm down and relax. Quit fighting.
Yeah, just. Oh. But what would you do if what do you do if Ace's AJ came on and start fighting with the other AJ? Said I'm the real AJ.
I would have to.
I'll
I would have
fight
to
you
choose sides. I would have to choose sides. I'm not much of a fence rider, but I would probably just flip a coin and choose whatever side it landed on.
Oh, okay.
But AJ, you
Be
got
AJ versus AJ.
Well, for me, I wouldn't even fight in the first place because that would be disobeying
But he
Christ.
wants to be the.
But if you did, there's a 50%
What do
chance
you
I
think?
would have your back.
Uh-huh. AJ, have you ever heard of the shout of turn?
No.
They say it was covered Jesus' body when he resurrected.
Oh, you said the Shroud of Turin? Yes.
Yeah. What do you think of that? Is that crazy? Brother Pie believes in the shout of turn. Right,
I don't
Brother Pie?
actually. I don't know if I do or not. I haven't thought about it enough to have an opinion.
Oh, why? You think you're too good?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, Brother Pike, where you live?
But,
The location where you live, would you say there are barely any Catholics, like maybe less than 1% or 1.5%?
I don't know what the percentage is, but like here in Georgia, it's probably 10% or less of the religious demographic. It certainly is not very high.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Because I know that's the Bible Belt, so it's mainly just Protestants, like Baptists, are the majority.
Yeah, it's a lot of Baptists and the Methodists, and there's some Pentecostals, and you do have some Catholics, but they're kind of the minority. I think that a lot of American Catholics live in the Northeast.
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh. What about what about the Pentecostal?
Well, I'm the only one of those, Logan.
Oh. Are you sure?
I'm not sure. I haven't met everybody.
Oh, but what if we start a new sect called the Pentecostal?
We would structure our tithing differently. We would start at 30% and go up from there.
Okay. Would you make everyone wear pants,
Yes.
but not the ladies? What about would you make Dustin wear pants?
I don't know what Dustin typically wears. And I try to imagine it, and sometimes it comes back as overalls, and sometimes it comes back as a Speedo, so I just try not to imagine it.
Uh, Me, I just wear a suit and tie and pants.
Well, that's pretty slick.
Yeah, with my tummy gun.
I don't really wear suits very much, very rarely, because I hate ties for one.
Oh, but Ty's loves you.
I don't know. I just hate them. They're always trying to choke me and stuff.
Why?
I think ties are a bad invention because ties were invented to cover up buttons, and buttons don't look that bad.
Oh, you serious?
Yeah, I just think ties were a bad. I think we as a society should move past ties.
What about what is the other thing they wear? It's kind of like a tie, but it's a bowl. I forgot what's called.
Bow
Yeah.
tie.
What about them?
I just kind of hate all ties, man. Like I have to wear them sometimes on like formal occasions, but usually I never wear them unless I absolutely have to.
What is Claude talking about?
What is Claude ever talking about?
It's either Power Guys or
Kent Hovind is the answer to the question.
Kent. This time it's Dan. Said, hey, you say people watch Dan's show because they want to see something done? Or was it done? Oh no. What do you think of that?
Oh, let me
Burger
order this
pie?
ice cream.
You had Dan talk with Dan Posy. The Pause Father. People come to him to get something done. Yeah. He's the Pause Father. I'm looking forward to making that. Oh. Yeah, the Pause Father. People come to him to get something done. He's the Pause Father. What? American Airlines prayers. What? But anyways, the Pause Father. People come to him to get something done. Oh, so I wonder if, like, how the prostitution. What? Yeah,
I got this ice cream, Logan.
the Pause Father.
Coffee.
Oh no. You serious?
What happened to AJ?
He had to leave, I guess. I don't know. He said he had to go. He just come in and say hi and stuff. But the Pause Father, the prostitution, they certainly get something. Oh no. Oh no. But Brother Pie, what would you do if you became president of Canada, eh?
Oh,
What would you do?
Canada?
Yeah.
I would immediately try to join the United States.
Would you ban Aiden?
Yes, from both Canada and the United States.
Oh. What if Aiden come back as this? As Lady Aiden. Hi, I'm Lady Aiden. I'm here to say, hey, how are you today, Birdie Pie?
Then I would ban him down to the third and fourth generation.
Lady Aiden. Lady Aiden. Oh, this guy. Anyways, but is it true this is the face you make when you talk to Bruce?
That is true.
Or is this the face you make when you talk to Bruce?
Also
Oh,
true.
this.
True as well.
That was so funny. You look like you're about wow, that was so funny. The face you made look like your eyes about to blast out of your head.
I was just about to join the Baptist church, start believing in three gods, and doing all that stuff that those people do just because I couldn't take it anymore.
Oh. But what about Lady Aiden? Hi, I'm Lady Aiden. I'm here to say, hey, hey, I'm Lady Aiden. I like dude. Hey, Lady Aiden. Oh, sorry. But know what they say?
What do they
Know
say?
what they say? Don't be a
They do
sad
say that.
Lubin. Be a happy Lubin. See? Crazy. What about a dancing Dan? Dancing. Dancing Dan. Dancing Dan. Dancing Dan. What about this? Like
That
that?
looks like the people who moderate Facebook content.
Yeah. But this guy's remind me of Clay. If Clay had a blonde beard, he'd be this guy. Oh, dancing man. But you ever
I have had that because that is me having it in the picture.
oh, what about this? What is that?
That's chocolate milk.
Oh. You serious?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Those guys are talking about drag shows in the comments.
Oh, I have no idea. Stupid is the very definition of bum. But doesn't bother me, Frank, but they got some ugly dudes at time. He's funny. But the fish and chips. Do you have any fish and chips?
I don't.
Is it true you're a fish, Brother Pike?
It may be true. If you believe in neo-Darwinian theory, then we're all fish. Even more.
Even Aiden?
Maybe.
What about missing the mod?
More of a shark.
Oh. What aboutism? What about that?
I was wondering about that myself. The comments just seem to be talking about drag shows, so that's very interesting.
Drag shows. We are talking about Carp favorite hobby doing drag.
Yeah. That's what happens when you don't medicate people with severe mental illness, then you give them a TV show.
Oh. 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 So
Claude,
we're not
Claude, I have to correct you. In Darwinian theory, you never outgrow your mother clade. So if we descended from fish, we are therefore still fish. Now, if you're
uh
arguing that what we descended from was not fish, but some ancestor to fish, that's a different conversation.
not what PC says. PC said we're fish.
Well, it depends. It depends
Oh,
on if those things were considered fish.
oh. What aboutism? What about that? Well, you ever have KFC?
I have had KFC, Logan.
Wow. Called it Burger Pie Show. The Burger Pie Show. Starring
Thank you,
Burger
Logan.
Pie. God. Well, is it true kids don't seem to play with toys anymore?
Yeah, that's unfortunately true. Yeah.
It's funny. Now it's actually more like adults who play with toys.
Yeah.
So that proof age is a social contract.
Well, I want to respond to beer is slack or whatever your name is. Um, it depends on if the things that we are said to have descended from are considered fish, or if the word fish is a modern taxonomic classification. Because you never outgrow the clades that you descended from. So if they were considered fish, we are therefore still a subcategory of fish. But if fish is something that is specifically naming our cousin that also descended from them, that's a different story.
Uh, what's his name? PC Myers says humans are
Sometimes they
fish.
are. I've seen some humans that look like fish.
Yeah. Like Aiden. What about Lady Aiden? Lady Aiden. Aiden! Hi! Hi, Murder Pie! I'm Lady Aiden. I want to say hi to you.
Hello.
Lady Aiden. Well, what would you do? It turns out if you fall into another dimension where there's a Lady Aiden and he's married to AJ.
I would get out of that dimension as soon as possible.
And their son is Claude and Big Bad Mama.
Then I might come back to the dimension.
Oh. Lady Aiden. Well, Burger Pie. Do you think what the gangster, you must be really like that picture, Aiden. It's so funny. It's Lady Aiden. Lady Aiden. Oh, it's funny. Lady Aiden. Lady Aiden. But did you go on Daniel's show yesterday?
I did not catch Daniel's show yesterday.
Oh, are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, you know this February 7th. I think he's going to be talking to Fire Chuck, and Fire Chuck's going to start having a show again.
Oh, that's cool.
What would you do if you met Lady Aiden?
I'd leave whatever dimension I was in.
Yeah, what if it cross over to this dimension?
Then I would choose a different dimension.
Lady Aiden
Mr.
married.
Logo getting all technical.
What?
Mr. Logo, you're making me look bad, man. You're making me look bad. Just go on here and just say Brother Pike's right, like everyone else does. Whoa.
They asked, what's the name? Hey, Paul. uh, yeah, no, what? They need to talk to PC Myers. He says humans are fish.
Say
But
again?
Monkey, what's the name? PC Myers says humans are fish.
Yeah, it's like Mr. Logo is pointing out taxonomic classification. I'm sure there's probably a different word for it. He's probably right. The idea, though, is that if like neo-Darwinian theory is true, then you never outgrow your ancestry. So all of us are still whatever we used to be, but we're a new subcategory of that. So for instance, mammals would be considered a subcategory of reptiles, and reptiles would be a subcategory of, fish or amphibians or whatever came before them. And so you're referred to as a great ape, but a great ape is still a monkey, and a monkey is still a mammal, and a mammal is still a vertebrate. So that's kind of the way it is.
Oh. Yeah, but no, but PC Myers always says humans are fish.
Well, I mean, I don't believe in like evolution in the long term. You know, I'm a creationist, but if if I did, I would probably agree with that statement.
But what about Lady Aiden? Oh, sorry.
It's I imagine that he just watches Twilight all day.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Aiden. But oh yeah, so you think yeah, what do you think if PC Myers does this for a living and went to school, so I could think he know more than us, since he is the concept of scholars and green.
Azo, I don't appreciate
Oh,
that. Around here, we consolidate around Brother Pike's opinion.
yeah. PC Myers, I
Oh,
think
he's
he.
talking about Aaron.
What do you say?
He's talking about Aaron Ra's. Aaron Ra has a 50-part series on taxonomic classification. I have watched that entire series all the way through twice.
Oh,
And I told Aaron how much I enjoyed it when I talked to him on Mark's channel.
oh, oh. But yeah, PC Myers, he's famous for saying humans are
Well,
fish.
some of them
He
look like
identifies as a
fish. You know, I
fish.
have met people in the past that when you take a look at them, you take a good hard look, and you're like, yeah, that's definitely a fish.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Especially Aiden. He's late. Oh, always up. He said Lupin's
As though
related
I'm
to a
not
whale.
lying. I watched that whole series twice, and I talked to Aaron Ra. Mark facilitated the conversation, and I told Aaron during the conversation that I liked this series. That's a true statement. Yeah, that was
Are you
like
sure?
last year, I think. Ask Mark about it. I'm sure Mark still got the video.
Yeah, I think so. But Aiden.
Well, like I said, I'm a creationist, but I'm interested in
For
Darwinian theory, so I mean, I like to learn about it.
oh, what do you think? Does evolution ever? What do you think is the problem with
There's no problem with
evolution?
it. I'm a creationist because the Bible says that in the beginning, certain categories of life were especially created. So that would mean that things like creeping thing, beast of the field, fowl of the air are not related because those groups were created in Genesis. There's nothing wrong with the evolutionary theory. I just don't believe it explains the origin of life. I do believe that it explains biodiversity.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Do you believe that animals have common
Yeah,
ancestry
the
with
the
each
ones
other?
that belong in the same category of life. Like if you look in Genesis, there's certain kinds that are given, and those kinds are very, very broad categories. So you have things like fish of the sea, fowl of the air, beast of the field, creeping thing. Very, very broad categories that are referred to as kinds. As long as animals exist within the same kind, then there's no problem with them giving rise to one another or being related. So, like, there's no issue with a lion and a tiger potentially being related because they both exist in the same kind. But if you said a lion and a bird, then that would violate the kind definition in Genesis. So I think the proper way of interpreting Genesis is that there are some very broad created categories of life referred to as kinds, and that the only thing that would violate the scriptures would be evolutionary change between those kinds, whatever they may be. But of course, a lot of times that word kind is used as specific as something like species, and it can't possibly mean the same thing as species. The scriptures never give the word kind to mean anything nearly as specific as species. So like a cow and a bull and a horse are all the same kind of animal. So there's no problem with them having common ancestry. If they did, that would not violate the scriptures.
Shut up.
Shut up, Aiden.
Please
Aiden's
shut
here.
up.
Oh, sorry. Hi,
Aiden,
Aiden.
I was just about to shut up, but now I'm gonna keep talking.
Is a whale a fish? Well, according to the Bible, a whale is a fish, Aslo.
According to the Bible, you're a fish, Aiden.
According to the Bible, birds are bats. Well, I'll tell you what, I've met people a lot less batty than you, Christian.
That's a pretty good thing to say. I laughed at that. Um, well, the only thing I have left to say is that Lupin's definitely a fish, even if none of us are.
You decided to walk a step or two back on the great march forward.
Let me respond to this one guy. I don't know its name. I think his name is like Beerus from Dragon Ball Super. But what I'm trying to say is that kind is very clearly much more broad than something like species in the scriptures.
Oh.
I mean, kind comes from a time where our understanding of the world around us, let's face it, was a lot more primitive than our understanding of the world today.
Hey, it's in the beast kind.
I mean, like,
Oh.
they used to think that the heavens literally had waters above them, and that's why the sky is blue, because it has to be. I mean, there's water above us, otherwise why is the sky blue?
Okay, to be fair, if you go far enough, the word up doesn't mean anything anymore.
I mean, like, yeah, when you leave the atmosphere, sure, but the idea that the Bible lays out is that there's like a whole ocean above us in the sky, and that's just not true.
I think that's just Kent Hovind's canopy theory.
What's that, sorry?
I think that's just Kent Hovind's weird canopy theory thing.
Well, I mean, like, doesn't it say that they separate the waters of the deep from the waters of the heavens?
Let me go back and look at the verse. Hold on, now I can't remember what it says. Now you got me. You think this is a game to put me to work?
Hello, Mr. Logo.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I think I found it. Hold on. Can you guys hear me?
Christian, the rent is too
Yeah, we
damn
can hear
high.
you.
That's a fact. Look, Genesis 1:6 says, "And God said, Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." Is that the verse you're referencing?
Yeah, okay, so maybe I read a different translation, because I could have swore the translation I read said divide the waters from the deep from the waters of the heavens.
This is actually one of the reasons that I teach the three heavens the way that I do, is because of this part in chapter 1. Because it does certainly give the indication that this firmament, which to me was pretty clearly referring to continents, is referred to as heaven.
You think that the firmament refers to continents?
Yes.
What makes you say that?
Let me look at the verse. It's been a while since I had my mind in this. Hold on. And God said, Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. Oh, because it's the thing in the midst of waters that divides them from the other waters?
Okay, so you think that that's referring to like land masses rather than an atmosphere?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, my understanding, especially from like
Oh, you know
a
what? You're
biblical
wrong. You're wrong.
scholarship kind of
No,
perspective.
no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm remembering it wrong because I just read down to verses 9 and 10. Honestly, Aiden, it's been so long since I thought about this that I'm probably giving you the wrong answers.
No, it's all right. It's all right. It's just, I mean, like, the Bible is not an accurate scientific description of the world around us. Now, people can say that it gets things wrong because they're metaphors, or it's not actually referring to that, or this, that, or the other thing. But yeah, there's numerous examples where the Bible postulates something about the world around us, and it just gets it wrong because we didn't understand the world around us as well, 3,000 years ago as we do right now.
But this says there was giraffes above the waters. Wait a minute.
Oh, dang.
I don't know what version I'm on anymore.
Pike, I always wanted to ask something.
Oh,
You
hey,
once,
Logo, how you doing?
hi, you once referred to the Ken Ham's art park, right? Like weeks, months ago, and you said that they have like this kind of three-toed preform of horses, right? And you said that
Oh,
is
the
quite
what
odd,
it is on
quite
the Ark
odd.
Encounter. Can you hear me?
Yes.
On the Ark Encounter, they have, if I remember correctly, a three-toed ungulate, which is commonly believed to be an ancestor of modern one-toed ungulates. And in their information they have about it, they concede that it is an ancestor to modern horses, donkeys, and zebras. And so I've always said that to me, that was them conceding macroevolution without realizing it.
Yes, and I wanted to ask about because you referred to some kind of threshold, like where you still accept evolution, where you don't. Like, what is the metric that you use? Do you agree with them as that being? Because I wanted to ask you that in some more quiet setting where not 10 people are shouting at each other,
No,
right?
I got you.
Because I'm not that fast in shouting in English, right? But that which method do you agree with them that that is an early form of horses or an ancestor of horses?
Okay,
No.
I will answer that. I will answer that. So I do have to hop off here in a minute because I just got back to work, but I'll answer that before I hop off, and then maybe me and you can schedule a follow-up conversation when I have more time.
So he's actually
Yes.
he's actually running away.
Yeah, running away. Yeah. So
No, he's
I'm
not.
just messing around.
okay,
Sorry.
so to answer your question, yes, I do agree with them that the three-toed ungulates displayed on the Ark encounter are almost certainly ancestors to modern one-toed ungulates. And to answer your broader question, when you look at the word kind as it is used in the early chapters in Genesis, it defines very, very broad categories of life. It does not define individual species as we know them today. So it is my understanding that as long as the Darwinian process does not cross the threshold of those broad lines, like from fowl to beast to creeping thing, etc., then everything within the boundaries of those lines is fair game and is also obviously true.
And how did you have to hop off? Yeah, there's maybe for a later conversation, right?
I can do one more question if you have it.
How did you determine that that this preform of horses is actually a preform of horses?
Well,
What methods did you use?
I don't know that it is. I just agree with the consensus that it probably is, and I don't think the idea of it being violates the scriptures because kind is a very broad category. So if you have several different, like, kinds of mammals, for instance, that are clearly within the same kind in Genesis, then those mammals having a common ancestor or diversifying from one another would not violate Genesis.
So then you agree with the broad consensus and with their method to determine that that is a preform of horses, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the place where I step in on faith is I do think in Genesis we get the impression that whatever the boundaries are between things such as beast, fowl, fish, etc., those broad categories of life, whatever that boundary is, I do think that crossing that would violate Genesis.
Okay.
Hey Christian, I just literally came into the smack middle of this conversation. Are you sorry, are you saying that definitely Adam and Eve were real? They weren't descended from apes?
Yeah, I believe in special creation.
Okay. Cool.
Another thing the Bible kind of gets wrong is that it postulates a geocentric.
Hey, Dick, get back in the basement.
It postulates a geocentric Earth where the Earth is the center of things and it's immovable and it doesn't move, and the sun revolves around the Earth, and
And
the Bible's
flat,
it's flat and it rests on pillars.
Clay under a seal is the image they're using, right? And it has like borders, like garment. It says it has walls almost. Right? Where are those walls?
Yeah, it says in 1 Corinthians that the Earth is fixed and immovable, and you see in the Bible Joshua asks God to stop the sun from moving in the sky, which is impossible in a heliocentric solar system. So, the idea that the sun can stop moving in the sky implies that the sun is rotating around the Earth, and that's just not true. Basically every Christian organization up until the 17th century thought that was the case until we started observing that no, things rotate around other stuff as well.
What do you think, Tim?
Well, I'm not much of a scientist, so I can't really add much.
Well, what
You're
about what the Bible means? Do you think the Bible says it?
Well, if you want when it comes to like the shape of the earth and whether or not it rotates, I don't think the Bible necessarily. I think a lot of that I mean, it's weird because like for example the flat earthers claim like like it just always boggled my mind. So just really the focusing on the flat earth idea. So people will say, well, in Ezekiel when he goes up he sees the circle of the earth. It's like, yeah, it's a circle. If you look directly down at a ball you won't necessarily see curvature. So to say that that's a flat earth I think is completely a misunderstanding of the text. I think it can make the case easily for both a round earth or a flat earth depending on the person's biased, honestly.
Well, when Jesus is taken up to the highest point and he sees all the kingdoms of the earth, how can you see all of the kingdoms of the earth at the same time on a round earth?
Great question. Well, that's I've been looking at that specifically. I've heard that one, but I also wonder if really it's the context was just indicating like the world, like that present world, because the word world in the King James Bible can have several different meanings. Not necessarily the whole world, but rather the whole area of, say, the Middle East, things like that, wherever Satan had taken him. And who's to say that if Satan took him somewhere? Like, how do we know they didn't literally like go like to some special metaphorical type mountain? That I believe there's different ways you can look at that text rather than the flat earthers. Oh, you see all the kingdoms of the earth. The earth's flat. It's like, no, probably not. I mean, y'all are kind of read that into that.
I have a very hard time with the idea that the Bible is inerrant when the Bible very clearly reflects a primitive idea of what our world is and the position of the earth and the universe and why things work the way they do on earth, the classification of animals as well. Like the Bible says that whales are fish, we know they're not fish, we know they're mammals. It says that bats are birds, we know they're not, we know they're mammals. So it gets
Tim,
things
you would
wrong.
say-
And
Well, that
Sorry,
okay.
go ahead.
So those specific examples, that's kind of like science smacking its label on that, and that's just the word of God speaking on the just associating whales with fish. I don't necessarily think there's anything wrong with that. It's just we came up with the idea of mammals, I would say, after. I wouldn't say that's like needs to be. I don't think it needs to read the mammals rather than just fish.
So, Tim, would you say that part is not literal when they said like he took him to the highest mountain? That highest mountain was maybe not literally a mountain. It was some other place, right?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I would honestly examine the text and have to really look at it, because though I know for a fact that the word world doesn't just always mean the world itself. It can contextually refer to like that specific geographical location at large. You can see that in several areas of scripture. So I know.
But when it says a mountain, then it's maybe not literally a mountain. It's some place that's just called mountain, but it's not really a mountain, right?
Yeah, I would.
I'm
I would
fine
really.
with that.
Yeah, because I would really because there's certain things depicted in heaven that are like represent mountains. If you actually look at some of the imagery given in heaven, it sounds almost like heaven itself is almost a reflection of certain earthly things. So it just makes you think. That's just me thinking out loud.
yeah, we were talking earlier about the waters of the deep being separated by the firmament between the waters of the deep and the waters of the heavens, because I mean, you have to think you're living in 1000 BC or more when the Old Testament is being written down, and you look up at the sky and the sky is blue. Well, how could the sky be blue? Well, clearly the sky must be blue because there has to be water up there. I mean, it rains, water falls down from the sky. So clearly there has to be water up there, right? There has to be a whole other ocean up there. That's just not true. We know that there's not an ocean up there.
Yeah, I've heard different stuff. I know the flat earthers, they love to claim that the blue is the dome, there's water above the dome, so there's water above
Right.
us, which
And there's Ken Hovind with his magnetic ice. The ice canopy theory. Yeah.
well, at least he has something better than the flat earth stuff. I'll give him that.
That's true.
And
That's
there's the dumbest shill of flat earth called Nathan Oakley, still on his channel, shouting at people, banning people, muting people. talking them down in an aggressive way, trying even after that so-called last experiment where a millionaire took several people to Antarctica, right? Which is a trip of, I think, 30,000 euro or dollar.
Oh. But that's from, I think, Michael Jones. He said that here's a word in Hebrew they don't have word for in English, so they just decide to put their bird, because it was the word they had in Hebrew they don't have in English, I heard. So they put
Well,
bird instead.
if you look at a bat intuitively, you would come to the conclusion that a bat is a bird. I mean, it has wings, it flies around, it relies on flight as a primary means of transportation, it hunts similarly to a bird. So, it's really not a big leap of logic to simply say that whoever wrote that assumed that a bat was a bird, because they didn't understand that a bat has mammary glands and it nurses its young, and it has all the hallmarks of a mammalian species. As far as like the flat earth stuff is concerned, I mean, we've known for a very, very long time that the earth is not flat. I mean, not only do we have the famous experiment by Eratosthenes with the different steaks in Egypt, but we also have Pliny's work, the Natural History. And in the Natural History, it was written at about, I think it was 70 to 90 AD was about when it was written. And in the Natural History, it describes one of the points that is still used to refute flat earth arguments to this day, which is if you look at a ship as it's going over the horizon, you'll see that the mast of the bottom of the ship disappears before the mast of the ship does. That's the example that's given by Pliny in his work. So we've had arguments against flat Earth for a very long time, and I mean, Eratosthenes was pretty close in calculating the circumference of the Earth. I think he calculated it to be about 31,500 miles or something like that. It was pretty close compared to what the actual circumference of the Earth was. So, I mean, reading through the Natural History is insane, because you realize just how many things they knew about our world and how many things they just got dramatically wrong about our world. It's really crazy how many insights they had that are just sandwiched in between massive mistruths.
Aiden, did you rewind that talk from Dustin where I said in text chat where I typed? That was so funny. He referred to like Aryans in India, and then he said like we in German. He said we,
Oh boy!
Anyone
It was so good. I was laughing so much.
Anyone see bubble gum in the chat trying to? I mean, does he really believe that, like what he was trying to tell me and what's his name the other night about like the Pokemon evolution stuff?
No, Tim, he's just trolling. He's just trolling,
yeah.
Tim.
Okay.
Don't believe him a single word what he says. And Aiden, he's like, then he said, we attacked Pearl Harbor and stuff. That was, you must really rewatch that. That is so funny.
We attacked Pearl Harbor.
We did that. Yes, and we did that, I guess. I think I'm not sure, but maybe with our UFOs, with our superior Nazi UFOs. We attacked Pearl Harbor. Awesome. But he said that. He said stuff that is like, maybe he was in history class. He was like kind of waking up for maybe like 5 minutes and then kept sleeping. I
know Dustin isn't flat Earth, but I always love the diagram of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor and a flat Earth model where they just have to sail all the way to the other side of the planet. in order to do the attack and then sail all the way back rather than just go around the Pacific.
Did
Go
he-
ahead, Gigi.
Did he say the Germans attacked Pearl Harbor?
Yes, that's what I remember. Yes, but yes, he did. I was
He said
laughing so
that.
much.
Wow.
I was laughing so much.
Wow, that was crazy. Wow. What do you think of that, Tim?
I wasn't listening. What happened?
He said that Dustin said Germans attacked
You mean
Pearl
bubblegum?
Harbor. What? No, Dustin.
I have no idea.
Is that right?
That's kind of
Logan?
odd. That's really odd.
Was it Dustin logo?
Yes. Maybe in
Wow, I must have missed
maybe in
that
his history
Saturday.
class he was like kind of awake to a certain degree, maybe 10% of, right? Or single digit number awake, right?
You know, you've got a good point, Bubblegum. We have no transitions between things. We have no idea that the chicken came from the red Chinese jungle fowl. We have no idea whatsoever that the pig came from the Eurasian wild boar. You know, we have no idea that the cow came from the aurochs. We have no idea. I mean, like, what? Without any transitions, we're just randomly guessing. Just silliness.
Maybe for
just
trolls,
silliness.
we should just toss them a fish. Bubble, here's a fish, puppy.
I mean, like maize. If you look into maize, and what I guess what Americans would call corn, the evolution of that is absolutely insane because it's been traced to what was essentially a kind of grass that had a very, very slight yield, like the yield of a single kernel from the wild ancestor of maize is much less nutritious and it's much harder to get at than modern corn. But through several hundred or thousands of generations of selective breeding, they were turned into corn as we know it nowadays. You know, we don't see any wild variants of corn growing on the Mexican highland. You know, you don't see them just growing all over the place, but we do see grasses that share an incredible genetic similarity to maize.
That is kind of weird. We say corn, but for wheat or for rye or for something. But we say maize also for corn. Like the word maize, right, aligns with the German mais. But for corn, but for wheat we say, and for rye and barley we say corn. Right?
Wow.
The auroch went extinct. Yeah, I know it went extinct, you silly goose. Obviously it went extinct because the wild variant of it was no longer required. We didn't need it in any way, shape, or form, and the environment that it lived in got so terraformed by humans that it wasn't able to sustain itself. That doesn't mean that the cattle that we have right now are not genetic ancestors of the auroch. Maybe you should do some more Googling beyond just typing the word auroch into Google. This is the problem, Bubblegum, when you only rely on a cursory Google search to inform your entire worldview.
Wow, I'm so confused about doesn't say that Germans attacked Pearl Harbor. What? That was confusing. What do you think of that, Aiden? Are you there, Aiden?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. What about you, Logo? Are you still there?
Yes.
What does it?
So I've done the bubblegum method, and I did a quick cursory Google search. So the auroch went extinct in 1627 due to, what was it? Oh, it was habitat loss and overhunting. You know, the things that I cited as the likely reasons why it would have went extinct. So the wild ancestor of bovine cattle as we know them now really didn't even go extinct all that long ago, relatively speaking. I mean, come on in, Bubblegum. You're more than welcome to. Nobody's keeping you out.
So, Aiden, will you now join USA in Canada there as province Canada? No, state of Canada or something. No?
I mean, people have talked about that before. They're like, we should join the U.S. The U.S. should be great for us to join. It's like, no,
Yeah,
it wouldn't.
because
We're going to
because you-
objectively guess. We'll get less representation as a state in America than we will as a province in Canada.
Yeah, you could still be the 52nd state because 51 is already booked for UK, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
52 is still available, maybe. Right?
So in the last 400 years, all the cows evolved from the yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. They went extinct at the same time that modern bovine cattle exist. Is that how you think evolution works, Bubblegum? Do you think that it's absolute? So by that logic, woolly mammoths and elephants never coexisted. They never inhabited the earth at the same time. How could a woolly mammoth and an elephant inhabit the earth at the same time? I mean, after all, one is an ancestor of the other, isn't it? Oh, wait, we know for a fact that woolly mammoths existed in Siberia as late as 2000 BC. So, swing and a miss, Bubblegum. The idea that something went extinct in the 1600s, therefore all of the ancestors of it would have come from that last batch of extinct animals. No, we domesticated the cow several thousand years before the Orus went extinct. However, that doesn't mean that population groups of that undomesticated cattle did not still continue to exist in certain parts of the earth. That's what evolution is all about. It's about population groups. You're the one that thinks of Pokemon evolution, Bubblegum. If you think that two species cannot coexist with each other where one evolved from the other, then you're the one that has this idea of Pokemon evolution, where everything just simultaneously evolves into something
I'm here,
else.
you goddamn retard. I'm here, you goddamn fucking HD Ben Shapiro. ADHD Ben Shapiro. There you go.
Wow, that was a great entrance, Bubblegum.
Yeah,
that wasn't
you're
that wasn't a
fucking
face
stupid.
plant of
Yeah,
an
yeah,
entrance
yeah,
whatsoever.
fucking
That wasn't a
stupid.
face plant of an entrance whatsoever.
Oh
I wouldn't
my God.
expect anything
Yeah,
less from you, Bubblegum.
yeah. So according to Aiden, the Watasi cow, this is like the African cow, recently evolved in the last 400 years. Because the claim
Is that what I said?
Because the claim
Was that what I said? No. Was that what I said? When did I say that?
Yeah.
When did I say that? Could you find the timestamp where I said that, Bubblegum? Can you provide the timestamp where I said that, Bubblegum?
That elephants.
Bubblegum, where's the timestamp where I said that?
Mammoth, because they haven't given a specific one.
Where's the timestamp where I said that, though, Bubblegum?
Claiming that all cows did evolve from the auroch. That's the evolutionary claim. That's what you're defending. So
no, you're shifting the goalposts. You're shifting the goalposts. What you said just earlier was that my claim was that they evolved from 400 years ago.
Not today, dude.
400 years.
Not today.
So I just gotta ask Aiden. Aiden, where the fuck is the transitional?
Dude, just
where's the transitional, my guy?
Why'd you have to do it, Aiden? Why'd you have to engage him?
I'm just gonna let him go.
Hey, go ahead.
I'm just gonna let him go.
Hey,
I'm just gonna. He's all wound up. I'm gonna let him wind down. I'm gonna let him wind down.
Aiden, give me the transitional.
Well, I want to deal with your claim. I want to deal. Are you gonna let me talk?
Yeah, go ahead. What's the transitional? That's all I need to hear from you.
Are you gonna stop being triggered?
Yeah,
are you gonna
let's
let me get a sentence
make it
quick?
Are
you gonna calm down, Bubblegum? Bubblegum, can you simmer down?
I'm just gonna.
Can you simmer down?
Quick, like the lawn
can you simmer down, Bubblegum?
Yeah.
Can you simmer down?
Yeah. How about you answer that, little Chihuahua?
You know what? I think I'm gonna talk with Tim instead. I think that's a bit more productive. So, Tim, how are you doing today, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. Just drank another cup of bulletproof coffee. So
bulletproof coffee. Nice. What kind of armor rating you got on that bulletproof coffee? Is it like 3A?
It's like
3A, like 4B.
Yeah, it's a 3A. 3A.
Nice. Mr. Logo, how do you like your coffee?
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off.
Or
there
are
in
you
case
more of
it
a
goes-
tea kind of guy? Because I mean, let's
Oh,
face it. I'm sorry, guys, but
I'm-
tea is just objectively better than coffee. I'm sorry.
I'm the coffee. I'm the
I'm saying
coffee
goodbye to
guy.
Gangsta Ghost. Later, Gangsta Ghost. Later.
Now you see, I usually take my coffee black, but if I'm doing like keto, I'm definitely on the bulletproof coffee.
Wow,
Yeah, I
Bubblegum
also
is
like it
incredibly easy to defeat. You just don't pay attention to him, and he just immediately folds and leaves. That was incredibly easy.
So I was watching Mr. Anderson because I was going through his debate playlist because I'm actually going to start studying his debate tactics because he gives them out for free, which is really cool. And in one of the videos, he has in part 2 of defeating presuppositions, he has, lo and behold, Bubblegum on there, and he just he took him through this whole like presupposition defeating tactic of, okay, first of all, do you agree that you and I are real? And he was like trying to take him through the whole list, and Bubblegum did not know what to do. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you recognize that he's a troll that isn't out for any kind of actual intellectual discussion, it's pretty easy to just ignore him and disregard him. I mean, if the premise is that my position is that they evolved from the Auras 400 years ago because it went extinct in the 1600s, then I mean, that demonstrates such a fundamental misunderstanding of evolution that it's really not even worth addressing in any kind of serious way.
It was just so funny.
I mean, like, what is show me the transitional between those two? Well, first and foremost, we're going to have to establish what a transition even is, because if I show you a transition between those two where one of them has grown larger or one of them has adapted a trait to its environment that the other one doesn't have, then you're just going to tell me that that isn't enough of a transitional and that it doesn't count. So you'll have to establish what a transition. Yeah, I mean, like, he's gonna have to establish what an actual transition is and what does or does not qualify as a transition. Besides, transitionals deal with fossils. So I'm pretty sure that fossilization is something that takes more than 400 years. So him asking me for a 400-year-old transitional fossil is a little silly. I mean, it just builds a assumption on top of a misconception, and
there's no fossil formation within 400 years. And whenever I asked and insisted from creationists to actually tell me what they mean with transition, they always said, something like at the front it must be a sunflower, and at the back a badger or something. And that's just not how reality works, right?
But yeah, that video, Bubblegum, if you guys go and watch his channel and find that, apparently it was like a year or two ago. And yeah, I mean, I stand with Bubblegum on the fact that I reject evolution too. But I'm not going to deny that in the context of debate tactics, Bubblegum got wrecked in that video.
You should link that in the private chat. That'd be a fun watch.
It was
Yeah, that's
that'd be a fun watch.
Yeah, it's very clear what it's meant by transitional. And then a
oh
species
man,
that is
Tim, what did I do? That was my fault.
beginning
I'm sorry.
So Tim, what kind of tea is your favorite kind of tea? Would you say, Tim?
Oh, dude, there's this.
Are you like a black tea kind of guy, or are you like a white tea kind of guy, green tea?
So it's pretty fucking stupid, you know. It's like a licorice tea. Absolutely fucking moronic to claim, you know, this is what the evolutionists are claiming. That the aura is
right.
All cows come from the aura. So it's pretty fucking stupid.
Do you know what I realized recently? Apparently tea bags are like loaded to the brim with microplastics.
Really?
Yeah, they're like loaded to the brim with microplastics. So what I'm trying to do is, I mean, I'm not going to throw my tea bags away or anything. I mean, like, I spent good money on those, but once I'm done with the tea bags, I think I'm probably going to transition to just exclusively steeping my tea. I think that's probably the better way of doing it.
I have a special. I got a kettle.
You know, it's pretty fucking dumb.
With like a little thing that you can put into it.
Yeah, that's dumb.
Dry tea into it, and then you just pour your
that's
water
stupid.
in.
Yeah,
and then there's the microplastic. So that's what I usually do.
Yeah, that's dumb.
I mean, at a certain point, you just have to accept that. Go ahead, Mr. Logo.
I usually like rooibos tea more than black tea.
It's fucking dumb.
I mean, I
Okay,
like a bit of
it's
breakfast
fucking
in Paris.
stupid.
It's pretty good. It's pretty
You
good.
guys are so fucking dumb. You guys are pathetic.
I got a whole
you know, you guys
whole
are, you're the ones
package
who you're
of
like, oh, come
different
in,
tea
Bubble.
for
We're totally
Christmas and
feature
like
on
a
this
different
position
kind
on
of
evolution.
varieties. And
It's like, oh, and then
I
Eddie fucking like,
also-
oh, I don't hold that
and I also
position. No,
recently
Eddie, it's
heard
about
that,
the fucking
the
what
next
the
Captain
evolutionaries
America
say.
movie
It's
is
not
gonna
about what you
bomb.
fucking think, my guy. It's what
Hey,
the
Gigi.
evolutionary theories are saying.
Yeah.
The
Hey,
evolutionary
Gigi,
theories are
do you
saying
like tea
that
or do you
all
like
cows
coffee
evolved from the orc.
or like,
That's the claim. Well, it's
or do
pretty
you more of
simple.
like a
All
tea
we
and
are
coffee
asking
guy?
is, you know, simple evidence.
I-
Well, one transitional between the
Frozen
orc and whatever
coffee.
modern cow. But you know, the orc went extinct 400 years ago.
What is
So
the
it's pretty
favorite
fucking
cookie that
lame
you
and
like?
stupid to claim that there are
What
no
cookie do
transitions
you
between the
like?
modern
Because
cow.
I usually
and,
like
you know, that thing
chocolate
they
chip,
claim that all
chocolate
cows
chip all the
evolved
way,
from.
always.
All of a sudden, they
Oh,
just
okay.
disappeared. Oh
I
my
prefer
god! I mean,
usually
that's
that
like saying all the evidence just disappeared. You know,
dough. You know, that
the murder
sandy,
weapon just
sandy cookie.
disappeared. But
Is
you know,
it
there
like a
was a
butter
murder.
cookie?
Yeah, it's like a butter cookie, you
It's
know.
just
Those are
fucking
good.
lame
Those
and
are,
dumb.
yeah, I like those too.
Yeah, those are pretty good. I mean, I agree with Tim. You can't go wrong with a chocolate chip cookie. You really can't.
Mm-mm.
Hey,
Nothing
you
like
guys
a
gonna? How long are you
nothing
guys
like
gonna
a
fucking
good
keep
old
this up? That you guys
homemade
aren't gonna
chocolate chip
fucking
cookie.
mopped.
Did
guys
you
got
know?
nothing.
I mean-
you guys got freaking nothing.
Did you know that the
And as soon as
original
I fucking
chocolate
call it,
chip
you know,
cookie
it's so
became
pathetic.
so popular because
Always
they
ca-
sent
I was-
it
I was like,
to
oh, we can
troops. I
defeat
think it was
Bubble.
in World
Oh,
War
like,
One.
and I'm
It
always
was
like,
from their
okay,
wives
guys,
and
I'm
stuff
willing
from
to
home,
fucking
and like
engage with you
that's how
guys.
it blew up in
But as soon as they come in,
popularity. It was part of the
all of a
ration.
sudden, the arguments
You
go out
know,
the
the
window.
crazy thing to
You
me
can't
is
actually
that the
defeat Bubble.
chocolate chip cookie was literally like
Yeah,
something that
I'm
was
talking to
made
the
on
chat,
accident.
basically.
It
Yeah.
was like discovered on accident.
Whatever
Like,
you
how do you
fucking
not
need,
intuitively know that if you put little
Yeah,
things of
look, I'm
chocolate
not the one who's
inside
being
of the
rude. I'm not the
cookie
one who's
that
being called
it's
out.
gonna
I
make
was
something
called
that's
out.
absolutely
Okay,
delicious?
you know, if
You
I'm
want to
being
hear
called
something
out,
even more
I'll
crazy
stand up to
though?
the challenge.
Originally, it was
But
called
you know,
the
as soon as
the
it come in,
chocolate
you
chip
know, they
crunch
scatter like
cookie.
little
Because
roaches.
the original
They're
recipe, they
absolute
came out
roaches.
crunchy, but then
These
they found
people
out
got
later on that they
nothing,
could make
and
them like
it's
more
just so
soft
fucking
and
lame.
mushy.
Because
People like
it's
them that
true.
way instead.
The evolutionists, the atheists, get their theory from Christians.
Right.
It is Christians who
I mean,
invented the
as
theory of evolution. And
as
it's
far as
just
Oreos are
a shame that-
concerned, I
so
know a
that
lot of
it's
people like
atheists
the
who have
double
this
stuffed
religious
Oreos. And don't get
nutter
me wrong,
theory
there's nothing
in
wrong
which
with the
they're
double
basing
stuffed
their,
Oreo, but it's
their
just
quote
too
unquote
much stuffing
science
as
of.
far as I'm concerned.
They're
It's,
True.
you don't
the
have the proper
evolutionists are
balance
religious
between the
nutters.
chocolate
By
and the
extension, the
stuffing.
evolutionists
Yeah.
are religious
And
nutters.
And do you know the story
They don't
about
believe in the,
gingerbread?
this
But there
freaking
was a bakery who ran out
evolution.
of
They call
flour,
it
and he
Pokemon
was living
evolution
in
because it
Nuremberg.
has no
And,
transitions.
he was living
So
at the
if you have
crossroads
an evolution from
of
one
trade
species
routes.
to another
And so
without
he saved
transitionals,
his
yeah,
bakery
we call
by
that Pokemon.
inventing that.
It's literally
that
cartoon.
dough.
It's literally fucking
That was
kids.
Oh, really?
just from
They
gingerbread,
believe
yes,
in
because
freaking
he had
kids
access to
nonsense.
various herbs and stuff like
And both
cinnamon
of
and
them
so
believe
on.
this nonsense.
That's how he
Not
invented.
just
So
the Christians,
it
because
came
it's
out
typical
of
Christians. They believe
danger,
fucking,
out of
all these animals
danger
get
of
off the ark.
his
You know, they go through a freaking
bakery
hormone
becoming
transitionals like the
bankrupt. You know,
Trankies,
that's
and
how
then
he
they come out a
invented
different animal.
really
You know,
famous
it's the magic mode of
gingerbread,
transitions.
which is
You know, just
the
get us
original
get
in
in the boat, you get
Nuremberg.
a
It's
sex
really
change.
delicious.
Right.
They believe the same
You know
thing.
what? Last night on
It's
last night
it's
I was
fucking
on Discord
you know,
and
it's
I was
religious. It's
fellowshipping
not.
with a bunch
It's
of
the
brethren
same
on there,
nonsense. Not
and a Jehovah's
the
Witness came into the
Christians and
voice
the
chat, and
atheists.
I wasn't
They
expecting it.
believe in the same
And
freaking
like he
nonsense.
said, I'm a Jehovah's
Just you know,
Witness, and
one
we all
believes
kind of
one can
laughed. We
change
thought he was
from a
joking.
man
We're
to a
like, oh yeah,
woman,
you're
and
trolling.
the other
No, I'm a
one
Jehovah's
thinks like
Witness.
a freaking
Oh.
species can go from one
And so
species to another,
and so
from like
I
a
was
wolf
like,
to a
I was
dog.
like, would you like to debate
But
on your
it's the
false
same
doctrine of
thought.
annihilism? And
So it's
he,
really
at first, he was
hypocritical
going to
when
take
you know
me
where
up
you get
on it.
these uppity
And then I told
conservatives
him my
like, oh, I'm
terms
better
that,
than
he,
them
that we need to do
libtards. No,
King
you're the
James
fucking
only and
same
literal
trash.
exegesis of the text, and then he backed out. It was pretty funny.
Oh,
That's pretty good.
I'll
That's
be
pretty
right
funny.
back, boys. I'll be right back. You boys still trying to talk over me? Oh, shit, I'm not paying attention. You know what? I gotta get to fucking work. I'll bother you guys some other time.
So, do you hear like a vague buzzing sound in the background?
Yeah.
Aiden, that was really funny. That was really good.
But I really.
Oh
I
my
really
god. It was great, the end there where he just like sputtered into nothing. He just ran. Like I said, he winds himself up. You just wait long enough for him to wind all the way down, and then he just at that point he's just kicking her and screaming like a toddler for the sake of it. I mean, it just reveals how desperate he really is for attention. Come on in, Bubblegum. Well, I'll school
No.
you, Bubblegum. You know what, Bubblegum? You get
you
right
do
back in here, and I'll school you.
We got
No, wait.
peace. Okay.
No, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tell him I'm gonna school him, and then when he comes back in, I'm gonna ignore him again.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
I love
Eventually-
it, dude. I love when somebody like him, whose entire personality is just to be a contrarian troll. I love being better at it than him. Anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you.
No, you can't. Yes, I can. No, you can't.
No,
Yes,
you
I can.
can't. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Yes, I can.
Oh man. Got me
But
thinking.
that is a. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
He's got me thinking Matilda too. I'm right, you're wrong. I'm big, you're small.
I'm smart. You're dumb.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good
Yeah.
one.
Love that
But
movie.
I remember that was a real thing that baker in Nuremberg like invented gingerbread by out of a need, right?
Right.
And now it's like I think it's around February. I don't know the exact date when there's Roses Monday in Germany. What that is? You don't have it in Canada, right? I guess.
I don't think
Like
so.
Carnival, Mardi Gras. It's known as Mardi
Yeah, no,
Gras.
we don't have that. No, we don't have that here.
But it's like it's really funny and really nice. Like there's like a big parades and stuff where they dress in fancy clothes, and there's like nowadays bakeries have the dough is similar to your American donut, but it's like
Oh, okay.
filled. It's filled with some cream and some even like champagne cream and chocolate cream and various types of, and it's also the similar way of frying it in fat deep frying, and they have several types with icings on top and stuff.
Dude,
That is common now.
I don't mean to change the subject, but I'm just kind of cracking up because Azo gets so triggered by me. He's like spamming the chat with just crap against the King James Bible. It's like, oh my gosh, dude. Just me being here. I haven't even said one word about the King James, and there he is just in the chat. Like, it's really dangerous. Oh,
it's like Dan yesterday when he tried pissing me off by like, your daddy loves you, your daddy's so proud of you, right, Aiden? And it like didn't get me upset at all. So then he immediately shifted to, not surprised that Dustin is trying to stick up with the atheists. It's like, dude, it's so clear that you just failed at pissing me off. So now you're trying to piss freaking Dustin off. Like, come on, bro. If you're gonna like be slippery like that, at least try to be a little more subtle.
Yeah, dude. Dustin's just trying to be fair, and it's like I'll always be friendly to you guys. I mean, it's what the heck is wrong with that?
No, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. And
Yeah.
anybody that tries to convince you that there is something wrong with that is just trying to stir up division where there doesn't need to be any.
Right.
Aiden, you concerned Barrio's Slack. He said microplastics concerns me. I drink a lot of tea. So
Yeah,
microplastics isn't even like everything. I think below 5 millimeter is microplastics, and then I think below 1/10 of a millimeter is nanoplastics. So you can't see that anyway, right, Barrios? So I mean, if it was microplastics, you could still kind of see it, right?
I mean, you could if you really, really looked at it. I mean, yeah, as far as the tea thing is concerned, I would just recommend that you start steeping your tea. I mean, you can buy a tea steeper for like $10, $20 on Amazon, and then you're good to go. And I mean, like, we have multiple tea steepers because what we like to do is when you're making like a pasta dish or some soup or something like that, and you want to infuse it with a bunch of spices, but you don't want a whole bunch of little hard leafy bits of spices like contrasting with the nice creamy softness of your dish, what you do is you just put all the spices in a tea steeper and you put that in there, and then you get all the spice infused into the food without any of the texture.
Right.
There's a couple different uses you can use a tea steeper for. It's pretty versatile.
Mm-hmm.
You serious?
That's right.
Get serious.
That's right. Yeah, and plus tea steeping's a bit cheaper, which is good because my rent just went up, so I need to save wherever I can.
There you go. Oh, yeah, 100%.
Oh man,
you-
let me tell you, there is a better unit that's right next to us that's going for a better price, and I was trying to snag it up, but someone else got it at the last minute, and
Oh, I hate when that happens.
whatever. I mean, like, I'm sure if it becomes available next year, we can look at it for next year, but hey, it is what it is. The important thing more than anything else is that we're in the same area, because with me doing volunteering at the military museums and Brianna working where she does, this location is really good for us. So not the end of the world. Besides, it only went up by $25 a month. It's not the end of the world. I was honestly expecting it to go up by 50. So, hey, could be worse, right?
Yeah, right.
I'm just thinking of moving out of this city in general after this lease is up, though, man. It's getting way too expensive to live here, and that really sucks because I love the military museums and I love being a part of it. But man, like we're just starting to get priced out of this place.
Yeah.
What about what would happen to this person? What are you gonna do to
Huh?
Lady
Yeah,
Ada?
wait.
Hi, I'm Lady Ada. What do I get to do?
Hey, everybody, I'm Adina. I'm here to push the trans agenda.
Bro, I'm so
Yeah.
close to just like saying we need to get some sock puppets.
We could do like that. There was a Vigilant Christian bit where he used sock
He
puppets
did.
for one of his videos.
He did. You're right. That was
Yeah.
way back in the day. I remember that so faintly.
Yeah, you remember that too? Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that dude.
Yeah, that's some Vigilant Christian deep lore right there.
Yeah, that only the most elite know that one. Just plain and simple.
Oh man. But I used to buy all loose leaf tea too. I guess if the tea's already in the bags, it's already tainted with microplastic. Yeah, it's the bags that have the microplastic. The tea itself is fine. It's just the bags that apparently are pretty bad for that. The same with if you have black plastic cookware. Apparently, and my mom was actually the one that made me aware of this. She bought me a whole new pair of cookware. But if you have black plastic cookware, it's like a 99.9% chance that that black plastic cookware comes from a recycled e-waste. So like electronic stuff that got broken down, melted down, and then it got reformed into this. And it apparently also has a fair bit of microplastics in it as well. Cutting boards are another good one as well. You should use a glass or a wooden cutting board, because plastic cutting board, yeah, or metal. Metal's another option. But I don't know, man. At a certain level, like those are the big ones. But at a certain level, you just kind of have to accept that we live in the modern age, and you're just gonna have to deal with at least a little bit of microplastic. It's good to minimize it. It's really good to minimize it, but it's almost impossible to avoid in the modern age unless you're living in like Central Africa or something like that.
I'll tell you that. Well, I mean, for me, that's why I pray over my food. So, it's yeah, we can't get away from all of it.
Yep. It's just it's true. Thanks to me. That is true. But it's just a matter of minimization. If it's getting to the point where you're obsessing over it to the point where it's like ruining your diet or ruining your enjoyment of food, then it's really not worth it at that point. But it is good to try and minimize it.
Right.
Lady Ada. Oh.
Ada.
What would you do if you went to another dimension where Lady Aiden is married to AJ?
Which AJ?
AC's Junior.
I think that I would exit that dimension as fast as possible via 44 Magnum.
Oh, and their son is Dustin and Logo.
Well, at least I have one good child.
But Mr. Logo, Tim
I feel like
Butcher,
Dustin would be a troublemaker.
Peter
I feel like Dustin would steal my car and like take it on a joyride or something like that.
Wait, what was Gigi trying to say?
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Logo, Tim bought your
Oh
app
yeah,
thing.
yeah. I got
Logo.
Logos Bible software. Thanks, Mr. Logo.
Okay.
See?
If Aiden wanted to do a drag performance, he would absolutely slay. No, I wouldn't. The problem is that I've got too prominent of a jawline, dude. I've got too big of a chin. It wouldn't work. I couldn't do it. I could not do it.
Aiden thinks he's Brad Pitt.
No, I am certainly not. No. I wish that, like, the chin is really the biggest thing. I wish I had a more defined jawline like Brad Pitt, to be honest with you. The high cheekbones, too. Oh, man. High cheekbones, that's another one. But, yeah, I just don't think I could pull it off. I'm sorry, Beerius Slash.
Yeah, it's some reason him and Maud have been fighting bad.
Yeah,
I don't know
was-
either. Sounds
she
like a
was talking about that as well. I can't keep track at this point. I really can't. There's always some little micro skirmish going on in this community between people over some offense that was done and some event that I wasn't around for. So, I don't know. About a year ago, I was like, all right, well, if it's important enough that it comes up, I'll ask, but I'm not going to go out of my way to find out, you know?
Could always settle things in a Halo match.
There you go. There you go. Oh, dude. Let me tell you, all right? It's giving me nothing but the sweatiest freaking players every single match now because I'm gonna have to start intentionally losing to like get it back down to a reasonable level. You know what I miss? I miss the days of random matchmaking, not this skill-based matchmaking. No, every single match you went into was a different random group of people from all kinds of different skill sets. That was the best. Back when that was the case, I sucked at Halo, and I would be lucky to get like 7 kills and 14 deaths in a freaking Slayer match. Now I'm just stomping all over the place, and they've got skill-based matchmaking. Ah!
Right. Yeah. I remember way back in the day on Xbox Live when they would do people would be so bored they'd be de-leveling. They'd be killing their own teammates and just going down
Yep.
levels each match.
Yep. Yeah, that was a meta back in the day as well. Yeah, if you just wanted to re-level, so to speak. Yeah, it was almost the Halo version of prestiging back in the day. You could be like, I got to top level 3 different times in Halo.
Right. Oh goodness.
Yeah. I wish Halo kind of had a prestige system. I feel like that would probably make it a little bit. That's one of the few Call of Duty elements I feel like Halo would be good at doing, but man, especially Halo 4, when that came out, it really tried to copy Call of Duty way too much. It was like, all right, we're going to do loadouts like Call of Duty, and we're going to do sprint like Call of Duty.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah, Halo was better when it was its own identity.
Yeah,
Go ahead, baby.
Contra. You ever play that game?
Oh, Contra? Yeah.
That's a classic.
We like it
Earthbound.
the Call of Duty version of that, where Contra, but you see it's like Call of Duty third person.
Contra of Duty.
Yeah, it'd be like Call of Duty.
Kind of sounds like Gears of War at that point.
It does. It does sound like, yeah. Gigi, did you look into that game I was telling you about?
Oh yeah, I forgot to. I about to watch the trailer the other day, but I forgot.
Yeah. If we can get you that download, if it performs on your PC, you and I can play some crossplay. That'd be fun.
Would you ever like to play Fortnite?
For you,
Gigi's a big Fortnite guy. Yeah, see, I was the same way. I never play Fortnite by myself, but if Gangster Ghost invites you to play Fortnite, you gotta play Fortnite with Gangster Ghost.
Yeah, I agree.
Did anyone ever of you try
I mean,
Anno 1800?
Sorry, go ahead, Logo. Logo has been waiting very patiently. Go ahead, Mr. Logo.
Did anyone of you ever try Anno 1800?
Oh, I haven't tried Anno 1800, but I did try, which one was it? It was Anno 13 something or 14 something. It was the one based in like the Renaissance or the early Renaissance period. I played that one a while back, so I never played 1800. No, I heard that they're coming out with a new one, Anno 117 Pax Romana. That's going to be a new one. Did you know that all of the Anno dates will always add up to 9? Every single one of the Anno dates will always add up to 9.
But that other one with Anno 2200, and what is that? Does it also add up to 9?
22. I mean, there's a couple different
think
ones.
It's
I'm gonna look it
the
up.
future, right?
I'm going to look it up. All Anno games. Okay, so we have Anno 117, that adds up to 9. Anno 1800, 9. Anno 1503, 9. Anno 1602, that's 9. Anno 1701, 9. Anno 2205, yep, that adds up to 9. Anno 2070, yep, also 9. So yeah, it seems like they all add up to 9.
Yeah, that's a 2205. That's what I also play. But I think it's not so good. I think 1800 is better.
You think so?
Yes. But I
Do you ever play-
uninstalled everything. I'm trying to make my way through Blender now. And that is really nice. I love it.
Are you using Blender right now?
Not for, yes, for, not
So like
now,
3D
but
So
but
like
from
3D
time to
animation
time.
stuff?
yes, yes, but not yet animation, just like building and structuring and stuff,
Oh, cool.
Like-
No, that's cool.
like, attaching features and things. But I'm slowly, it's a steep learning curve, right? Because there are so many features in that thing.
Wait,
Yes.
You can work with that 20 years and still not know everything, I guess.
What graphics card do you have?
Oh, I just have like a little laptop or something. It's
Ah, So
not
I
even
imagine
like-
I imagine that Blender may not run the best, but I imagine you work your way
does
through it
run.
anyway.
It does run. Don't you dare to badmouth my laptop.
I'm sorry. Your laptop is wonderful, Mr. Logo.
what is Terry talking about? It's witchcraft. What's witchcraft?
No, Aiden, because I can then print it out in a 3D printer, That's the
Ah.
nice thing.
I'm sure Terry's about to tell us that video games are witchcraft or one of her really intelligent takes.
I really hope not. That's no.
Witchcraft is like when you take something that's not real and then you like make it into real, and like that's what you do when you play a video game. So
And I don't
Yeah, I can see
understand
it.
that. I don't know what that means. That's why it's bad.
I need to read a book about that.
Oh, numerology. Yeah. No, she's right. In the Christian view.
Is it really? I mean, numerology in of itself is not witchcraft. I mean, at that point, coding is witchcraft.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I guess there's it's specifically there's a version of it that's used in the occult and stuff like that. So
Sure, yeah. Like as far as like ciphers or decoders
yeah.
or things like that. Sure, I mean, I suppose you could make an argument for that, but I think that's like. I think a lot of Christians fall in danger of like over broadening their categorization of things, and that's when you get to the point where people are like, Dungeons and Dragons is witchcraft. It's not.
Why do they have all these languages? English and emoji is enough.
Why doesn't everybody just like learn English? I mean, like, come on, it's not that hard.
Terry's gonna come in and slap you.
Terry loves me.
Well, hit us with a virtual rod.
She says that she's my favorite. I think it's the opposite. I think I'm her favorite. I think that's a bit closer to the truth.
Shut up, Aiden, you ignorant fool. I'm gonna like write a blog about you now. Let me tell you, MySpace is gonna blow up when I write about you.
I mean, why did we leave MySpace? That's a question for the ages. It was like better than Facebook in every single way possible. You had more freedom of speech. You could have like custom backgrounds. You had custom music. Whenever you opened someone's profile on MySpace back in the day, it had like a song that would play that you could like choose to have as your like theme.
Yep.
It was
go in there. You're right.
It was better.
And back in the day, we had news groups before YouTube, right? I guess, Aiden, you still had your pacifier at that time, but hey. I always say you have to have something.
I haven't like blogged in decades, okay? No, but it's nerdy, which leads to witchcraft.
If nerdiness leads to witchcraft, then I hate to tell you, but theologians are all nerds, okay? They're all nerds. There's not a single theologian out there that's a professional theologian that isn't also a nerd.
True. I mean, I love being a Bible nerd personally. So yeah, I'm totally a nerd.
Is Aiden a nerd? Nerd. Oh, sorry.
Like 90% of people that I know about like theology, if you ask them about Lord of the Rings, they'll get right into it with you, all right? Like the Bible isn't their only pastime. All right? Very, very few people only have one pastime.
I guess we are all nerds, right? Except Tim, he's the cool guy.
That's right. That's right.
Hey,
Tim's the guy hanging out with a Letterman jacket. We're all sitting in the library trying to do our book club, and he comes in and like flips the table. What's up, nerds?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I got the motorcycle helmet and I got my Bible right next to me.
That's right. You go smoke a cigarette next to your 1962 Dodge Charger. You know.
Oh goodness. Oh man. Minus the cigarette, but yeah, I like that.
A lot of theologians are evil too.
Well, I guess you would know, Terry.
It depends on what she's talking about. If they're, I mean, in my opinion, if they're Bible critics, yeah, I disregard them. You can get a little too wrapped up in that stuff sometimes. I would say that.
What is witchcraft? Science is witchcraft now. I think did not Dustin also say something along the lines that science has always some magic? I don't know what he's referring to that. But
I hope it's magic with a K.
I have no idea.
Get that Aleister Crowley magic up in there.
Yeah.
I knew you'd react like that. Dude, Aleister Crowley's like, it's just one of those people where like 90% of the people who always like run around quoting him and stuff like don't know the first thing about him whatsoever. It's like people that quote Nietzsche. They're like, Nietzsche was a nihilist. It's like, technically, yeah, but he also like spent his entire life writing himself into a psychosis trying to explain to people how just because you're a nihilist doesn't mean your life can be devoid of meaning. Like, it tends to be a little bit more nuanced as far as that's concerned. But
then again, I guess to understand like Friedrich Nietzsche or whatever his name is, I'd have to like open a book, and that sounds like a lot of effort. So I don't know about that. Could you like send me like a YouTube short about Friedrich Nietzsche or whatever his name is? I think I'd be able to watch that probably. All puffed up on their knowledge when they don't even know God, SMH. I mean, like, what do you mean they don't even know God? The majority of biblical opinions that you probably have, Terry, come from theologians.
Thanks to you.
Most people don't form like biblical opinions about sweeping parts of the Bible just in a vacuum. They typically like defer to someone else for stuff like that. Sorry, go ahead, Gigi.
What do you think of Michael Jones? Michael Jones.
Who's Michael Jones again?
Inspire Philosophy.
Oh yeah. I don't know, man. You seem to have a real fascination with him, so maybe I should look into him.
But he's Michael Jones.
Knowing about God isn't like knowing God. That's like wisdom right there. I'm gonna put that on my bumper sticker next to my fish bumper sticker. My God, have you ever seen those in the wild? The fish bumper sticker, like the Christian fish motif thing. It's like anytime I see that, it's just an instant eye roll.
Yeah, I saw them, but it's very rare in Europe. Very rare.
Yeah, Europe tends to be a little bit more enlightened than North America on stuff like this. You guys have managed to drag yourselves out of the dark ages. Oh, I'd live in Europe if I could. I really would. Although with England leaving the EU, I don't know. You know, like
You should
joining the-
emigrate, right? You should emigrate to Europe.
Yeah, but I don't have the skills that any of those countries want. They want doctors and lawyers and things like that. They don't want me.
But you're Aiden.
I could like come up with funny stuff on a YouTube show. That's just as good and like just as beneficial to society as a doctor, right? I don't think so.
Oh, sorry about that. Well, Aiden, what would you do if you but Aiden bullies me with a posh Valley girl accent?
I don't even know what you're like talking about. I'm just talking like you do.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah, that's right.
What would you do if you met her in person and she smacked you?
Well, I do the thing that I've always done in my life. If a woman hits me, I hit them back. I'm sorry, but it's, I mean, hey, controversial take. But if a woman unprompted, like if you don't like push her or say something extremely rude or offensive and a woman just like takes it upon themselves to slap you, then I would say lesser or equal force in the opposite direction is pretty applicable at that point. Why?
Why?
Because they opened themselves up to it. I don't know why they opened themselves up to it. You should ask them. Because then you'll be able to discover what they think about that. Because you're probably interested in knowing what they think about that based on what you asked me. Because the pursuit of knowledge is a human endeavor which seems to be quite innate to the human condition. I wanted to see how long we could go.
Joking with you, little guy. Aiden, what do you do if you saw Dustin and he kicked you right?
Dude, I couldn't win a fight with Dustin. I couldn't. That dude works his ass off every single day. Hard labor, breaking his back, sweating his brow every single day. That guy could fold me, no problem.
Like, what if he kicked you right in the Aiden?
Then I'd probably, I'd fight back because you'll always get more respect if you fight somebody and lose than if you just take it. But I'd fight back with the knowledge that I would probably lose.
What? He kicked you right in the Aiden.
And that's the thing, like, unless you did fight growing up or have fought relatively recently, like, you don't realize that you will get more respect if you engage in that and lose than if you just don't fight. Now, if you don't care about that person's respect, then that's perfectly fine. Just leave. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. But if you do care about that person's respect and you value the respect of that person or your peers, it's better to just fight and lose.
What if he got in a fight? What if he got in a fight with Mr. Logo?
I don't know. I feel like Mr. Logo has got some, like, big beefy lumberjack arms or something like that. I feel like he works in the Black Forest every single day, like cutting
No.
down 800-year-old trees.
I'm wrestling elks every day, you know, in Sweden.
I can see it. I can see it.
Who
And-
won in a
and
fight
wolves.
between Dustin?
Terry, you take that back.
Well
I am not a liberal. You take that back right now. If there's one group I hate more than the conservatives in Canadian politics, it is the liberals.
But who will win a fight between Mr. Logo versus Claude?
That's a good question.
Yeah, Claude is too weak. He just eats frogs every day. they,
Look, Claude
contain,
is
they contain
he's a-
glassy bones.
he has glass
Anyway.
bones and paper skin.
They contain.
Yes,
I
yeah.
once had to eat something like that in China, and this was just awful.
That sounds awful. Yeah, frog. I don't know, man. Like people have told me, especially like Cajuns, they're like, "Let me tell you, man. Unless you if you cook frog raw, then yeah, it's gonna taste slimy. It's gonna taste gross. But let me tell you something right now. You get one of them frog, give me a good old boil right there, boy. Gonna get him tasting just good as chicken. I done tell you what. It's like no. I've never had frog that didn't taste slimy. I've never had. Maybe it's true. Maybe I've just had badly done frog that doesn't taste proper. But yeah, I've never had good frog.
The good thing in Shanghai, for example, was quail egg. That's quite good what they have. But this even the most popular restaurants, Chinese restaurants in Europe, do not serve original Chinese food because the Europeans would not eat the legs of chicken. Right.
Yeah. There's a reason why people go frog gigging. Look, if you know how to do it properly, then send me some, okay? Because I want to have good frog. I want to give frog a chance.
You should have Claude cook it for you.
But
Yeah,
I like
and
frogs
there-
too much just as animals. Like I like
There's-
frog.
There's that Swedish fermented fish. We can send you that for a try. You can make a video.
Tastes just as good as frog if you just like have
Yeah,
30
then-
shots of tequila for.
Then you forget any frog or anything else with that. What is it? Surströmming is the name. That must be the.
Wow, that
the-
sounds just so delicious.
It's like even forbidden to take it on a plane because of the stink. You know.
Yeah, it'll just gas the plane out, I imagine. And nobody will want to be on a
Yeah.
12-hour flight with that thing in the hold.
Yeah,
But-
and all those gagging videos where they gag from the smell. You should definitely. We can even ask Deviant. She's from here, right? She knows. You can definitely get that, and then you try it on camera. How about that?
I've heard it smells like rotting meat, and that just doesn't sound appealing to me, Mr. Logo. It doesn't. I mean, the saying that half of the meal is eaten with the nose and the eyes is very true. If I'm about to eat a meal and it smells like death, then chances are, I mean, like, there's something built into your brain that's like, this smells bad, probably shouldn't eat it, but I guess we just ignored that and just decided to use it anyway. I guess that's how we discovered a lot of things, though. It's why we like spicy food, because even though what is it? The capaskin that these plants produce is supposed to be like an insecticide and is supposed to like ward off these creatures from eating it. We were just like, oh, it burns so good. Let's get more of that.
Yeah,
Well,
it's called capsaicin.
Yeah, capaskin.
Capsaicin. Yeah.
Justin, I have a question for you. Did you
Okay.
see that German attacked Pearl Harbor?
Oh my god.
Did
Right,
I
right
say
as soon as
that?
he joins.
No, Japan attacked Pearl Harbor. I don't remember ever saying Germany did.
Mr. Logo said.
Mr. Logo.
Okay, so then I misheard, but I thought you said that.
Mr. Logo, did you tell me the porker, Mr. Logo?
Hey, Mr. Logo, for your information, Arthur C. Clarke said that any technology sufficiently advanced enough would be indistinguishable from magic. I didn't say that. Arthur C. Clarke said that.
Okay, it doesn't mean that science is magic. That does not make science magic.
Well, if it's indistinguishable, what's the difference?
It's indistinguishable from someone who doesn't know about it.
So you have to have special knowledge, kind of like esoteric knowledge. You have to have esoteric knowledge in order to understand science.
You just need to know how a transistor works.
Oh, I know how a transistor works.
Right, but if you show somebody that's never seen a transistor in their entire life that a device as small as like the tip of your finger is capable of functioning and performing extremely advanced functions, that's probably going to seem like magic, but the engineer who built that transistor could tell you exactly how it works.
I imagine that a wizard could tell you exactly how his spell works. What's the damn difference?
It's simply the fact that a spell uses a supernatural force, whereas a transistor does not.
Uses forces of nature, correct?
Well, not in a spell. No.
Yes or no? Yes or no? No.
No, not
Aiden, stop dodging. It's yes or no. Is electricity a force of nature? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Well then, I guess I'm stupid.
It's not calling you stupid. I'm literally just saying that spellcraft relies.
Well, no, I know you are
on,
not, but I think Mr. Logo is.
All I'm saying is that spellcraft relies on taking natural properties and using them in a supernatural way, whereas
like
science
electricity
does not do that.
and sending messages over great distances.
But that's not supernatural, though.
Oh no, it was never the idea that reading somebody's mind over a great distance was a magic superpower. Copy that.
Sure, no, I mean, like, the idea is different than it being put into practice, though, right?
I mean, I imagine that is the case with everything in life. What are you talking about? Yeah, okay, that exception exists. What's that got to do with my argument?
It has to do with the fact that it's not magic.
I mean, you can claim that, but it's indistinguishable.
It's indistinguishable to someone who doesn't understand how it works. Yes.
I don't think you or I actually fully understand how a transistor works.
Sure, absolutely.
I know how they explain it. I don't know if anybody really knows. Okay.
I couldn't build a transistor to save my life. If someone
I gotta go.
Okay. I mean, I'll still reply, and you can listen if you would like. But if I couldn't build a transistor to save my life, if somebody held a gun to my head right now and was like, either you build the transistor or I pull the trigger, I would just tell them to pull the trigger because I can't. But that doesn't mean that it's magic.
He thinks science is magic. Hilarious.
It seems like it. It seems like he genuinely thinks that science is magic, and it's just like, okay, at what point is it not magic? Like, surely you don't think every single application of science is magic, right? Like, it's science that explains that when you repeatedly strike a piece of magnesium, that the friction created with the magnesium will be able to ignite its extremely low ignition point and create a spark such that you're going to be able to start a fire. But is that magic, or is that just a scientific understanding of the properties of magnesium?
Well, they say you're a witch, Andy. Aiden, whatever your name is.
I saw that you're going to have the Proverbs guys on tomorrow, GG. I'm sure I'm allowed to come on, right?
Oh, Dan's coming on tomorrow.
Oh, I see. And has he asked that it be all closed down? Really? No. It's open.
I don't know. You have to ask Dan.
No, I'm asking you because it's your platform, silly.
Oh, he's the guest star.
Yeah, but I mean, if he locks it down so that it's only you guys, I'm not going to watch because that's just going to be Not nearly as entertaining as if people can actually come on and talk with Dan.
He probably allow people on. He's Dan. He's the pause father.
Yeah, if Dan has
You know
learned
that?
anything at this point, I think it's, especially given the fact he's trying to convince Claude to come on, it's that he's not compelling by himself. If you leave Dan, in my opinion, that's really the ultimate mark of an entertainer, is can they hold something up on their own? Can they compel people to watch something by themselves without the need of any external help? Does that make or break an entertainer? No, entertainers can be at their best when they collaborate with other people, but it separates the truly great entertainers from your bog standard entertainers if they are capable of holding up a show by themselves. And Dan just is not capable of doing that.
Okay, guys, I'm jumping off for today. Thank you, gangsters. Thank you, Aiden.
Thank you for going.
Nice show, right?
Thank you for being here, Mr. Logo. Talk to you later, buddy.
See you.
Welcome.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, Dan, what would you like to talk to Dan about?
I would like to talk with him about that beaver dam.
Oh, what about Beaver Dan?
Beaver Dan. I'd like to talk with him about that as well.
Yeah, what would you do? That's on type to the Danny word, right? Oh yeah, have you ever heard of King Crocodile?
Duck.
Have you?
Yeah, I have. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
What do you think of him?
I haven't really watched enough of him to have a solid opinion on him one way or the other, to be totally real with you.
But he's the king of the crocodiles. Oh, hi, Dan.
He is the king.
Well, I want to ask him, what else would you like to talk to Dan about?
I'd like to talk with him about the beaver dam, and I would like to talk with him about design and whether he thinks there's anything in this universe that isn't designed.
Oh, like what? What if he said you're not designed?
Well, I'd have to move forward with that statement in mind, wouldn't I? It would certainly be an unexpected one. I'll give you a spoiler right now, Dan. If you throw that one back at me, you'll catch me off my feet for a moment.
Oh.
You'll catch me off my feet, and maybe just then, when I'm on the ground, you'll be able to deliver that killing blow you've been looking for this entire time. No, but yeah, I just want to kind of pick his brain about design and about elements of this design that he apparently sees, and I think it would be good. I don't want to spoil too much of what I want to ask him, honestly, because I want to see his genuine reaction in the moment.
What do you think?
Don't fire till you see the whites of his eyes.
That's right, just like Bunker Hill, Dustin, that's right.
I see what's going on
Dustin
here.
Buck. What's up, Dustin? Aiden.
I'm doing just fine.
Furious Slack. Hello, my friend.
He is really working hard on that dig, and he's still. How long is this dig expected to take, Dustin? Just curious.
Could be. Well, we might be done today.
Okay.
Now, Furious, you are
Yes, sir.
showing a man with a goatee right now, and that is offensive. All right, I'm gonna have to ask you to change. I'm gonna have to ask you to change your profile because you can't have a man with a goatee on here. It looks too much like Mark Stoney. All right.
Certain people, I'm not going to mention any names today, but certain people, I've heard get a little triggered by that. But that's their problem.
It's silly. It's
Just,
silly.
I'm back. I'm Beerius Slack, and this is my icon. Deal with it. And Aiden is here to slay, queen, slay.
That's right. That's right. No, RuPaul, I am not, my friend. I'm sorry.
I think you could kill it in drag, though. I mean, really. You could do it.
Whoa!
Yeah, maybe if I get my freaking face shaved down a half an inch or so, maybe I'd be able to do it. But
We
I
have
don't
to
know,
do some
man.
major reconstructive surgery, adjust his jawline, his cheekbones,
They
lose
do
that Adam's apple somehow.
They do amazing things with makeup. You know, they have all kinds of tricks.
Right?
You know, so like, you know, and prosthetics and things like that. It can be done. They'll hook you up.
I'm so glad I turned on the show right now.
Oh boy, it's Dan.
I didn't know we're all entertainers. Well, yeah, you kind of are. That's like the point of having a YouTube channel. You know that, right? Is to
You
like,
can't. I keep trying to bring this up to him. You cannot serve two masters. You cannot proclaim to be a church and then, oh, I got a YouTube channel. Which is it?
Dan was digging his own grave yesterday anyway. You know, I mean, hey, from what I saw.
I mean, if your goal is to proclaim the Holy Spirit, then clearly nobody cares about you proclaiming the Holy Spirit because nobody's watching you.
I don't want to hear people talk about the Holy Spirit. I want to see a demonstration of the Holy Spirit already. It's like, can you demonstrate it?
Do you have a glass?
Do I have a glass?
I mean, I can get close. It'll be Holy Spirits, but
okay. Oh, good one, dude. Good one.
You might be seeing God, but
yeah. I know all about them spirits. I mean, you've seen me do it. So hey.
I like it better when it's a little bit spontaneous. I mean, yeah. Dan, the reason why you're trying to get Claude on your show, the reason why Steven decided he was going to do that debate review with me and Kent wasn't to proclaim the Holy Spirit. Okay, come on. Let's be totally real right now for a moment, Dan. You want other people to come on your show because your views are flagging and nobody's paying attention to your channel, and you're trying to get people on to stir up a little bit of controversy.
I think Claude is willing to be his huckleberry, but as long as Dan can show that he's learned some math skills,
yeah,
that he can actually cipher things.
Just basic math skills like the ability to understand how to calculate the volume of an object.
Yeah, and how high a beaver dam is, and etc.
Yeah. Oh my God, when Steven unironically tried pushing that claim that the Beaver Dam was taller than the Hoover Dam, I lost my freaking mind, dude. I lost it. Because, no. Just no.
I mean, just basic. It's absolutely basic. Yeah.
And then he tried going back later, and he tried going back on it later when they asked him about it. He was like, well, we don't know how tall the dam is. It's like you said.
Oh.
My goodness. No, but Dan, I need you to acknowledge that when you guys are getting 20 views on a live stream, and then when Bruce comes on and he has a big argument with Christian on the show, and then that show gets 120 views rather than 20, I think we can pretty clearly see what audience you've courted here. All right? You've courted an audience that isn't interested in listening to your Bible discussions, isn't interested in listening to the Holy Spirit being proclaimed. They're interested in people arguing with each other. They want there to be a fight. They want there to be drama. Why else was it that when Christian came onto the Proverbs guys for the first time in a very, very long time, every 2 seconds you were trying to provoke an argument between Christian and Bruce? It's just obvious for everyone else. I don't know why it isn't for you, unless you're just trying to put up a front and try to pretend like your channel's something that it's not.
When you guys start arguing about your Christian doctrines, to those of us that are not believers, it just kind of sounds like
But it's literally the equivalent of Star Trek Voyager's the best Star Trek that was ever made. No, that's not true. The Next Generation was clearly the best Star Trek of all time. Oh yeah? Well, what about that's literally the level that it's at, as far as I'm concerned. It's about as consequential.
It's like, yeah, we put it in the same vein with science fiction arguments.
Yeah, I mean, like,
or just fiction arguments in
I
general.
think that Batman could totally beat Superman in a fight. No way, bro. Superman's literally like immune to basically everything except kryptonite. Well, yeah, that's why Batman keeps a sample of kryptonite with him at all times, just in case he has to fight Superman. Why would he do that unless he recognized on some level that he was able to beat Superman? Like, that's the level of argument that we're dealing with here.
But Batman is morally superior because he never killed a man, and Superman did.
Yeah, what about that?
Or wished him dead.
Aiden, is it absolutely moral to say that Batman would beat Superman in a fight?
I forgot. Wishing people dead is the same thing as actually killing them, apparently, too.
Right, right.
Yeah, but dark humor is not allowed. So.
No, of course not.
No, it's frowned upon around here.
We can't have any fun around here.
What do you think, Dustin?
The word fun isn't a Bible word, so we can't do it.
I'm over here drinking my microplastics, Aiden.
Nice. Yeah, I'm sucking down the last of my tea as well from the bags because, like, why would I waste them? I paid good money for them. I'm not just gonna let them sit there. You might as well.
I wish there was a way where you could filter all that stuff out reliably.
Right, microplastic filter.
Probably somebody is working on that right now. A filter that's small enough that if you can. Well, maybe, I don't know. Unless it's too small to be filtered. Okay.
Are you all right, Frank?
Yes, sir. I'm good, gangster.
Oh, that's good.
I'm still looking for a job. It's frustrating because people will start reaching out to me and texting me and say, "Hey, we got a position that might be a great fit for you." Okay, can you text me back your email address or your phone number or give me a call? And then you can hear crickets chirping for days. Like, where'd you go? You come and tell me that you've got this great opportunity and then you're just gone. Okay.
What happened between you and the other person?
Let's not discuss that particular topic today. I'm gonna let that one drop. I will. In fact, publicly, I will make a deal with that certain person whose name I'm not going to mention. I will keep. I will say her. I will keep her name out of my mouth if she will keep my name out of her mouth going forward.
Okay.
And we can go our separate ways.
Oh, okay.
Good enough to me because I've got other things that I want to do. So it was fun to have a mosh pit over it for a little bit. But have like a food fight in the lunchroom. But hey, that's over. So.
Well, but how you been today?
Otherwise, I'm doing pretty good. Yesterday was a little bit rough. My mother is 81 years old, and she had a melanoma cancer cell that developed on her arm. It's my grandmother died of that. She literally, it's just such a sad story because they found out that she had it way too late back in the 80s, and they wanted to amputate her leg to try to control it, and she refused that. She refused chemo. She basically just wasted away from the cancer and from malnutrition.
So, I'm sorry about that.
So my mother is highly motivated to get treatment and get herself checked out.
Hope she's all right.
Yeah, she's going to be fine. Appreciate that. She developed, but when she knew she had this place on her arm, she wanted to go and have surgical procedures for it done right away, and I encouraged her to do that, and I was there with her yesterday with all that going on, so that was a little bit rough, but she's going to be okay. They should have gotten it all. It was not a whole lot.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Hope she's all right and stuff.
Dustin dropped.
Are you there?
Something happened. And Aiden had to. I guess Aiden had to go. So just me and you. You can ask me anything you like, except about beefs that happened or may continue to happen.
Oh, look at this. The first thing on Saturday we can discuss is the babbling that
Has just been listened
has
to.
just
Yeah.
discussed.
Defense for the Holy Spirit. Well, Dan, I take it that I don't want to put words in Aiden's mouth, but if he has the same position that I do on it, is we don't believe in your Holy Spirit power, and we don't think it's been demonstrated. So we look at it as the burden of proof is on you to provide a demonstration of that, in some way, in some meaningful way. Like for example, I'll bring up a good example. And I don't know if I mentioned this before, and maybe I did, but like the whole speaking in tongues thing. Every time, and I've mentioned this in the chat before, every time I've heard people allegedly speak in tongues, it sounds like Simlish. It sounds like somebody talking in the game The Sims. It's just babble. It's gibberish. And I think it's been a while since I've looked at the Bible verses. I haven't cracked the Bible in a long time because I quit paying attention to it. But I seem to remember there being something in there about when one person is speaking in tongues that two or more will be there to interpret what is being said. It's not going to just be somebody like, let's say, Robert Tilton, for example, that televangelist who would get on the air and he would just babble and pretend he was speaking in tongues because he was trying to rip people off of their money, and just get donations for himself. So he had to make it look like he had Holy Spirit power, but it was just blah, blah, blah. Oh, Dan's going back to work. He's like, I will listen to this nonsense later on. Oh, so I'm talking nonsense? I'm challenging you to show something. How's that nonsense? Okay, run away. Run away, run away, run away. I think it's like the scene in Monty Python where they're running away from the Frenchman in the castle, or throwing the cows at him. Run away, run away, run away. Okay. But
Guys, uh, but what do you think of the Orthodox guys?
the Orthodox guys, which ones? The Ortho
Uh,
roads?
yeah,
Which ones specifically?
Daniel.
Burning Bushes, Daniel?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on one second. Ozzo says Frank he can't. It's his stick. It's his stick. Yeah, yeah. I guess he can't. And that's I mean, hey, that's the reason why those of us that are non-believers stay non-believers. Is like we're waiting for you to show us something. Can you show us something, or are you just talking about it all? But back to what you asked, Gigi, about Burning Bushes. I think he's a good guy. I mean, he comes on here and he's very calm. He doesn't get into it with a lot of other people. He shows maturity. He defends his position. I don't agree with his position, but overall, he seems like a good guy. So I'm cool with him, even though I don't agree. And and after kind of talking to him in the chat a little bit too, I'm okay with Mr. Christian Pike too. Again, don't agree with his positions, but at least he has listened to the other side. I think he's kind of in denial a little bit because he wants to maintain his belief, but overall seems like an okay guy.
Oh, like in July, I'm going to go to uh uh
Gonna go
to
to where?
the UK,
Oh, we're in the UK, Scotland.
London.
Oh, London.
Yeah.
Nice. Have you ever been there?
No, I've never been there. I've barely been out of Michigan.
Never been on a what?
I've barely been out of Michigan.
Oh, barely been out of Michigan. Okay. Oh, so you're from Michigan?
Yeah.
Excuse me for a second. I'm sorry.
So, Yeah, I have ancestors from all four of the
Didn't want to
UK.
cough into the microphone.
England, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland.
Yep. England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales. 4 little puppy dogs without any tails was how I've heard it in school. Okay, Dan is back.
And
Hold on, real quick. We'll get back to it in just a second. Lizzie, Frank, the evidence for the Holy Spirit is the testimony 1 billions of people through the ages. The novel prediction in the Bible was that there would be antichrist pretended to be Christians, also called wolves. Okay, well, I'm sorry. I'm slapping the nonsense tag on that. That might be okay. Well, that might be evidence, but is that the kind of evidence that if you were trying to demonstrate something in a court of law that it would pass? I don't think so. It's not good enough. It's anecdotal evidence at best. It's flimsy to me. So, but back to what you were saying, Gigi. So London. Anywhere else?
probably go where my ancestors are from, and
Ah, I don't. Yeah, because you.
and
Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
I found out my ancestry because they
Ah,
invaded Scotland.
yeah. I think probably most of us that have some Scottish and Irish ancestry. Aiden's back with his melange. Blancmange.
So I just want to read. Yes, that's right. Malone. That's right. That's right. He said, Frank, the evidence for the Holy Spirit is the testimony 1 billions of people.
Billions
When you say 1 billion, it's 1 billion, not 1 billions. See, when you have a singular thing, Dan, it's just one. You don't have to add an S to it. It's actually not necessary linguistically.
I was
but
trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, actually, that maybe he just mistyped, but it's it's okay. You want to go there?
it's
Yeah.
Dan. I mean, he's like one of those people they plant in shows like Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Or like he intentionally gets everything wrong to like be like the laughing stock of the episode. No, he just does it naturally. It's not in the script for Dan. He just loves everything. Anyways, 1 billion people. I somehow doubt that 1 billion Christians share the exact same view of the Holy Spirit as you, Dan. I'm pretty sure you would call the vast majority of those 1 billions people heretics. You would say that they've got the interpretation wrong. There's only one organization that has 1 billion people that believe roughly the same thing, and that's the Catholics. And you've called their church evil. You literally said the other day that the Catholic and Orthodox churches like perpetrate evil in the world. So I love Dan's awesome logic where on one hand he'll try to appeal to the authority of, oh, well, look at all these people that believe in the Holy Spirit. But then meanwhile, when it's convenient, when it comes to the proper doctrine being preached, then all of a sudden those billion people are all deceived and they're all believing in a horrible demonic church that's trying to perpetrate evil all over the world. Like, which one is it, Dan? It can't be both.
Turns into a giant double standard, or maybe even a triple standard.
It can't be both, Dan. It has to be one, or it has to be the other.
Well, February 7th, I can't wait for Truck's having a show again.
Sweet.
Can I go? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
What?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. You go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt you about your. Go ahead, Gigi. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you can go ahead.
I was going to say I wanted to go back to something that Ozzo said in the comments. He said he's talking about the verses in the Bible that talk about speaking in tongues, and he says I don't know which book or chapter he's talking about, but he's at 27. If anyone speaks in a tongue, 2, or it might be the book of Acts, 2 or at the most 3. I wonder why there's an upper limit. That's kind of suspicious. Should speak one at a time, and someone must interpret. 28. If there is no interpreter, the speaker should keep quiet in the church and speak to himself and to God. Well, there you go. So if anybody's not following that guideline, he says it's 1 Corinthians 14. So, well, there you go. So there's the biblical standard for it. So if it doesn't fit that, then it's not some gift of the Holy Spirit then. And I've never seen an instance that matches with that description.
I'll tell you what. If some like numpty down south American, just like in the middle of a Baptist church, starts speaking perfect Greek
Yeah,
or like perfect
any language
Hebrew
that
in the
they
middle of a
prefer.
service,
Yeah,
and like they've never had, like, they can demonstrate that they've never done any language courses, they've never looked into learning the language,
there you
like,
go.
if that
Got it.
happens, then okay, they've spoken in tongues. I will readily admit to that. But barring that, no.
But that should be trivial for the Holy Spirit with all this power to do, right?
Of course.
That's a
Well,
pretty
you need
trivial
to understand, it happened all the time back in the day before the camcorder, and
of
like,
course. Yeah, when the
yeah, no, it
Bible was-
happened all over the place
before the
when there
Bible
was nobody that could actually objectively like record that for posterity. But then all of a sudden, and the camera is
it
introduced
never
in the printing press.
it never happens before the books of the Bible actually came out, and then those are all the instances are before then, and then now after, we don't get that.
Miracles happen all the time. Have you not looked at any of those like little clickbait websites where it's like the baby got saved by a cat when it was about to when it was about to fall off of a balcony in a building? Isn't that a miracle? It's like, no.
Well, just because there are instances where people or other animals have survived the effects of gravity isn't necessarily a miracle.
I mean, like, I don't know, man. Some people.
Stopping a
One of
bullet
the things
midair
that I point out.
shoot somebody, that would be something.
One of the things I point out with Christians all the time is that you have fundamentally more motivation to adhere to your worldview than I have to adhere to my worldview. All right? If my worldview is wrong, if evolution is wrong, then there really isn't any consequence on my life. I don't really have to change anything about my life. I don't have to reevaluate the fundamentals of being alive or being a human being. I just have to look at what new scientific theory comes around that somehow has supplanted evolution with better evidence. That's all I have to do. If you are if God, the God of the Bible, was somehow proven definitively to not exist, you would have to reevaluate every part and parcel of your life and every decision you've made while you've been a Christian.
That's a good point.
Okay, so yeah, you have a lot more motivation to adhere to your ideas, to your dogma, than I have to adhere to mine. You guys are literally convinced that if you don't adhere to your dogma, you will suffer the worst fate imaginable for all eternity. So, yeah, this idea that it's a really good inversion of Pascal's wager, in my opinion, because the idea of Pascal's wager sounds really appealing if the God of the Bible was the only God that humanity ever came up with.
By the way, Tim says, "Help, Gigi! I need to escape purgatory." He's backstage and I think wants to jump in here.
Sorry, I'd get right to you.
He's begging us.
Hi,
Tim.
I've escaped the netherworld.
Hey.
Tim, you're out of Hades.
I know.
I don't believe in eternal punishments.
Well, I was making fun of purgatory. It's not really a punishment; it's limbo.
I think purgatory as a concept might be okay, but just not all eternal, forever and ever hellfire and damnation.
I think purgatory is kind of like annihilationism. The idea that an otherwise good person could be condemned to an eternity of horrible pain and suffering for not adhering to the idea of the God of the Bible is a pretty hard idea to defend, just like on a moral level. It's a lot easier to defend the idea that, well, if you didn't know about the Bible, then you just kind of go to like this place that's like in between.
I thought purgatory, though, was like temporary hell, basically. Like you go to jail, you serve your sentence,
it depends on what interpretation you read, because
and then you get out,
It depends on what interpretation you read. The mainline Catholic interpretation is what you're talking about. But then if you read books like Dante's Inferno, they have like this place that's almost like the Asphodel Meadows, like in ancient Greek mythology. It's almost like the Fields of Elysium.
Well, if you
I need to
want,
go back and reread these read these works. I don't think I didn't really read them.
if you
You
want
know?
my personal take, I think something like purgatory is influenced by a particular motivation. That being like Catholics have no assurance of salvation when they die, so they made up purgatory to make it feel better in their mind.
Hmm.
It's the
Well,
same thing as someone who
Yeah.
believes in a
but
nihilism and
isn't
they're
it?
like lost. It's like,
But
oh yeah, you're just
Tim,
trying to air condition hell before you get there. But
Tim, isn't it
hey,
based off? Isn't it based off books that are in the Catholic Bible that are not allowed in the Protestant Bible? That the Protestants decided those had to be chopped out.
Well, you mean
no,
the
I don't
Apocrypha?
think. I don't think the Apocrypha says anything
No,
about
because
a purgatory.
no,
Yeah, I agree with
not even
Tim.
Apocrypha. I mean, is that considered? I mean, I thought Apocrypha was the books that are left out entirely of everybody's Bible, Catholic or
No,
Protestant.
No, if you
no,
want,
the Catholics and the Orthodox have the Apocrypha.
no, if
Okay.
you want to know, the actual a part of the idea for purgatory actually comes from, I think it's First or Second Corinthians, where it's talking about the judgment seat of Christ being an area of rewards, because they read it and it talks about basically a Christian's works shall be tried by fire, but he himself shall be saved. And a Catholic cannot reconcile that. They're like, whoa, wait a minute, fire, but he shall be saved. And then they made up purgatory to kind of go in line with that. But us dispensationalists, we understand it's the judgment seat of Christ, where a Christian receives rewards for their service to Jesus in this life.
But still suspicious to me that there was that from the time of the Old Testament until the Old Testament came to an end, that there was no concept of any of that. It did,
No, there was.
it
No,
didn't.
there was.
Was there now? You know, because it
Yeah,
talks
the
about
word
okay,
the word
where?
hell, Luke 16. Yeah, there's plenty of areas that talk about like
Isn't that
hell.
Sheol? Like the original language is Sheol. It's not actually talking about our modern conception or the New Testament conception of hell.
Well, it depends on what
It's not talking about the same place.
Well, yeah, but then that becomes a subject of kind of just being relative, because then you started going over, well, which Greek word fits with the English. So the English Bible, the King James Bible calls it hell, and it defines in Luke 16 that even in hell there's two different compartments. There's Abraham's bosom, where the Old Testament saints were essentially in a place of comfort. They were not being tormented. They were with Abraham, and then those that were obviously wicked and essentially not part of, I guess I would say, not keeping the animal sacrifice, were in hell in torments. I remember when I had a conversation with Achilles about this. I roasted him.
I was about to say something. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh,
Yeah, Achilles has a really weird idea of hell.
Dude, oh,
he combines the ancient Greek mythology, and he uses ancient Greek mythology to justify the Christian version of hell. It's like, bro, aren't you like one of the most anti-pagan people out there, and you're using paganism to try and justify your version of hell? Okay, bro. It's just really weird.
It is weird. I remember there was one night when it was me and Bruce, and we were on there, and it was kind of funny because we were not arguing with Achilles. Achilles was arguing with us. He was getting so mad that I was just pointing out that the context defines like these words he had gripes about in the King James. And like, I was just basically tearing apart his argument. And then he puts on this YouTube video of Hades and all the pagan concepts. And like halfway through, I'm like, are you trying to tell me that you believe in the pagan idea of hell? No, that's not what I'm saying at all. And it's like, dude, like, then what are you trying to say? Like, and he got real frustrated with me. And I was about an inch away from yelling at him and calling him a heretic that night, because it was really ridiculous.
Yeah, it really confuses me that he uses the Greek idea of like Hades and like the toll that you have to pay to cross the river Styx and all of that stuff. Like,
right.
He like combines that with it reminds me of really early Christian interpretations of that, especially early Greek kind of like interpretations of the Bible, because the Greeks, especially early in their exposure to Christianity, kind of like tried to integrate it with their ideas of how things worked in order to make it a little bit more understandable to them. But they transitioned away from that a really long time ago. Like, it's the idea of like Platonic Christianity, trying to understand Christianity through like a Platoistic kind of like perspective, has died out a long time ago. So
yeah, and that goes back to what I've always been saying, is that for us Bible believers, it's really we got to stick with the book and understand our concepts from the book and not give heed to a lot of this mythology stuff. And yeah, I mean, case in point, you get the weirdest crap out of the pagan ideas of Hades and stuff.
Yeah, it's so weird to me that whenever they talk about like really like esoteric, theologically complex topics, they want to throw on some random like AI generated YouTube video. It's like, no, I think it's a bit more complex than this.
Yeah. I mean, it's called books, not AI
Yeah.
videos.
Yeah. It's just like, yeah, I get it. It's like an easier format to learn about something, but guess what? It's also a lot more prone to being filled with misinformation.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Because then you got to trust the word of the uploader. That's the bottom line.
Right.
And,
yeah, everything is being filtered through the lens of some random guy who you've never met before. And sure, that's the case for a lot of book authors as well, but at least those book authors have, like, at least the vast majority of the time, a history of other publications that they've done, or they're a scholar within their field, and they have scientific papers that they are using.
It sure would be nice if there really was a big guy in charge of everything and watching everything that people said and listening, and actually didn't allow people to tell lies, and lies got arrested beforehand, and only the truth can be spoken, or you get put in timeout or something.
Yeah, but
now that would be something that I would expect of a world that's where there is a creator and where there's intelligent design and all that. That sort of thing.
Well, yeah, but that sounds like a massive violation of free will. If you're saying like capturing somebody when they're even thinking about lies, that's kind of ridiculous.
I mean, you can't have free will if the God of the Bible exists the way that he does. You just can't.
No, I
don't know. It's not really compatible.
I mean, if the closest thing you have to free will is an illusion at that point. Sorry, go ahead, Rudy.
Well, everybody guess who's here?
Who's here?
Is that Zealot's Den?
This guy in his title, world's most eligible bachelor. Okay.
Oh, come on, Tim. Put the pearls away.
I had to roast him a little bit. Just a little bit.
Hi, Ben.
Good day, everybody.
How are you today, little guy?
I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, you watching some TV?
Yeah.
Oh, somebody. Oh, Aiden fell off.
Yeah, Aiden. I bet his phone crashed, or maybe he's on his PC.
I want to mention something that Ozzo put in the chat. He said the Bible talks about interpreting tongues in 1 Corinthians 14:27-28. The passenger states that when someone speaks in tongues, there should be an interpreter present to proclaim what the utterances mean. The nuts I laugh at are the ones who talk in tongues. Then they interpret their own tongues and no one notices. Cray cray.
Yeah.
Yep.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
But what does
they're speaking gibberish. They're speaking in Simlish when they talk. It's not actually language.
No, tongues are no longer
BS.
for the body of Christ. That was exclusively to the nation of Israel.
What do you think, Z-Den?
Well, no, I don't care about all that. If you're going to put that in your book and you're going to say that that's a thing and that's a Holy Spirit power and everything that he has, that should still be a thing today for it to have validity.
Well, by your standards,
I overrule you.
mean,
I overrule you on that one.
If you rightly divide the scriptures, then it doesn't really matter.
I feel like that's an excuse you give because that power is manifest, and otherwise. But
it could be proven through Bible study. I mean, you can't put God in a box and make him your genie.
You people are full of excuses, though, to defend your.
It's not an excuse. It's literally in the Bible. Like we can see the transition.
You don't really distinguish.
I've seen plenty of studies on it. Like there's a very clear reason why people understand that sign gifts have ceased.
You don't really distinguish the doctrine from your deity, though. That's what I challenged you about. I don't know if it was yesterday or the other day, but yeah.
Well, you're building a false dichotomy. That sounds great in your mind.
I mean, how would you know? I'm asking you
again. If the Bible makes it clear that the signs are gone, that they're exclusive for Israel, and they were exclusive for Israel. Stop talking over me, dude. Like I'm just saying, like if you want to build a false dichotomy on me, be my guest. But the sign gifts are no more, and we can see that in the Bible.
Here. Daniel's gonna make Tim behave now. Maybe.
How's it going, everybody?
Well, we know Daniel and Tim get along very well, so.
I think we've
Well,
been
I will say this about the whole tongues thing. Tongues was basically like the Tower of Babel reversed, and it was so that the gospel could be spread to people of many different languages.
right.
And it actually made sense. Like it was actual real language. Today we have translations and all that stuff. We don't need the gift of tongues anymore. Maybe in some weird scenario, maybe somebody would have the gift of tongues, but it's just not very applicable today. It's not a different dispensation. It's just that we don't need it anymore.
Well, instead of calling it a dispensation, what would you call it? Because I'm pretty sure we're both cessationist.
Are you saying that there were no translations?
No, I'm not sensational.
You're not cessationist?
No, the people still have these gifts. The Holy Spirit still is alive today and still doing miracles.
Well, yeah, but the miracles have shifted. It's not like you can just speak in a different tongue in a different language at will.
So it wasn't exactly at will, Tim. It was more like the Holy Spirit working through people. It's not like a superpower that they control.
Yeah, but we don't see example, and that wasn't the only sign gift either. There's also the issue of raising the dead and all those, and like the real sign gifts in the Bible were amazing.
They still happen.
Like that. No, they
still happen.
No way.
Oh yeah.
Show me proof. I need to see proof.
So there's Orthodox saints that have raised the dead.
Yeah, any proof though?
Or just, as much proof as the Bible has.
just the right. Well, if it's just the writings of a man, I can't accept that. I mean, if it was so evident, we would see it plain as day right now. And if you're not seeing it plain as day, I'm not going to take the words of a church father or a dead saint.
Okay, but you will take the words of a dead saint when it comes to the Bible.
Yeah, because I understand that exclusively they were to the nation of Israel. So that's where I realized cessationist. It's like they ceased after Israel rejected Jesus as a nation.
But you're talking about something completely different now, Tim. You believe the Bible, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. And the authorship came from who?
God Almighty.
No, it came from men.
No,
it came from men imbued with the Holy Spirit.
The Holy Spirit working through men. So God Almighty. It's God-breathed scripture.
Okay, and that's the same thing with saints after the Bible as well.
No.
The church continues.
No, again, the Holy Ghost moved them to write and develop the Bible. There's not extra writings that add to the Bible.
I'm not saying that any writings add to the Bible, Tim. I'm saying
but if
okay,
you're going to say that they write under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, you're basically making their writings the equivalent to the Bible, and I don't accept that.
I'm not making their writings equivalent to the Bible, but to say that people don't have the Holy Spirit anymore is crazy, man.
No,
what God are you believing in?
That's a false dichotomy. I'm not saying that either. I'm saying that you can have the Holy Spirit, but it doesn't mean that your writings are inspired scripture.
Right. It's not inspired scripture in the sense of the Bible, but they are still important to read. To read the writings of the saints is extremely important, and their prayers are still important.
Hi, Zidane.
This is the issue with Protestants, is that they are completely divorced after the Bible. They have no attachment to how Christianity continues. It's not like it just went dark.
That's not what anybody's saying, though. We just
You're a cessationist. That means that it stopped, right? That's what cessation means, to stop.
The exclusive sign gifts to the apostles, yes. That doesn't mean that you can't still pray for people and God can miraculously heal them. Miracles still happen today. However, speaking in a different tongue and raising the dead, that does not happen today.
Raising the dead can still happen today. It doesn't happen very commonly, but even back then it didn't happen commonly, but it did happen.
Do you have any evidence?
Again, this is kind of circular, but again, as much evidence as the Bible has. So my question to you is, why do you put so much faith in the Bible, which you know was inspired by the Holy Spirit through men, but you do not put any faith in any of... What's that?
Because it's the final authority in all matters of faith and practice.
Okay, but you understand that it was written by men that were inspired by the Holy Spirit.
Yes.
Okay, and you don't think that's true for the saints afterwards?
The saints afterwards, if you're trying to say they can add to the canon of Scripture, absolutely not.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that would you say that they're lying about
Okay,
these
let me
miracles?
ask you this. Let me ask you this. Every
So
single
it's a
time one of your saints spoke after the close of the canon of Scripture, is that wholly inspired Scripture to you?
Yeah, no. Again,
Okay,
no. So the
then
Bible doesn't need to be added
you
to,
have no
Tim.
argument.
No,
Yeah,
I
you have
do
no
have an
argument.
argument because you're
No, you don't.
denying that the saints had these miracles because they don't add to the Bible. They
We
don't
don't
need
have
to add to the
evidence.
Bible.
We don't have evidence of
You
it.
have to understand, Tim's under a wildly different belief than us. So it's like talking two different languages.
Yeah, that's true, but he should be able to see this error in his thinking. So
That's
if
what I'm
you
trying to
believe
tell
that
you,
the
though.
Bible
He's
is true because
blinded.
of the right, but
Because
if
us
you believe that the
Catholics also have saints that raise the dead, so that's a fact that you're talking about, Daniel. For him to seek evidence, there will be signs. There will be people who
It's not a
signs.
fact.
But
I mean, show me the evidence and show me people doing it right now today. So, I mean, all right,
yeah,
let's
we're
go.
trying to show you. You can go look up the fact that
Let
the
me
Catholic
throw.
and Orthodox have raised people. I actually just recently learned about this.
Where can I look this up?
So
Where's
St. Patrick, for example, it
Google?
was
St. Patrick. When was he alive?
he was after Tim. Stop confiscating.
When did he live?
After the
When
Bible.
did he live? What
It
era
was
did he
after the
live in?
I
Bible.
want to say that I don't
After
know
the
3 or
Bible,
4.
what era did he live in?
So there
I
would
think it was
Is he
11th
alive
century, 12th century.
Is he alive today?
No, sorry, he was before the split. So he was, I don't know, maybe
Okay,
9th
now
century.
okay, now show me evidence today of someone currently raising the dead.
So the latest,
Are you moving the field goal post?
yeah, essentially he is, but he
No,
wants
that's what
somebody
I've been saying this
contemporary.
whole time. We don't see it today. I'm saying today,
No.
and you guys are referencing books from the early centuries. I'm saying today. Show me someone raising the dead today.
But
Wait,
before we do, then would you admit that St. Patrick did raise the dead? Or are you not willing to admit that? Because the conversation doesn't even make sense to have with you
It's a
if
false
you're not going to
dichotomy you're
admit that it
setting up.
happened
Stop
after
Hold
the
on,
Bible.
hold on.
the
Stop
evidence.
with this false dichotomy, Tim. I just looked that up, and you're using it not even in the properly text. He asked you a question. He said, "Stop making a false dichotomy." He did not only give you two options. He asked you an open-ended question.
And I'm asking for one simple example from today. Show me a video.
No, so Tim, here's the problem. You keep snaking away. You said that this doesn't
you're not
happen
going to give me
after
what
the
I want.
apostles.
What I need to believe you're not going to give me what I want. Is that what I'm hearing right now?
No. What we're saying
Well, what are you
you're
trying
hearing
to
yourself,
say?
you
Tim.
want to believe.
So yeah, okay, again, show me the evidence for today.
Show me the Carfax.
Yeah.
So more contemporary saints would be Saint Paisios and Saint Seraphim Rose are
Right,
the
but
two.
Daniel, I wouldn't even
most-
play the game with them because then it's going to come up to, has anyone today raised anybody? Okay.
Yeah, like literally in the
It's
last
like, he's
hour.
so silly. He's
Like,
so silly.
In the last 10 years. In the last 10 years.
So saints, unfortunately, are rare and they come few and far between. I suggest that you join the Orthodox Church and become a saint.
Red herring.
That's a red hair?
That is a red herring.
Hey, you guys are straw manning the shit out of him, and you're
we got
doing a
straw man,
burden
false dichotomy, and red herring.
burden of
Three
proof fallacy.
uses of-
This is a burden of proof fallacy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are just throwing out terms. I love it. This is you're meaning this to be a joke. I know it. You're trolling.
No, it's your burden to prove it.
Yeah, right. That's funny, Dustin. I really like your jokes.
Show us the proof. You can keep
It's your
hackling at the
burden.
camera all you want. Show us the proof.
So Tim, again, I could say the same
Shut
thing.
your mouth, Daniel.
Well, I'm not going to show Tim anything. I was simply informing
Of course you
Daniel
won't, 'cause
how
you don't
how
have
far
any.
away you two are.
No,
and-
you won't because you don't have any. And I love how you guys always do this. You tiptoe around every
Hold on,
question I
Tim,
ask you.
Tim.
Well, I'm not
Let's
going
be
to show
fair.
you this. You know,
Hold on.
dude, you guys are so, it's ridiculous. Fallacy
You're
after fallacy.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
You guys are making a solid claim that
Dustin,
somebody's
Hold
being
on,
raised
Dustin,
on the
Get back
hold
to
line.
on.
work,
Before
bud.
you come
No,
in,
let
Tim
Dustin
doesn't
talk.
even
Let
follow
Dustin
Christ
talk.
to the
You're trying
Bible.
to straw man him. It's all straw man with you guys every single time.
Dustin is working right now. He can't be on YouTube.
Who cares? Don't tell him what to do. He'll do what he wants.
Well, it's too
Bro,
loud, so you gotta
I'll
hear.
sit
I banned
here
him.
on. I've been muting out of courtesy.
Go back
Shut
to
up,
driving your Uber,
Daniel. Shut up.
Okay, hold on, everybody. Hold on. Guess when
I think
left.
Zealot did. I think.
Oh, sorry, Zelda. Brother Pies here.
Hey, buddy.
Hi,
I just wanted to pop
Butterfly.
in for a minute and say hey.
Christian Pike, I can talk to you because you're like a stable man with a brain. So would you say that it's unfair to say that well, I don't believe the evidence of the saints
The
because
burden
it
of
was
proof
written
is on
down?
you, Daniel. I'm asking for a
But
modern day example.
okay,
That's
Tim, can you
and you
not
can't show it
interrupt
to
me when
me.
I'm
And
talking to
well,
Christian
yeah,
Pike?
because you have to defer to somebody else
Hold
because
on.
you can't handle my arguments. You're
Buddy,
repeating so many fallacies, dude. No
you
wonder
just
you
need to
won't. No
stop
wonder you
talking
won't
for just
debate
a
layman.
little bit.
No wonder you won't debate the layman seminary because he'll crush you.
Oh,
He'll destroy you. You can't debate
Yeah,
anyone.
okay. Can you I don't know, hold off
Why
for
don't you
60
debate the
seconds?
layman seminary?
Okay.
Why'd you back out? Why'd you
hold
chicken
on.
out?
I didn't. He said that
Yeah,
he
you
won't
did.
debate me.
Oh yeah, well that's not what he told
I'll,
me. Layman seminary told me that you were supposed to debate him and you backed out.
No, he literally told me there's no point in
Dude, I could get
debating
him
you
on the
because you're
stream the next day or two over the weekend, and he'll clear it all up.
okay. Deal.
Okay. Hold on, Tim. He's talking to
Yeah. Okay.
Butterfly.
So this is
Go
what I'm
ahead.
trying to what I'm saying here is he's asking for evidence from the saints that goes beyond the text. But he also is faithful to the Bible, which is also all the evidence is based off of the text. If you're going to believe one because of the Holy Spirit, why wouldn't you believe the other?
Is I kind of came in late. Is the discussion, do miracles still happen?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to make sure I was up to speed. I mean, I'm a believer in miracles, so I may be a biased person to ask this too.
And again,
But
I do
but
believe in
he's asking
miracles,
for
but
evidence,
I
and I'm
don't
just
believe the
saying to
Son.
him like we have the evidence for it, but he wouldn't accept it because he's like, well, that's just written down. You guys might have lied about it.
Oh,
But
I do
like
want to
you could say
comment
the
on
same thing
that.
about the Bible.
I do want to comment on that. So, the idea of evidence, if someone was healed or someone was delivered or someone was raised from the dead or, insert any miracle, the possibility that it was going to be on video camera is very, very low. So, I don't think the fact that things aren't always recorded should mean that we don't believe in them.
Thank you.
And also, it is sort of a skeptical mindset to say that I'm not going to believe unless I have evidence because, we're supposed to be believers without evidence. We're supposed to be people of faith. Now, I do understand the idea that you don't want to take somebody's opinion for something that you feel is doctrinally invalid. If you think that what they're saying violates the scriptures, then of course you don't want to put your faith in that. I understand that.
Well,
But
no, Christian, you're not hearing what happened earlier. No, they're making the claim that today we have evidence of people performing the sign gifts. We would have a video, we would have something that is a pretty big thing, and what you just said doesn't make any sense either. Because again, someone raising the dead, that's going to catch the attention of the people, and that's what was happening in the first century with the church when it was starting.
is
That's why
that the
the Jews
miracle
were
that's in question,
believing.
is raising the dead?
So
Huh?
yeah, raising the dead is something that our saints have done, and of course it did. Lots of people talked
Yeah,
about it. That's why it's
okay.
written
Lots
down.
of people talked about it past tense. Show me a present tense. Again, I'm
But that's the
asking
same
for
thing with the
evidence.
Bible, Tim.
Well,
I'm
let me
asking for
jump back in on
evidence.
this. Let me jump
Yeah.
back in on this. So it seems like the thing that's in question mostly is the idea of raising the dead. I guess obviously because that's one of the more extreme examples. But Tim, you said a few minutes ago that you believe in miracles. Can you tell me kind of where the line is for you?
I mean, so great example. If you get somebody who's sick in the church, you get the church praying for them, and let's say they have cancer, and then maybe a couple weeks later, a month later, their cancer goes away. That's
Okay.
something that's perfectly acceptable. But that's a big leap from, hey, I can go out and raise the dead.
Why is that such
Like
a
the
leap to
Bible
you?
said that the apostles can do.
Well, the reason I'm asking, you obviously believe that God is able to heal somebody of cancer, which is also a very extreme thing.
No, through prayer. I mean, the Bible is very clear. If you ask the saints to pray and stuff like that, you get people together to pray,
No, I
then
mean I
God
totally
can
agree with
move
you. I'm
and he
just
can
saying
heal
that's
people. But
also a
no,
very radical
but that's the
miracle.
thing too, is other people don't even really know if that's a miracle because it still takes a lot of prayer. And some people, the atheists especially, would chalk it up to coincidence.
But I mean, that kind of goes back to my point is that we're supposed to be believers. We're supposed to give God the credit when someone is healed.
What are you getting at?
Well, I don't understand why it's so different to you. The idea, like, you obviously have no problem believing that God could deliver somebody from cancer. How is that so different than any of these other miracles?
Because we don't see these other miracles. These other miracles are big, miraculous things that people would be jumping up and down and talking about. That's why
They
they were
do.
called sign
Well,
gifts to Israel.
well,
And when the Jews were seeing them
they're
do
not
these
called
sign
sign
gifts,
gifts. That's a
they were
theological term.
yes, they are. They are signs given to
Well,
Israel. The
they're
Jews
not
seek
referred to
after a
as
sign,
sign
but the
gifts.
Greeks
That's a
seek
theological
after
term.
wisdom. We don't see
Yeah, and
that today.
that's another thing. He's saying that it's only applicable to like the Jews or something. You're saying it's only
this
for
is
the
like
Israelis.
the cessationist thing. I got you. Okay.
Yeah, he's a sensationalist,
Okay.
a dispensationalist.
But I don't see how you could be a cessationist and believe that God can heal somebody of cancer, because one of the gifts of the Spirit was healing.
Yeah.
Well, I believe obviously. That's healing by the laying on of hands. We also don't see that, because if that were true, then I should be able to heal anybody that comes near me with an ailment. But
So
just
you don't
can't
believe that.
today.
Why do you believe? I guess I'm trying to understand. Either you believe that God can heal someone of
So
cancer,
then you
or
both
you
don't have
believe
enough
it.
faith, huh?
Well, hold on. Let me finish my point.
I mean,
I'm
well,
just trying to
no. If you're going to take this idea, like what Daniel said, you need to have all this faith to do it. Why aren't you guys doing it? Where's your faith?
Well, I have seen many healings in my life, Tim.
Really? Where?
And I've seen healings too. I've been
Give me an
healed by God.
example. Show me evidence.
I was healed of acid reflux
I'm
disease
literally a
myself.
walking example.
I thought you just said that you
when you had
believe
to
in
go to the
healing.
hospital and
I
take
didn't go to the hospital.
medications and actually lose weight. And I'm talking to Daniel. That is
Let's talk to
that
me.
is not a living example. That's literally medical science helping you.
I didn't have medical science helping me.
I'm talking about Daniel, not you.
But
And also, they told me
are
that
you
I was
saying
going
that
to
I
die
shouldn't
if I
give
didn't
God
get
the
a
glory
liver
for that?
transplant, and I'm still alive to this day, and it's been 2 years.
Okay.
So
I don't
explain that.
Let me jump back in for a second.
Did you
I
not
guess I
take
just
the
don't
medications
understand
that they
this.
gave you?
Well, hold on. Let me jump back in for a
No,
second.
I don't take any kind of medications for it.
Did you not lose the weight though?
With God's grace, it
You had to follow
wasn't
a
really
diet,
me,
didn't you?
Tim. You know,
You had
I
to
know
follow a
this is
diet.
hard for you to understand, but
No,
you know,
don't do that. Don't do that dishonest crap. Did you
Hey.
lose the weight? Did you actually
Hey.
go on a diet and
Can I
lose the
jump back
weight?
in?
no, I didn't go on a diet.
Daniel, was it the laying on of the hands that healed you of your alcoholism, or was it a vision from the great beyond?
What healed me was God, and I venerated the inexhaustible cup icon, which is associated with curing alcoholics, and it cured me.
So in other words, Satan cured him.
And that's so wild, man.
Goodness.
Yeah, Satan cannot raise people from the dead. Satan can't cure you of alcoholism. Satan doesn't bring you to the church. You're crazy, man.
Show me one proof that
You're literally
happens today.
blaspheming the Holy Spirit by
Aside
saying
from, no, I'm not. I'm blaspheming
that
you.
came from God, and you're trying
I
to
just love how
give
you
it
guys
credit
have
to
no
Satan, dude.
actual evidence, and you
You
just
go
keep
ahead and make your
whining
bet
and
about it,
whining
but
and
I hope you
whining and
realize what
whining
you're
and
saying, man,
whining
because
and
you're going to be
whining and
accountable for it.
whining and whining and whining.
Can I jump back in,
Man,
please?
look.
I got no
Yeah,
evidence,
go ahead,
but it
Christian.
happens. I got
Let's.
no evidence, but it happens, man.
Well, you sound like an atheist.
Who cares?
I just want to jump back in.
You don't know what faith is. You're not saved.
Just real quick. I'm having a little bit of trouble fully understanding Tim's position. Tim, are you saying that you do believe in healing, or you don't believe in it?
Now that's a false dichotomy.
Yeah, it's a
Is it?
false dichotomy.
I'm just trying to get clarification.
I'm just not going to answer you anymore, Christian. If you're just going to sit here and defend his bull crap,
You
then I'm
just
not
sound like an unbeliever.
I don't care what you think. This is coming from the man that preaches work salvation. You're a heretic, anyways.
Okay, I'm just saying you sound like
You
an
also don't
unbeliever.
accept the Trinity, so you are a major heretic. I can't believe Daniel would even gang up with you, but he needs anybody he can to come help him. I'll hang out with the oneness
I
Unitarian.
mean, it is really slimy. It is really slimy to talk about someone in the third person to someone else in a room. That's real slimy.
Who's being slimy? I'm sorry.
When Daniel's talking about Timmy to Christian Pike in the third person, that's about as slimeball as you can get.
Tim literally just talked about me in the third
person.
Here
He is with the crybaby tears.
He's whining.
Yeah.
He's gonna cry. He's gonna cry.
Dude, you literally did cry on stream.
You're a slimeball.
Yeah.
Do we all remember that, and then you apologize to me?
You're in disobedience to your own church. You're hanging out with a Unitarian, and you're trying to gang up with him because you need somebody to help you.
Okay, everyone's a heretic but you, huh, Tim?
Well, what? So I mean, well, what are you? Are you not for the Trinity or what?
I'm definitely for the Trinity.
But you'll team up with a heretic like Christian Pike, who is Unitarian
What do you mean
oneness.
team up? We're just talking about healing.
Which happens in a hospital today, right?
No, it doesn't. I know plenty of people who've been healed, including myself. Why do you guys not believe folks can be healed?
I believe that there's a placebo effect to the idea of being healed.
All right, so we got Dustin down. Tim, do you agree with Dustin? Are you going to hang out with Dustin, who doesn't believe in healing?
Do you have any evidence? Because if not, shut up, dude.
I've seen like chiropractors heal people by putting their hands on them. Why is that any different?
Snap,
This
crackle,
literally
pop.
sounds like atheists.
Yep.
I'd agree
What
with
do you?
you.
Sounds like atheists.
That's all they got is dishonesty now. Oh, it sounds
That's
like
not dishonesty,
atheists.
that's an
Show me
honest
the
statement.
evidence.
All right. Well,
No,
We're
here's an
asking.
idea.
Hey,
Hey, guys,
We're
get
asking for
this.
You
positive.
don't need
We're
evidence to
asking.
get faith.
Why don't we talk about a
Everybody.
different subject so we all don't sound like a bunch of women and children? Let's not bicker.
Okay. Yeah. Easy then.
Hey,
Are you
Zealot,
kidding?
somebody's getting on your nerves, buddy. What's up?
For offering good advice, that means someone's on my nerves. I'm just
I
listening.
mean, it
to
kind
the
of
talk.
sounds like it.
Well,
Like you
David,
just snapped at me for
you were
asking a
doing the
question.
exact same thing
Where
to
did
me
I
earlier.
snap?
You guys
Just
claim you have
now?
evidence, but you don't have evidence.
If that's snapping, I'm sorry to hear that, brother. That was
That
as
sounds like
polite
a
as I could
Christopher
be.
Hitchens line.
Okay. Hold on, everybody. Everybody up. But Zeke, how are you today, Zeke?
I
Me,
couldn't
I'm
hear you over
having a
Justin's
good day.
doubling.
That's why I was hoping. I wanted to listen to your stream, but that was on listening to, so I was hoping we could switch it up, or I could find something else to watch.
We can switch this one up. What would you like to talk about, Zeke?
I like to talk
We should
about
probably
the
stay
fact
away
that
from Jesus things because you have a workspace guy, allegedly Brother Pike, Orthodox, and then what Tim is. So talking about Jesus probably wouldn't be productive at all.
we could talk about the fact that Father Charles backed out of our debate.
Oh,
Well, that doesn't seem very optimistic or like a cheery conversation.
No, I just think it's always funny. Father Charles has something to say about me in the chat, but yeah, he won't step up and debate.
Well, Tim, I was literally. Are you only interested in like confrontation? Can you just like relax and
I'm
enjoy
really
life?
not.
Or?
I was in here, and guess who came in here talking? Daniel.
All right, so I come in and I try to change it, and then you try to switch it to
Well, you
another.
didn't really. You started adding to it and trying to claim that you have evidence when you don't.
Actually, yeah, Dan,
let's
you
not
did
go
you did
backwards,
jump
guys.
on the bandwagon, and now you want to act like the centrist, buddy. Make up my mind.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be a centrist. I'm proposing that we switch. What is with you guys? You guys are like impossible to talk to.
We'll stop.
No, I'm not impossible to talk to. I'm asking you a question you don't want to answer.
Gangster, what would you like to talk about, brother? We can talk about Trump or something. America's doing good. That's always good.
That's awesome. You know what else? Saturday, PGs are having an open mic.
You're having an open what? I can't hear you over Justin's shoveling.
Cry like a baby, little Daniel. Cry
Yeah,
like
I'm
a
crying
baby.
about it, Dustin. Oh, I can't stand that. I can't hear the host talk on his own show because Dustin's rude.
Okay, they're having an open mic Saturday.
You gonna hop on,
Yeah,
GG?
the PGs, they're having an open mic, and what do you think of that? Daniel, how you been today, little guy? You been all right?
Yeah, I'm doing all right, all things considered. My dad's cancer has grown really fast, really quickly. So he's probably going to die soon.
Sorry to hear that.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Sorry to hear
I'm
that,
so
brother.
sorry, Daniel. I hope he's all right. I shared that.
Is there anything they can do? I mean,
Well, he would need a caregiver for about 6 weeks in Pittsburgh. And given that my mother passed away, he doesn't have anybody. So that's what he's really asking people to pray for. But I would really more just pray for whatever mercy that God has in store for him, because every man does die. But I hope his soul is good, you know.
Oh, me too. I hope he's all right, my buddies. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry to hear that too.
I'll send you hugs.
Hey, thanks.
Send you hugs.
And prayers for my dad, I really appreciate. Ronald Newman.
You got it. I'll be praying for him.
I thought he just
Thank you.
needed a new liver or something.
Yeah, he does. But thare not going to give him a liver unless he has a caregiver for 6 weeks in Pittsburgh.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daniel.
Wait, what? Why are they making it? Why does he need a caregiver? And they won't give him that. That sounds kind of weird.
It's the living donor program. Yeah.
So when you're growing a lobe in your body, you need certain immunosuppressants and you need help because they make you disoriented.
I'm so sorry about that, Daniel. I hope he's all right. I hope they can help him.
Yeah, me too.
Well, his birthday, so I'm really, because it might be his last one, so I'm special, and I'll take him out that he likes to pray at called Reservoir Park, and try to take on some music. He likes music, so.
I'm so sorry about that, Daniel.
Yeah, it sucks.
I'm so sorry. Okay. Pray for him. I hope he's all right. And, Zidane.
What's up, little guy?
Zidane?
Hey,
Tomorrow's
you keeping
your
track,
birthday,
gangster?
right?
Check you out.
Hey, happy birthday, man.
How old are you going to be,
It says
Alex?
so on Facebook.
Oh, 37.
37.
old.
Okay. I can see why you keep putting up eligible bachelor. You're like, I need to find someone quick before I hit
Getting
that 40.
old,
No,
Dan.
no, that's just the Catholic in me, actually. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
Cat.
Yeah, I know my buddy just turned 40, and he just had a baby, and so us men we have that luxury. Praise God,
Yeah, luckily you have plenty of time, really. In the grand scheme of things, women are the ones with the clock.
Yo.
For better or for worse. Oh, what's up, AJ?
Hey, AJ.
What's up?
Welcome.
Oh, my little guy. I remember you when you just
You'll
got
still be a little guy. Even a 37-year-old little guy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, in Gigi's eyes, anyway.
and the Welts will say the same. Guess.
Jesus?
Yeah, and
Mother Mary?
Lady Aiden.
Oh.
Hi, I'm Lady Aiden. I'm here to say hi and happy birthday. How are you?
Yeah,
Thank you, Lady Aiden.
I guess I might as well take a second with the I know the open mark for the PGs. We also on Saturday nights we are going to be doing an open stream, and we actually, unless it just gets really ungodly, we have no reason to like go crazy with our moderation. So yeah, I'd recommend people stopping by our channel if you want.
Who left?
Dustin.
Do you still have Ryan on your show?
Yep.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, I love that, Ryan.
Well,
do you, AJ? Do you?
yeah. There's some stuff that you might have missed, AJ, about some allegations about Ryan that makes me feel uncomfortable going on there.
Oh.
Yeah. Involving children, apparently.
But aren't we known for the company we keep?
Apparently, I'm best friends with Christian Pike. I gladly accept that. I love Christian Pike.
Wait! I thought I was your best friend, Brother Pike.
I got many best friends. I'm sorry, David.
But you're definitely at the top of the list.
Yeah,
Oh,
top
thank
Catholic
you.
friend for sure is David.
No, it's top Christian brother.
Yeah, now you can't tell people you never met a Catholic who was kind to you, Brother Pike.
No, I've met many Catholics that were kind to me. Actually, before I got converted, I hocked a loogie on 2 Catholic priests, which the Lord later used to convert me to his ways. So I know that God uses Catholics.
Amen. Yeah, that's that. They literally turned the other cheek, huh?
They did.
And then baptized you. Go. Oh no, whatever you said they did.
And if someone spit on me, I don't know how I'd react, man. I carry a gun with me
later,
too.
but it wasn't by a Catholic.
I'd probably be like, you picked the wrong guy.
No, they did. They turned the other cheek to their credit, and it really left an impression on me.
Praise God.
Yeah.
Well, what did Jesus mean about turn the other cheek? I heard people say it was for something else. Is that true?
So it's to show that this world is powerless against Christians. Like they can do whatever they want. When our Master Jesus Christ, he was spit and beaten, and he blessed his enemies. He said, God, don't forgive them, for they know not what they do. Don't hold this against them. Which, that kind of power is alien to this world. And when a Christian can do it, it's amazing. Only by the grace of God is it possible. And they shine bright.
It's only by the grace of God.
Yep.
Oh. What about if someone try to rob you? What about that?
If someone tries to rob you,
Yeah.
so a good Christian, probably a really good Christian, like a saint, probably would just give him his money. Me, I probably pull my gun out.
What
I don't know though.
about Tim? He could take them all on.
Oh yeah, if somebody tried to rob me, I'd kill him.
But what about turn the other Aiden?
Well, turn the other cheek is misunderstood. It's really taught. I mean, first and foremost, it was really. I think it was directed mainly towards the apostles that were going to be suffering for Christ's sake.
Hold on. May I
Yeah.
interrupt? Is this the same Tim that couldn't get off murder yesterday in the Catholic Church, but he just said if someone robbed me, I'd kill them?
Self-defense is completely different.
So it wasn't self-defense when the Muslims tried to take over the Christian empire?
You would resort right to murder instead of like maybe try
Well, I wasn't talking about the Crusades. I was talking about the Inquisition.
The Inquisition was pretty bad. Yeah, got it. I'll agree with that. But the Crusades were bad for the Orthodox too, because we got killed during the Fourth Crusade. They sacked Constantinople, David. I hold that against you personally.
I just hope Ozzo was there yesterday, because for you being so anti-killing yesterday, you went right to I'll kill that guy.
Well, yeah, it's self-defense. It's a different story.
But as a Christian, you don't think like little old me comes to try to rob you, you got to shoot me. You can't just like take me down.
If you hesitate, then you die.
Come again?
If you hesitate, then you risk dying. So you can't hesitate.
So you clearly don't go to the streets and ever like robbed or been robbed before. It's not like in a movie where they walk up to you with a gun to your head. That's not how most.
Well, that's this. I'm jumping to the extreme. You gotta. I mean, obviously, when I hear someone say, "Is someone gonna rob you?" I'm thinking they have a gun at me and everything. So,
you need to get out more, brother.
No, I'd rather not. I actually enjoy not being robbed. So.
Well, typically, producing a gun in that situation typically will end it.
Yeah, that's the hope, at least.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very. If you've ever been to any kind of gun training, it's commonly taught you cannot hesitate.
Well, here's an example. I've been robbed before, right? So when they come out, they just ask you for your goods, right? So it was when I denied giving them my goods. Now, mind you, this was a Black and Mild and a 99 cents of Sun Chips. That's when they pulled the gun out. But if I had just gave them my bag of chips and Black and Mild, I would have just got robbed and no one would have got hurt. But the fact that I'm going to murder somebody if they try to, it just shows kind of like your lack of life experience. And because.
So somebody pointed a gun at you, David?
Oh, yeah. Welcome to Boston. I've robbed and I've been robbed.
That's Boston for you.
Someone said you robbed too? You've robbed?
Yeah, I wasn't. I've asked for forgiveness and all that, but yeah, I was a little, as gangster said, I was a little gangbanger.
Oh wow, I did not know that.
I was never gang affiliated. Yeah, well, it's the street life.
Yeah.
Oh. Who can rob you? You're the Zedon.
And I didn't rob someone with a gun or anything. I mean, like, kind of like just get whatever the money's. If someone who did my sister wrong, so we went and robbed them as like a retaliation. I'm not just over here like being a stick-up kid or anything.
Yeah.
Well, who can rob you? You're the Zedon.
So it's actually I was walking home from baseball practice. I was in my baseball uniform and everything. So that's you definitely that's why it was a funny thing, but yeah. He pulled the gun out because I wouldn't give him a couple things.
There's this guy named Mark Stoney. He doesn't need a gun. His hands is his weapons. He could take the gun and rip it right up.
Yeah, a buddy of mine. He could never join in the fights because he could get charged with illegal like murder because he was like a black belt or something. His hands and feet were lethal weapons.
Yeah.
So if there was ever any trouble, he would like run away because he would, even though he like could do, he was the most dangerous. He was like, I'm not getting in any trouble.
Yeah, like Tim, he's dangerous too.
Yeah, that theology he be preaching is very dangerous. Tell him, gangster.
Got him. There's nothing.
Got him.
But you're the Zedon. How could anyone rob the Zedon?
I grew up in a rough neighborhood, you know what I mean? And thank God that he kept me where I am and brought me back.
Yeah.
Just hanging around with the wrong crowd, gangster. That's how it is.
We've all made mistakes.
Buddies. Okay, who's left?
No, I don't. I don't interact with them anymore.
Oh, guess who's here?
Who do we get? Deviant.
Hello.
The outcast herself.
This girl never
Yes.
puts a bra on in that profile picture.
Oh my goodness!
You know
I
there's
do
Christian
know.
men in
Just
here.
staring at that
Deviant.
statue the whole time.
Well, I'm engaged.
Congratulations.
Thank you. But
Yeah,
didn't you know that it was in November?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you
I'm
missed
thrilled
it.
though. It's not
I
called,
pay
is it?
attention. I know you have a lover, somebody that you care really a lot about.
Yes, I have
I'm happy for you. Maybe one day I'll have the same thing.
I really, really hope you do. We all deserve that and need it.
You excited, Deviant?
I am. I am.
I'm
I
excited
actually
for you.
did not think a year ago I would never have guessed I was going to be where I am now.
Hey, do you hear that? All the ladies in the chat? There's hope.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Good man
for
out there.
Christ's sake, I'm 46.
God is good.
Sometimes.
All
No,
time.
no, no,
All
no.
time.
All the
God is
time.
good always. He gave us everything.
I can't give God too much credit since I'm an atheist, you know.
Oh, that's
It's
right.
in the
That's right.
contract. No, I'm kidding. Oh, it's your birthday, isn't it, Sidan?
Yes, tomorrow. Thank you, Deviant.
Tomorrow. Congrats.
Well, I guess it's today because you're like across the world. Yeah.
Are you going to
Yeah,
stream tomorrow,
it's
David?
2 hour.
I doubt it.
Okay, in that case, I had to sing your birthday song now. God grant you many years. God grant you many years. God grant you many, many years.
Thank you, Daniel. I was dancing the first half, and then I went into the prayer position. I'm wait, brother Daniel, sing for me. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard that version.
Orthodox. Orthodox
Of
birthday
course.
song.
Of course. I should
Yeah,
have
I heard
known.
him sing it to Terry. I was like, I want one of them.
Mhm.
Oh, she's had her birthday too?
Yeah, she's like 23 or something now. She's getting old. Terry, Deviant, why are you laughing, Deviant?
Well, there are many layers to that comment you just made.
We are having fun.
It's a good crowd.
Yeah. When's your birthday, gangster? You a March baby?
No,
Gangster's
he
gone.
say
Might be on the phone.
August.
You think?
No, I know.
What about AJ? Is yours close at all? We gotta get you a happy birthday from Daniel. They're nice.
Yeah, mine is still ways
It's
off.
Okay.
I think
okay.
August 7 for Gangster.
Oh wow! Look at you, Deviant.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I've known Gangster for a long time.
And what? He just started this thing semi recently, no?
It's over a year ago.
Oh wow!
Like a year and a half, something like that.
I love how you say half.
Yeah, so, sometimes when there is a word I'm gonna say, I hear it one way in my head, and then I hear it another way when it comes out. And I've actually noticed that when I started going on the streams, my Swedish accent was way worse. I mean, it's still kind of apparent, but it was way worse. Oh, Tim, you're here too. You're quiet.
Oh yeah, I'm chilling.
Are you sad?
No.
Good.
Are you glad?
Are you glad?
I don't know. I'm just chilling. I don't know. Can't think of anything to say, surprisingly. So.
Yeah, that's why I had to ask if you're down on your dumps. Do you say? Is that the way you say it? It sounds like someone going
down on your luck, maybe.
Or in the dumps, down in the
Oh,
dumps.
in the oh yeah, of course, of
Or
course.
like, are you bleeding?
I'm like, yeah, that sounds like something you do in the bathroom.
Are you taking a dump right now?
Definitely not.
Well, if you've been on the stream long enough, maybe.
Maybe.
I'm just giving you suggestions, Tim.
Okay, I don't know how to respond to that. It's like I'm like not going to go into my daily routine.
You're a professional streamer. You got to be set up like a jet pilot or an astronaut, where you have a catheter inside of you. You don't ever leave the seat.
Oh, that's
like,
creepy.
Diapered up.
You might as well just.
Why do I do this? Why do I take it to this level?
You might as well just back into the Matrix.
I need those views. I need those likes.
Right.
The algorithm.
The algorithm. It's the cosmic dancer in the sky.
Oh, you know what I was on yesterday? I don't know why this made me think of that, but Alton. You guys know Alton, the Christian streamer?
I've heard of him.
Yeah, he's been having on Orthodox and Catholics lately. He's real interested in that, so I came on. He thought that Orthodox believe that there's no salvation outside of our church, and I said that's not actually what we believe.
Well, yeah, that's a funny thing because it's a funny thing in the Catholic Church because there was actually a content creator. It's a pretty new one, and he did a video on how the Catholics say that. So I just tried to help him out. I'm like, just so you know, I'm a cradle Catholic, and we don't tell people that.
Yeah.
And then I showed him a video of Bishop Barron saying the opposite of what he was saying. Not the opposite, but rewording it. And then so he did a reaction video to that video I shared with him saying how Bishop Barron was wrong. And I just thought the audacity. Yeah, I'm like, some layman is sitting here telling how an apostolic successor, a bishop, is wrong and he's right. I thought that rather haughty.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you'll get that with a lot of Protestants where they'll be like, let me tell you what your church believes. And it's like, no, you don't actually know, though. You're outside the church. Who do you think you are? Like, you have Google. But I actually go to the church.
Daniel. We shouldn't talk about Bruce when he's not here.
Hey, you made the connection. But yeah, it would make things really awkward in the West if we believed the only salvation was through our church, like we.
Well, so because in the catechism, he was in, and I asked him if he was a Protestant. I think he was a cradle Catholic too, but because it reminded me of him reading the catechism is how like a Protestant reads the Bible, and he was misunderstanding the catechism. But he's like, but this is what it says. So while it does say there's no salvation outside of Holy Mother Church, that doesn't mean if you don't attend the Holy Mother Church, you're not saved. It just means that any saving comes through Christ, through his church. Like it's Christ in the church that does the saving. It's not, it's always through the church. It doesn't mean you have to be part of the church.
Yeah, the way that we like to formulate it is there's things that are touched by the invisible churches, like the Bible, the Trinity. It's affirmed to. It came from us, and they still believe it. They're part of the invisible church.
I mean, isn't the church there are multiple interpretations of church or meanings to the word. One is, of course, the building, but the biblical church is just the whole of Christendom.
The body of Christ, yes.
Yeah. So all the Christians. So of course, if you use it in that sense, then salvation can only come through the church, because the church is the body of Christ, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like the church has formulated who God is. I mean, like it's been revealed to us, and like the church continues that. Like, yeah. Like we wouldn't have the canon of scriptures that, you know, some people on this on this panel really enjoy if it wasn't for the church.
I mean, I've noticed that in the US with I don't know, let's just call them Protestants, people who are not Catholics or Orthodox, they seem to be much more of the sense that a congregation, they don't have real churches, what I would call it church. And I'm not talking about like it has to be, most of our churches here in Sweden are from the Middle Ages. Like the one I was baptized in is from the 1200s. So we have a lot of those, and of course it doesn't have to be that, but in the US I get the sense that it can be like, it doesn't even have to be a roof, basically.
What about the old buildings with the pictures of Chris Hemsworth in them?
Chris Hemsworth?
Yeah, you know, Thor.
Right.
Nobody got that but her. Y'all are slow. What's going on here?
I thought it would have been better saying Liam because Thor's too big. I did get it though. In the future, though, Liam Helmsworth's a better add in there because he's skinnier.
All right, I guess I get hooked off the stage.
I mean,
now we're starting to catch up. Okay.
How
I'm like over here with like crickets. I'm like, what's going on?
Well, I was very impressed with your moat /grave /excavation site.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's a large majority of that is yours truly.
Are you doing it with just a shovel?
I'm doing it with a shovel and, well, various body parts that shall not be mentioned, as per new agreements and terms of service.
Are you burying zombies?
I mean, you don't bury zombies. You bury bodies.
Yikes. That was messed up. Yeah, that's what Dustin's really doing. He's actually just digging the graves for his mob bosses. He's got a bunch of.
I'm trying to get a hole big enough to fit Bruce in here, man. I don't have a big enough tape measure, though.
We're gonna pick up that tree in, right?
Hey, is Bruce still waiting on his settlement from the Catholic Church that he was talking about? You know.
Oh, that's right. I totally forgot about that.
When he needed to call J.G. Wentworth.
Yeah,
I totally forgot about that.
He has a conflict of interest, so his opinion is null and void in the Protestant Catholic debate.
He was on here one day singing about how he got a settlement from the Catholic Church and he needed cash now.
That was pretty funny.
Actually, I started singing that, and he piggybacked off of me. Yeah, no, he's been mimicking me a lot. It's the most sincere form of flattery. I'm telling you.
Start calling him Millie Vanilli. He lip singing Dustin's song.
It was you, Aiden, Bubblegum Gun, and Bruce.
That day.
And
Oh
Bruce
my God, that day.
And Bruce Buttermilk Wayne, you know, and there was no oxygen left in the room. It was all gone.
No, in the next room, shit, in the building, everybody was just dying. Like that was a good day. I mean, we definitely found out that we owned an insane asylum, but
I think that was my first time live streaming here on GG's channel, and that was quite an introduction.
dude, that was insane, bro. That was a good day. All things considered, all things considered.
That was fun.
Oh,
the chat's funny.
What did you say, Daniel?
I said the chat is funny.
Oh.
Same what T-Sal was saying. I won't say it though. I won't say it on here. I'm not trying to.
I'm digging a hole over here,
begrudge
asshole.
anybody.
It's manual labor. I know it's been many years since you've known such a thing, but I'm not gonna back off because you want me to.
Yeah.
Azo cracks me up. He gets so triggered when I come in here. He just starts posting KJV, anti-KJV this, anti-KJV that. It's like, dude, my sheer presence just causes him to like start spamming the chat with nonsense.
So, do you like Ruckman a lot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say so.
Interesting. Good to know.
Not everything that he said, obviously, but like where he was on the King James Bible and a lot of dispensational teaching, definitely. Ruckman's the one that brought me back to the Trinity, thank God.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you were saying earlier that Christian Pike was really like a heretic for that. So, I guess you feel pretty bad about how you used to feel about it.
Yeah, I do. I do.
Daniel, can you just not stir
No,
shit?
he's right. He's right. He is right on this one. I do. I feel terrible about the oneness Unitarian beliefs. I'm pretty fired up over that because I was deceived.
Right on.
I've turned my volume down a little bit. I thought maybe I was feeding back some.
I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Back, not to change the subject, but back to Dustin for a second. You know, with all that digging he's doing, like he literally might be digging the foundation for your brand new neighborhood Popeyes all by himself. You know, and that's pretty badass if he's actually sorry. No, I'm trying to cuss. That's pretty bad. He's doing that. Yeah.
He is.
All by himself.
All by himself.
That's not accurate to say that I'm alone, but it is accurate to say that I carry most of the weight.
Yes. But also, Frank is here.
Hi, Frank.
Yes, I am.
He's been here for like 10 minutes.
I know, but he hasn't said anything, so I thought maybe he wanted a small introduction or a song and dance number.
Oh, thank you. That was very sweet.
Yeah.
Congratulations on your engagement.
Thank you.
And even though I don't actually believe in God, may God have mercy on your soul. All married people need that.
No. Sut is the best in all and everything. I could not wish for more.
All right.
It is weird though.
What do you mean?
Well,
I did. Do you remember, Daniel? I told you a bit about my history. One of the first times you were on here.
Yes.
Yeah. And how I used to not speak to anyone or meet anyone.
Right. Yeah, I
Just,
remember that.
yeah. And that's a year and like 2 months ago. I met Sut the first time online, like 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, and tried to run the other way because it was scary as that place no one wants to go to.
What place is that?
It starts with an H.
Was it end with?
Okay, hell.
What, getting in a relationship? What do you mean?
We're not allowed to say it?
Yeah.
Use the word?
Well, I guess we are.
Hmm.
I'm just.
Well, some people don't like that word being uttered.
Yeah.
At all.
And like I'm not. So in Swedish, most curse words has to do with
Directed towards the Danes.
right. No, Dustin, that's just in my vocabulary. No, but they aren't. So in the US, a lot of curse words has to do with sex. That's not the case in Sweden. Most curse words has to do with the devil or version of that name, like Satan or Beelzebub or whatever.
Don't forget the Danish.
And the Danish. They
Maybe.
are
Danish devils.
Maybe the Swedes are just not as horny and deprived as we are, or something. I don't know.
I think we're not as repressed. Exact. I think that's it. The funny thing is, though, that you wouldn't expect a country that is as secular as Sweden to still use like very, very Christian words and concepts as curse words. That's kind of weird. I'm sure there is an explanation for it, but I don't know.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Real quick, because I'm pretty sure, all of us are going to agree on this. At least me and Daniel, David, and AJ. So last night I was on Discord, and I was having a voice chat with a few brethren, and this guy came in, and he was a Jehovah's Witness, and we all laughed. We were like, we thought he was trolling, and he's like, "No, I really am a Jehovah's Witness," and we were all like, and
You guys still exist?
I asked him if he would like to come on the Making Hell Nervous channel and do a debate with me on his false doctrine of annihilism. And at first he was like, okay. And then I told him my terms. It needs to be King James only and literal exegesis of the text. And he backed out.
Literal exegesis of the text. So you can't take anything as a metaphor in the text?
Yeah, no.
Okay, so you believe in the true body and blood of Christ then, and
that's what I say too, Daniel.
Yeah, that's literal.
Okay, well, let's not go there. Why do you keep trying to take me these places? You want to argue with me.
It's just interesting to me. It's just interesting.
I'm shaking my finger at you. That's what I'm going to
do. I want to mention what Claude
I was trying to find an
said
area we could agree, but thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't believe in annihilism. That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, and
God loves us, so he doesn't destroy us.
Luke 16 seals the deal. I mean, that's one of the classic verses where there, and then of course where their worm dieth not and the fire is not quenched. The worm being the man in that context, like, you know, the soul is the man. I'm sure we would all agree that the soul is just as equivalent to the man's body as it is the man's body to the soul. So
No, sir.
well,
Only in your doctrine.
it
but,
can
you know,
burn
it's
forever.
okay. But that's your doctrine. So, can I mention really quickly Claude Balls has a comment. Next best thing to being married to Hovind. He was talking about. I'm not sure what. And then he says the Hovind word. I wanted to mention the deviant that I saw. Maybe it was one of Claude's videos or shorts, but I saw where you were on with on one of Hovind's. I guess his open mics or whatever, and he mentioned something about going to Denmark, about Sweden and Denmark, and you were like, "Go to Denmark, please." Don't come to Sweden. Oh, you didn't say don't come to Sweden, but like throwing some shade at him. I don't think he got it. But
I don't think so either.
It's almost like you have an instinct for these things. You know that Kent Hovind is part Danish, right?
No, he's part Norwegian. He's part Norwegian. He might be part Danish too. But Hovind is a Norwegian surname.
I saw C Sal is asking me a question in the chat. I'll probably be going live tomorrow. Yeah, I'm not going to be back home really until unless I decide to have a really late stream, I won't be back home until 10.
Hazo chimes in with Hovind boner. I want to, and
why does it have to be?
Again, I'm not going to put people's names in my mouth again, but because I agreed that I wouldn't do it as long as they don't. But I think that anybody who throws that term around and says Hovind boner, it's a massive projection of their own. They're the one really with the Hovind boner, and really,
whoever smelt
they're in love with Kent, and they just they live and breathe by every word out of the man's mouth.
The good old know you Uno card.
Just nope. Reverse, yeah.
Reverso.
Or reverse, yeah. Hit the
reverse.
reverse. Hit the reverse.
Perhaps.
I just get sick of hearing about Hovind in general.
He's on my prayer list.
Oh, he needs a lot of prayer. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Am I like the only one who's unfamiliar with this guy?
Yeah, he created something called Dinosaur Adventureland, apparently. I don't know much at all. I've seen his show, though.
Dinosaur
and he reminds me so much of
Alabama.
He reminds me. Yeah, go ahead.
He stands for the literal 6-day creation of Genesis, and he preaches that it's literal, which I agree with 100%. And he just tries to reconcile it with his knowledge of science and things, and that's where you have creationism. And I mean, I would agree with him in many, many areas, except I do believe in the gap theory. But aside from that, I would agree with Kent Hovind on many, many things. That being said, I mean, there's many, many other creationists that I personally follow, and I don't really need Kent. But everybody here, I just can't. I've always noticed that being in this particular area of YouTube, everybody here just cannot. His name always comes up somehow, and it gets, I don't know. To me, it gets kind of annoying.
Honestly, kind of cool. That's like some free publicity right there.
I'm sorry, Tim. You cut out. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You cut out, so I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I was just. I mean, yeah, you got a point there, Daniel. It is free publicity, but it's like, I don't know. It's just.
But
can we talk about something else other than Kent Hovind?
The thing is that since we are on the topic right now, the thing is, the issue that we who have an issue with him has nothing to do with him believing in 6-day creation. He can believe whatever he wants. Our issues surround things like he has a theme park aimed towards children, to which he invites his PDF file friends
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's
with
wicked.
in there.
Danger. Danger.
Uh,
Danger.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
wicked.
Stranger danger.
he abused his
Oh,
wife.
trust me, I know. I'm not. I would
Yeah,
never
no,
do
I'm
any of
I'm
that
just
crap.
explaining to those
Um,
who don't know, since you
Yeah.
gave
Yeah,
one
I
side to it. I wanted to give a picture of, like, that's not why we have an issue with him.
Well, I think I made it pretty clear the other day. I mean, I know, no, I mean, well, Dustin agrees, but I'm a very hardcore pre-trib rapture believer, and I've been standing against Kent Hovind since the first day they started. Well, no, not the first day, but a little bit after he came out of prison, he started preaching the post-trib. I started standing against him like firmly because I believe it leads to a lot of fear. And if you want my honest opinions, and I mean, I would tell this to Kent Hovind to his face, I don't care. But my honest opinion is I wonder if Kent Hovind uses the post-trib rapture as kind of like a fearful thing to get people to live at his compound. I'm just
I
throwing that
sign
out.
off. I
I'm not
sign off
trying
on
to.
whatever Tim says. I got to get out of here, guys. My phone's about to die. Much love.
See you,
Oh,
Dustin.
much
Later,
love,
Dustin.
Dustin. Take
Um,
care.
Take care.
But I just see, like, I mean, if you think about it, you have an object of fear. Oh no, we're going to go through the tribulation. The Antichrist is going to get us. Let's all move in together in Alabama and start up a little farm, and we'll be okay. That's just my
Yeah.
thoughts. I'm thinking out loud. I'm not saying any. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's just my
No, I
thought.
mean, we can't, of course, know his exact intentions, but at the same time, he often brings that up in conjunction with with begging people for money, and also pointing to, you're not going to, like, don't think about the here and now, just think about the afterlife, or the kingdom of heaven, and you're not going to need anything here. And then in the next breath, he's like, oh, and give me your money. He doesn't say it like that, of course, because he's not that much of a. But yeah,
Yeah.
he's a
And
problematic character,
yeah.
to say the least.
And I mean, and I'm not going to say like every post-tribber is like super fearful and like trying to become. I mean, Daniel here, he doesn't believe in a pre-trib rapture, but he's not running around, I need to go join a compound. Neither is.
No.
I mean, I don't know what I don't think David and AJ really believe in a future resurrection, but you don't see them running around, I need to go to a
What?
compound and grow
They
food.
believe in a resurrection. They're
We believe in a
Christian.
resurrection.
Well, the future coming of the Lord. Are you guys amillennial, or what? Where do you stand?
Well, this, and I mean this with charity and love. This is why I don't even entertain Tim, because he shows his ignorance of what he so adamantly opposes. He so adamantly opposes the Catholic Church, but he doesn't even know the basics.
Well, I know the Catholic Church, but what are your beliefs? The Catholic Church is amillennial.
So I'm a Catholic, but so you
are
claim you know what we believe, but you all the time.
You differ from the church. You differ from your own church. You're not in line with them.
I don't even know what that means.
Most Catholics are not.
Catholic,
Most Catholics are really not. I mean, I'm not. Like you.
No, so they might be lost or ignorant, but a professing Catholic believes what the Catholic Church teaches.
So then you're amillennial.
So we every time we go to mass, we say in the Nicene Creed, "I look forward to the resurrection of the dead and the life
of the world to come."
I get that, but are you amillennial? Is the Pope Jesus Christ to you right now reigning on the earth?
This makes me fall asleep.
Well, with all due respect, Tim, you're Mr. Sola Scriptura, so like I said, Jesus, that I believe in the resurrection of the dead and the life of the world to come. Like, take that. That's what we believe.
And what do you believe about the kingdom right now? Do you believe we're in the kingdom?
I don't even know what you're talking about. The kingdom, Jesus' kingdom is in heaven.
Okay, then what is the church to you now on the earth?
We're the church militant. We are one body with the saints and angels. Where the church militant is the people who are alive on earth.
Right,
what people in heaven called?
The actual official teaching of the Catholic Church is amillennialism. So are you amillennial?
I don't even know what that word means, but if it's an official teaching of the Catholic Church and you're not misinterpreting it, then yes.
Okay, well, amillennialism essentially is the teaching that we're in the kingdom right now, and the Pope is essentially a Jesus Christ ruling and reigning on the earth. That's omnimillennialism.
No,
Yes,
you
it is.
badly misunderstand
No.
what
No,
we believe.
that is
No.
the what omnimillennial is. Do you want me to pull it up?
You
I mean, do you want me to pull it up? I
you
can pull it up right
highly
now.
misunderstand what we believe.
Oh,
You're
well,
telling me
that's
you're
hold
saying
on, Tim.
millennial. Do you mean
Some of us in
millennial?
this chat
Like
really
with an
millennial.
A?
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right,
guys.
Daniel.
Yeah.
I'm
Because omni means everything. Yeah.
Tim,
So
you're telling me that the Catholics believe the Pope is Jesus Christ on earth.
yeah, they don't believe that. Even I know that as a non-Catholic. But what I
Is
think
this
what
real
Tim is
life right
getting
now?
at is that through the Eucharist, we believe that like Christ is in our midst. He is and ever shall be. So in some sense, we do have God among us. Like there is a sort of like a minor second coming through the church, but it's not the actual second coming that is predicted in the Bible. So like we believe that both are true. And that kind of goes for the Orthodox and the Catholics. Like they believe that in the true presence of Christ in the world through the church.
So the actual word,
Hold
Tim,
on, I was looking it
isn't
up real quick.
omnimillennialist. It's amillennialism.
Yes, thank you, Deviant. You kept saying omnimillennial, and I was just like, should I say something?
I'm millennial. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
My bad.
No, it's okay. I just thought it could help. I have no idea where. I've never heard the claim that
And also, I mean, David,
Catholics views the Pope as Christ on earth.
Well, from my understanding, people understand it as such, and that's why we get so much hate and call heretics. But that's because, just like a lot of our beliefs, they misunderstand it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel. Because even on the surface, that's ridiculous to say. You guys think the Pope is Jesus? What? What?
Well, David, just because I'm ignorant of one of your points doesn't mean I'm ignorant of all the Catholic Church.
Well, no. With all so this, I listen to you talk about Catholicism a lot, and they're very, very errant views of what we believe. But it's not just you. That's the majority of non-Catholics. It's not a personal thing. That's why I started my whole channel, though, because there's so many misapprehensions of what we believe that to even engage in a conversation, the first half is just us correcting false statements about us. No, we don't believe that. No, we don't do that. No, we don't think that. And then we never even actually get to saying what we actually believe.
Right. Well, I mean, you also have to remember, I mean, Catholicism personally has not been an area of my like high level of studies. I mean, I have Catholic books. I have plenty of materials that I'll be looking into in the future, but it's not like something I study right now. But I do have a surface level understanding, and I do know, again, that's why I reject the sacraments, because we already talked about this a week or two ago, that you have to essentially be in a state of grace. Otherwise, you don't know if you're going to go to heaven. And even then, you guys don't know if you're going to go to heaven when you die, which is a problem.
Only God knows that.
I mean, you can defer to God, but I mean, the scriptures say that you can know now. I mean,
well, the one thing that I am curious about, because if you even take an unbiased look, like even non-believers are like Catholics and Orthodox have a much better claim to reality. So if you're a believer in Christ and the Bible, wouldn't it be like your top priority to look into the ones with the most damning claim to validity?
Well, that's the thing is when I read the scriptures and looked at Catholicism, it already looked very foreign to the scriptures to me. So why? I mean, if I'm a layman and I'm reading the scriptures, shouldn't it be way more obvious to me that the Catholic Church lines up with it than what it is to most people?
No, because you're divorced. You're in the Western modern world, you know. So it's no surprise that it looks exotic to you, but this is how Christians have been worshiping God for over 1,500 years.
No, I beg to differ.
Almost 2,000 now.
Yeah, but again, it's not even that. It's just if you're reading scripture and then you take a look at the Catholic Church, and most people, that's why you find most people who don't even know anything about Catholicism are still anti-Catholic, because they see in the Bible that there's really nothing they can identify with in the church to the Bible.
But
so I get
remember, Tim, that the Catholic and the Catholic Bible and the Bible you're reading does not contain the same text. There are extra books in the Catholic.
Just the Apocrypha. It's
Yeah,
not. It's and
but
the Apocrypha doesn't have too much support for a lot of their doctrines, anyways.
So
have you
but
read
this is
them?
what I mean, though, Tim. You
Second
haven't even
Maccabees.
read those, and you make that claim.
Yeah,
How can you do that?
It's usually second Maccabee because I've heard a lot of this stuff. I've read.
But
I've
but
read
but
a
don't.
few
But you're missing the point. You just made a definitive claim that there's information that are in books that you haven't read. How can you do that in good faith?
Yeah.
Well, how many can you cite for me?
No. That's not the problem, Tim. How do you avoid?
Well, I know you get some stuff from second Maccabees. I know that much.
Tim, you're not answering the question. You made a definitive claim about something you literally possibly cannot know because you didn't read the source material.
What was the
That's
definitive
bad
claim?
faith.
What was the definitive claim that I made?
That there's nothing in those books that help their.
No, I didn't say nothing. I said there's not a lot.
Okay, you made a definitive claim about sources that you didn't even read. How disingenuous is that?
It's not disingenuous. It may be ignorant, but it's not disingenuous. I said there's not a lot, and I don't. Usually when I hear you guys, it's usually second Maccabees. I mean, where else?
It's not a lot. It sounds like you know what you're talking about. That's what's disingenuous. It sounds like you know something, but you don't.
Well, I mean, can you show me something other than second Maccabees? I mean,
Oh, of course, people need to show you lots of things, but don't go around claiming you know something when you clearly don't.
Like, not even clearly don't. You cannot, because you didn't read the books. Like, it's not even a debate.
You would have to know reading it.
Well, if I'm wrong, then I'll. If I'm wrong, then I'll change.
Like,
Whatever.
Okay, but don't go out there and say like, yeah, but there's not really anything in there that's wouldn't know that. So don't make it sound like to the audience like you've looked into it.
But now the problem here is this isn't a big audience, but if this is a bigger platform and someone heard that, they're gonna hear that, and then when they're talking in the future, they're gonna say that claim because they heard it and took it as the truth.
Yeah, and then they'll be like, I don't need to read
No.
it.
No. Hey, whoa, hold on. Let me put the brakes on here for a second. You're telling me then that he's being disingenuous when you guys made claims earlier about supposed people rising from the dead and it being to this day. You can't tell me that's not
from sources we looked at.
And also, you guys don't even understand dispensationalism, but you'll copy and paste some crap against dispensationalism.
Did you have a first-hand witness of these things, or are you just taking it on second-hand testimony?
I have scripture reasons for what I believe.
You guys are just as guilty of it because you talk
Disingenuous as a chicken.
Yeah, you guys are just as bad. You guys are just as bad.
Yeah, you're just turning it around and being like, no, you guys are like that. Not me.
Ad
You guys
is not
are.
going to help you. Ad hominem is not going to help you.
Nobody calls
You can't make some stupid noises and try to wave it off because you do.
Yeah, and you can't just use words like ad hominem and that's a false
It's ad
dichotomy when it's
hominem.
actually
You try to
not.
talk over people like you
All
are.
right, let's not.
I'm just pointing out the inconsistency. Yeah, because now you're inconsistent. Yeah, okay.
Well, we can have a
I
conversation.
mean, you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to come to the idea that you have no firsthand knowledge of these things, but you're taking it as secondhand gospel. It's ridiculous. I've seen no raising of the dead. I've seen healing from doctors. Okay.
Hold on, Dustin. But you're not making the same comparison because it's not like we are saying this and we haven't read the Bible. That was the only claim that I said.
Your claim was that it carries into today.
No. We're talking about Tim's claim, and you're saying we do the same stuff.
You do. You
no,
guys
so we
don't
read
even
the
understand.
Bible.
Hold on, David. Hold on. You came at me about dispensationalism, and you don't even understand it.
You gave me a whole crash course on it, Tim.
You try to claim that you know what I understand or what I believe, but you do the same thing, David. So this is the pot calling the kettle black.
Tim, I took a whole lesson about dispensationalism from you, brother.
Really? I gave you a lesson. Absolutely.
Oh,
okay, so now he knows, right? You're a good teacher, aren't you?
And you're telling me I don't know anything about dispensationalism. That would be your fault, brother.
Yeah, because you're teaching it.
I sat there diligently and listened to like at least 20 minutes, a half hour, watched graphs, and then you're going to tell me I don't know anything. It's not the same as not reading a text and then commenting on a text.
When you guys keep arguing this stuff, you know what you sound like? You sound like this.
That's funny.
Yeah, because you're not spiritual, you're lost. So of course it sounds like nothing.
Is that the Muppets? Is that the Muppets?
You know what, David? You know what, David? I am sorry. It's not you. Yeah, it's Daniel who was posting that stuff. He just likes to copy and paste stuff from Google against dispensationalism.
Oh, I was a little confused. I was like, I don't like it, but I don't remember writing stuff.
Take a deep breath and do it again.
Yeah, and I got scriptures for why I believe what I believe. God is the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
Nobody disputes that. That's how.
No shadow of changing.
That's literally, yeah, but that's how ignorant you are of dispensationalism. So you're, again, Daniel, you're just as guilty.
So, from your explanation of dispensationalism, unless I'm wrong, and you can correct me, you're saying that grace is different depending on what epoch or time period you're in.
No.
Okay, then what is it? Explain it.
Grace is the same in every dispensation. That's very simple. Do you know what the definition of a dispensation is?
Dispensation is like when you're giving out something.
Good. Yeah, that's part of it. But what's the actual in dispensational theology? What's the actual definition?
So I told you my understanding of it. You can correct it.
You see again here, but oh yeah, I told you but you're disingenuous. You're just as disingenuous as I'm being.
I'm being upfront about it. This is what I think I understand about it. So you're saying that
well, then why
if
you in
you're
the
like
chat all
the
the time
Israelis
posting
have a
stuff as
different,
if you know what it is. Why are you in the chat posting it's a heresy when you don't even know if it is a heresy? You're just as guilty.
Because the church teaches that's a heresy.
Well, that's great, but if you haven't looked into it for yourself, you're still committing.
See, Sal, they have a right to their opinion.
Can I see a can I see a citation? Hold on, Daniel. Daniel. You always defer to this.
Justin,
I want to see the manual where it says. Yeah, you're a little child. Shut up, Daniel. You always defer to this. Can you show me the manual of the heresies of the church? Like, where are you pulling these sources from? The church says. The church said. Okay, so show me where the church said it.
Yeah, I could do that. I literally can't do that right now while talking on the stream, but yeah, I could produce that for you. We can go over a heresy stream tonight. How about that?
So was it? I mean, yeah, I kind of want to see where you're pulling all this information from.
I got another one. Since
Rock
the arguing continues,
and we'll read what the church says about dispensationalism. But in the meantime, Tim.
Frank, can you stop, dude? We're trying to actually talk. I mean, what's up, dude? Like,
it's what you sound like to us. I'm trying to wake you up.
Well, shut up, dude.
You don't need to be here.
You don't like the conversation.
You don't need to be here. You can leave. You can leave.
You can leave. Yeah, you can freaking leave.
You can watch something else.
Okay, guys.
All right, I'll stop.
Can we put the pacifiers down, please?
I think I made my point. I'll stop.
Yes.
All right. So anyway, Tim, so what is your understanding of dispensations? It sounded like before you're saying that Israel had a different set of rules than what we have today, and that after tribulations, a different set of rules for salvation.
Well, we can talk about that later, but I want you to admit that you have done the same thing that I just got accused of.
No, because I'm not being disingenuous. Because I'm telling you if I don't understand something. Okay, but you made a claim that you actually knew what you were talking about. I'm telling you that I don't understand this possibly.
Wow.
And that's why I'm having a conversation with you about it. Can you address the question?
We can talk about that sometime, but first I would like you to admit that you were being just as disingenuous about dispensationalism. If you can't do that, then we have no reason to talk.
This is what I think dispensationalism means. It means that salvation, how you are saved, depends on if it's after tribulation or before tribulation and different times in history. Is that true or false, Tim? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Can you admit that you are being disingenuous?
You can't do it. You can't say yes or no. I know I was right about this. I understand dispensationalism. You're avoiding and deflecting because you know I'm right.
Here we go again.
You believe salvation is different depending on when you are in history.
People like David, because you sit here and act like this. David actually sits there and listens.
Yeah.
And I accept what David just told me. I accept it. Yeah, I was being disingenuous about the whole thing with what I was saying.
Good. I'm glad you admit that.
Can you admit it? Can you admit it towards me?
About what? That I don't understand dispensationalism?
About dispensationalism, what I believe. You've displayed it several times in the past streams.
I don't know that until you answer my question. Is that true or not?
Oh my gosh, dude!
Yes or no?
You are
If
insufferable.
the answer is
I'm
yes,
done
then I
talking to
do
you.
understand it.
I'm
If
done
the answer is
talking to you.
no, then I don't understand it.
Maybe
Either
I'll
way, I'm
join
not
the Catholic
lying to
Church
people like
instead.
you just did.
Or if this is how Orthodox are, maybe I'll join the Catholic Church because they seem to actually want to listen.
Yeah, well, you don't like being wrong. I get it. It's your
No,
pride.
you're literally lying, dude. You can't even admit that you were disingenuous. It's really sad.
You get stuck on a word, and it's
I'm
funny.
not stuck on a word, dude. You're in the chat all the time. If I even mention dispensationalism, you're copy and pasting crap from Google or wherever you got it from. You won't even come in and try to figure it out and talk to me. And now you're
I'm
it wasn't
talking
being
to you right now, and you
disingenuous,
can't
even
answer
though
my
days
question,
ago,
Tim. Is
even though
that
days ago I was
disingenuous?
doing it, dude.
Is it
Like, get
disingenuous?
out of here. Get out of here.
Is it
Whatever.
disingenuous to
Get
not
out of
answer my
here, dude.
question about
Get out of
dispensationalism?
here. Admit you were wrong or shut up.
Well, what was I wrong about, Tim? You can't even say yes or no to my
Disingenuous.
question.
If we're gonna sit here and throw this,
You know what disingenuous
I
means,
just
Tim?
literally admitted it. Why can't you?
I know you admitted it because you were wrong, and I'm glad you admitted that.
I love this, dude. You are the most prideful, ignorant fool I've ever met.
Well,
Absolutely.
you like to use words that you hear and then repeat them to other people.
Look at you. You do that all the freaking time concerning dispensationalism, bro.
Okay.
Pot calling the kettle black.
Tim wins.
Yeah, actually I do.
Okay, but you can't answer the question. Is salvation different? It is
Admit you were
how you get
wrong,
to salvation different
Admit you were
depending on
wrong
what kind.
first.
See,
And stop
you got
talking to
you got to
me.
talk over me.
And
I
stop
knew
talking
it.
to me.
See,
Stop
actually, I
talking to
do
me,
understand dispensationalism.
You don't
You were trying
understand.
to
Oh
lie
my
about it.
gosh. Oh, dude, whatever, man. Yep.
I called you out
You
because
really do live.
God is
I
the
mean,
same
you must be a little
yesterday,
crazy. No wonder
today,
you saw an
and
image of
tomorrow.
Mary. No wonder you saw Satan as Mary. You're crazy, man.
Well, Tim, you
Belong in a
always go back to the
straitjacket.
same thing because you got
You belong in a
nothing.
straitjacket. Yeah, because you saw freaking Mary.
Look,
Even atheists understand
I
when we're
got a
accusing you of
gun.
being
It's
crazy.
called the Tim gun, and it
Look at
has
my
no ammo in
vision.
it.
Look at my vision
I'll
of
just throw the
Mary. She told
gun,
me to go
and
to
then
the
I'll swoop,
church. To the
and then
church.
I'll grab the poop and throw it at people. That's what happens when you run out of arguments.
That's what happens when you're insane.
Okay, Tim.
Yep, straitjacket.
Well,
Tim.
at
You
least
don't
I think that
live in
God's always
reality.
the same.
You don't live in reality. It's all an illusion to you.
Tim.
What's up, Gigi?
AJ wanted to ask you a question about your thingamajiggy.
What's up, AJ?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, in the context of this conversation, let's say, for example, because if I have a question about dispensationalism, I'm going to ask you or do my own research in an honest way. But my only question is, do you think if you were to look at, let's say, read Catholic books very seriously, do you think you would come to the same conclusion? Or so what is really stopping you from really taking a deep dive and really just seeing all the evidence and then coming to your conclusion?
You mean as far as Catholicism is concerned?
Yes, like reading Catholic books and just doing all your research and then coming to your complete final conclusion about the Catholic faith.
Because I'm just focused on other things. I'm reading theological studies right now. I'm doing another read through the Bible and trying to map out the entire every reference to the Trinity. I got my hands full. And if you honestly want to know as well, I've actually come in contact with a brother in Christ on Discord that is highly educated, and he's probably going to be coming on these streams in the next couple of days and showing some scholarship concerning Catholicism and apparently some of the forgeries from the Church Fathers. So that'd be pretty interesting.
That layman guy?
No, not layman.
Oh, who is he?
He's on Discord.
Does he diss the cord?
Yeah, he does.
Oh, how dare he!
I'd be really welcome. Like
he actually sent me a book on a couple of things about Catholics too that I've been meaning to sit here and start reading through.
Are you alright, Daniel?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Sorry, but are you alright, Tim?
Oh, I'm good.
Are you alright, Z-Den?
I'm the best. How you doing,
Are you
Jesus?
David, I'm just going to tell you again, I am sorry, man. I didn't mean to accuse you. You're right. You have been very quiet and very, you do it seems to me like you are actually listening. So I appreciate you, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, thanks. And I just appreciate you realizing that, because it's just not. It's not gonna. It doesn't look good for you. And yeah, and I'd take the same criticism. It's never good to comment on things. Sometimes you just get worked up. But yeah, I was like, wait, he's never read those, so that literally couldn't be true. But yeah, no, I appreciate you owning up to it.
Yeah. Yeah, David, honestly, man, you really are like I gotta tell you, you're the nicest Catholic I've ever met. You know, I've talked to a few, and you really are you shine as far as just like actually wanting to listen.
Thanks, I appreciate that. I get that often, but I do got to give credit to AJ. He's far nicer than me. He's quieter, so a lot of people
AJ's
don't know.
too quiet.
Yeah,
AJ,
yeah.
he needs to talk to me a little more.
Well, did you guys get it all out of your system?
I'm all cried out, Barris. I'm all cried out.
Okay.
Aiden, are you related to Aiden?
Wait, where's Aiden?
I don't know, but are you related to Aiden, Zeden? You're both Dens.
Yeah, Dutch Den's our cousin too.
Dens.
Oh.
A dash den or a den altogether?
I have no idea.
I suspect it's all one word, not with a dash. So
It's a good question. I'm gonna have to ask Aiden.
he probably had to go to work or something.
I have no idea.
So not enough to Tim at all, but I think tonight I will do a stream on the heresy of dispensationalism, and I'll have an open panel for those who are asking in the chat.
The same thing that you don't understand? Wow, dude.
Oh, I'm there.
Whatever, man.
I'm there.
Yeah. Well, I think it's going to be important. I think it's important to address and to know a little bit more about it and why it's a heresy.
To know a little bit, so you're ignorant on it.
I'll
Well,
just
I
talk
think
about
that-
Daniel.
We'll see.
Daniel is a very cool
It's
guy
a heresy that you're ignorant on.
and has cool glasses. Yeah, I agree. Daniel and his
Daniel.
cool cat glasses.
Daniel,
yeah.
February 7th, fire trucks start having shows again. You guys could all come on and talk to Father Charles.
That's going to be lit. I hope everyone's watching when it happens.
Yeah. It's crazy. He's starting to have shows again. That'd be
I have a
awesome.
question. Didn't Father Charles just say in the chat that he would debate Tim as long as Daniel, Aiden are moderators? Isn't that what he said?
No, he said.
I like
he
that
said-
idea.
No, he said on Aiden or Gigi's channel, but the problem is he already agreed to my original terms, and now he's backing out and trying to change the terms. So that's a fallacy. So I mean, yeah.
Yeah, just noticed that.
Chuck, Chuck, you were like really snaky, dude. I literally emailed you with honest questions. I wanted to clarify some things and get the debate topic properly on, and we was supposed to be on Standing for Truth. Now you're backing out and you want to go on smaller channels. Why is that?
Actually, my channel's bigger than yours, but that's a red herring.
Truth is fraud.
It's not. He's not talking about your channel. He's talking about Gigi or
Standing for
But he's
Truth
coming on to
channel.
my channel on the 7th. I hope everyone's there.
They're a bunch of Hovind enablers. They, you know,
I can't
it's
get
when
him
he
to
runs
commit
two
to come
this
into the
debate
den.
Would you
one
stop
side
in the
and
Hovind?
then-
Father
I mean,
Charles.
do
No,
you
well,
really
it's
love
true.
him that much? Does he
Hey,
just live
it's
in your
true,
head?
man.
You've
I'm
let him
saying
live in your
true.
head, dude. You've let I don't know.
Tim,
I
if
can't
I put
imagine
you-
us
if I
obsessing
had
over someone
brackets
that
and I put
much.
you in a bracket with Daniel is absolutely going to crush you in a matchup.
What are you talking about?
You are going to lose that matchup so bad.
What matchup are you talking about?
It's good. Would you
Dude, you
guys
really
have a
hate
debate
Kent
with each
Hovind
other?
that much. I just kind of comment that you talk about him too much, and now what? You're like trying to come at me with
I'm
some
just
stupid
I'm winning
crap.
my opinion. This has nothing to do with Hovind right now. I'm talking about you're going to go up in a matchup, over doctrine, and you're going to get crushed. Just my opinion, but I mean,
The
not
opinion of a
you
lost person.
You already
that's
know
not
my
spiritual.
opinion on what
Got
I
it.
feel about all this.
The opinion of a
babbling
lost
over
person that's
doctrines
not
and everything.
spiritual. That's going to burn in hell one day if you don't repent. Okay.
Oh, here we go. Got to go with the threat. Oh,
I mean,
believe the
well,
way
that's the
believe or
truth.
burn in
That's
hell.
the truth,
Oh,
and
it's so nice.
that's what we all believe, by the way.
It's so nice.
Not just me.
You got to lead with that.
Well,
I
that's
just-
Pascal's
I just
wager.
feel
If
that
you
Christian
don't
love,
repent, put your
I
faith
really
in Jesus Christ, you
do,
will burn forever.
I really feel that Christian love coming from you, Tim. It just
That's love,
it just
man. I'm
radiates
warning you
outward.
about hell. I don't want you to go there.
Well, you don't have to worry about it because it doesn't exist. So
Yeah, okay, we'll see, man.
You know.
I would not take that bet.
Well, you haven't proven that it exists. Let's put it this way. Put it that way.
Well, the Bible did
You
write
haven't
about hell being in the
demonstrated
center of
it
the
other
earth
than,
long before
and that's why I
science
challenge
discovered
you.
it.
You know, how can you show any of these? You know, you are never able to show any of these things without the Bible. That's why I challenged you on that.
The Bible predicted
And you
hell
want to
long
say,
before
"Oh,
it
I'm
was
not
ever
taking a
discovered
hypothetical,"
scientifically. So, okay.
because you know you can't do it. Rest my case.
I literally just did, but you won't listen.
Azo says Hovendite and a Ruckmanite. No worried. Timmy Tears
Nope.
is a Satan follower. Sorry, I don't know what you mean by. Sorry, Azo. I don't know what you mean by Ruckmanite.
Ruckman is someone that Tim really respects.
Well, could we ever call him Rock Man?
Rock Man.
He's a rock man. Part rock, part man. But stronger than both combined. Just like Daniel is.
Rock.
But Daniel,
But I
tell
mean,
you look like
David, I'll take you through this this paper, this brother in Christ, this the one I was talking about that I'm probably going to have on here in the next few days. Highly educated. So I mean, do you believe that people can receive graces without the intercession of Mary?
That's a hard yes.
Okay. Well, are you aware that there are Catholic doctors that would disagree with you?
Yeah, there's a lot of Catholics who disagree on a multitude of things. It
No,
doesn't
I'm
change
talking about a doctorate in canon law, like a doctor of the church.
that someone can't receive graces from God without Mary.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. That's false.
That's what they teach, though. And a doctor in the church is the highest rank that you can get.
Now, can I ask where you're getting this information?
Yeah, the paper this brother sent me.
Can you elaborate on? That's pretty broad. A paper that some guy sent you. So you're telling me this is in the Catechism of the Catholic Church? I'll find that you can't receive a grace from God without the intercession of Mary.
Yes. Well, no. A man. What was it? A doctor in the Catholic Church, the highest rank you can receive.
Okay, so Tim, you do know that I don't even know how to answer that question. Like that does not mean that because a Catholic doctor said something, that means that's not how the doctrine of Catholicism works.
Are you sure about that?
I'm 100% sure.
So the highest ranking members of your church, they somehow don't have an authority all of a sudden?
This is like not even making like.
So the highest honor you can receive in the Catholic Church is Doctor of the Church. There have only been 37 people who were given this honor in the entire history of Catholicism. For comparison, they claim to have had 266 popes. Doctors have tons of buildings made in their honor, have their own feast days, their own devotions, shrines, universities, churches, and much more. Some have tens, if not 100 plus buildings made in their honor and named after them. Many of their works are translated into numerous languages, published and distributed across nearly the entire Catholic Church, either recently or currently. All quotes are either directly from doctors of the Catholic Church or are used by and affirmed as good/true by the doctors of the Catholic Church in their own works of writing. I'm not quoting random members. I'm quoting the most honored, adored, venerated, and beloved members in the Catholic Church that there have ever been. We'll be looking at the book called The Glories of Mary by Dr. Alphonsus Liguori. And see here. Some information about Dr. Saint Alphonsus Liguori. Alphonsus Liguori founded the Redemptorists, also known as the Congregation for the Most Holy Redeemer. The Congregation for the Most Holy Redeemer has more than 3,400 priests as members and more than 4,500 clerical members in total. Liguori is named the patron saint of the confessors. He has his own church in Rome. He has every linked, a few sources. He received a doctorate in canon law and doctorate in civil law, both from the University of Naples when he was 16 years old. He's a major figure in scholasticism with 9 editions of moral theology. His devotions are still used commonly today. Liguori's books have been published 21,500 different times in 72 languages. I gave some of his credentials because I wanted to be extremely clear that I am not cherry-picking just some words from a lowly saint or priest. I am going directly and only to the Catholics who have received the highest honor that you can possibly get in the Catholic Church. We'd be looking at what many believe to be one of his most famous, if not his most famous
What are
book.
you reading, Tim?
That's what I'm like. Are you reading?
Wait, what are you reading from, dude?
Yeah, this is a paper. It's a paper from a scholar that I just met that debunks Catholicism.
Okay, well, we
see
can
here.
stop reading this. So we have a catechism, and that is the doctrine of our beliefs.
Well, that's what you think, but that's not what's taught.
No, Tim,
The
I'm not
doctrines of
telling you
the
that's
church
what
are
I'm
the
thinking.
highest, are the again.
Okay, Tim. So whose advice are we going to take? A practicing Catholic or a guy who hates the Catholic Church of what the Catholics believe?
So now it's not like you assume he hates the Catholic Church. You don't even know who I'm talking about right now.
This is coming out of your mouth. I was referencing you.
I never said he hated the Catholic Church.
I'm referencing you as the person who hates the Catholic Church, and me as the person who's a practicing
Well, that doesn't
Catholic.
matter, does it? I'm presenting evidence. I'm just going
No,
through.
so me and you were talking about this, and then I'm telling
So we shall now begin. Receiving graces without the intercession of Mary is not possible. That'd be page 189. Whoever asks and wishes to obtain graces without the intercession of Mary attempts to fly without wings. No one can be saved except through Mary.
But hold on.
Page 189. And before him, Saint Germanus, speaking of Mary, said, "No one can be saved except through thee." God will not even grant a single favor except through Mary. That's page 190. God, when we supplicate him for favors, sends us to Mary. Go to Mary. I think it's Ite ad Mariam, for he has decreed, says Saint Bernard, that he will grant no favors except through the hands of Mary. All of the Catholic saints are in heaven.
How longer is this, Tim?
Even in heaven, they must still ask Mary. It's pretty long one. It's pretty long.
Yeah, there is actually a Saint
We don't
Bernard.
need
It's
to
not just a
continue
dog.
this. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you is you're completely wrong about all of this because he very well probably did say that. So the Catholic Church does not. We are not.
He'll be on in a couple of days. Actually, he should be on tomorrow.
All right, so let's talk about this. So we have a catechism of the Catholic Church, which cardinals, the Bishop of Cardinals, we have a magisterium come together and with the help of the Holy Spirit decide on the beliefs of the Catholic Church. So they take the readings of people like this that you're talking about and they take those into consideration. But everything that every doctor said isn't gospel truth. As you said to Daniel, it's not the Bible that you're taking this from.
Well,
so I just don't understand. I don't understand.
Well, hold on. You guys don't listen to the Bible. You don't listen. To the
No,
Bible.
no. So that's another false statement. That is 100% false.
No, it's not. I mean, there's been plenty of times where
No, Tim, you might not think that we follow the thing, but you can't just say a blatantly false, objectively false statement. Because like we think that same thing about you, but we don't. You can't just say that because I understand that you believe that you're following the Bible. Like there's Catholics and Orthodox. We don't sit here and just say like that's what the priest says. Like we go to scriptures. We like that's a completely very disingenuous statement.
That's you taking an individual approach. But again, what does the church actually teach? That's what's in their documentation.
No, but that's what we're talking about. You're telling me the church teaches what this guy says, and I'm telling you we have a whole catechism that doesn't say what you're saying.
So you're telling me men that literally studied the catechism, which is part of what they need to become doctors in the church, that they're wrong? And there's only been 37 of them in the history.
The guy who said that no one can receive a grace from God without the intercession of Mary, I believe that's incorrect. Yes.
It is, yes.
Okay, well, and according to the doctor who surpasses you in rank, he's right. So why should I believe you?
We have a church. It's not.
You have a clergy. You have a pope. You have a whole amount of people that are actual authorities over you. So you're not in line with your own church. That's really what I'm starting to hear.
So you're under the belief that the Catholic Church teaches that a man cannot receive a grace from God without the intercession of Mary. That's your statement. That's your claim.
That's not my claim. That's the claim of doctors in your church.
No, I don't even know how to interact with this conversation, Tim.
There's only been 37 doctors in the whole history. Do you know who the doctors in the church
do you
are?
agree with that claim or no? The claim I just said. Do you agree with that or no? That no man Would you assert that the Catholic Church teaches that no man can receive a grace from God without the intercession of Mary?
That's the claim of a doctor there's only been 37. They're the highest ranking. Again, we're talking about a doctorate in canon law and doctorate in civil law.
Okay, so let's not go to the teaching of the Catholic Church. Let's go to what a man
Oh my
said.
gosh. All right, so now you're admitting to me that you're not in line with your own church.
I just told you to reference the teaching of the church. What are you talking about? How can I not be in line when I'm referring you to the church for the answer? That makes no sense, Tim.
We're talking about doctors of the church, men who
I'm talking about the beliefs of the Catholic Church.
Do you even know about this? Do you know about doctors in the church? Did you know about this until I brought it up?
Of course I do. We're
Okay.
talking. Are we talking about two different things?
Explain to me what they are if you knew.
It's exactly what you just described them as. They're church father. They're like a high-ranked church father.
Okay, and you take their authority, don't you? Or do you pick and
no,
choose?
No, I don't. What do you mean authority?
So now you're picking and choosing who's the authority in your
There
own
is
church.
wisdom in a lot of what they say, yes, but it is not the gospel. Men are fallible. So, like, if he said 1,000
so then we don't have to listen to the church fathers. Is that what I'm understanding?
No, Tim. Where do you get these? No.
Oh man.
Hold on. You just asked me a question. I said no, and you're like, "Oh man!" Like,
explain yourself.
You're clearly misunderstanding. I'm talking about the teaching of the Catholic Church.
Hey guys, I got to head out of here. Love you all. God be with you, especially you, Tim.
See you, Daniel.
I'm informing you what you're saying the Catholic Church teaches does not teach that.
How do you know that? You're just making the claim. I mean,
Tim, we have a catechism. You can literally read the catechism. This isn't a secret.
I know I have it too. But again, the point being is, do you agree with your own church fathers or not? So which one should we agree with? Do we get to cherry pick?
Am I in 100% agreement with every church father on every statement they ever made? I'm going to say no.
Okay.
But that has nothing to do with the teaching of the Catholic Church.
Correct.
Well, then you're not in line with your church, though. If your church accepts all this stuff,
so we have a modern example. Pope Francis has made statements that we all would say, like, you won't find that in the Bible, right? He's still the Pope. Men can say things that aren't.
Then you're not as united as you think, are you?
We believe the same beliefs. There's no more united than that?
Yeah, but most Catholics don't even support their own pope. So for you to come out here and accuse us Protestants this, that, and this, I mean, again, I can turn the accusations right around on the Catholic Church.
What do you mean by not support? They're still showing up to receive the Eucharist. They might not agree with everything.
I mean, you're telling me this, but I have doctors in the church who far surpass you in rank and knowledge, and you're telling me that they're wrong. So who should I believe? The laymen or the doctors?
You should believe the teaching of the Catholic Church.
But the doctors literally, they are masters in the doctrines of the church.
Tim, are you having trouble understanding that there's an official teaching of the Catholic Church?
No, I'm just showing there's an inconsistency here.
Where's the inconsistency?
You've literally done it several times. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that this paper is causing you to trip all over yourself.
Where's the
one minute you're telling me we have to listen to the church fathers. Now you're saying, well, we don't actually have to listen to all the church fathers. So which is it?
Well, hold on. When did I ever say we have to listen to the church fathers?
Well, that's usually what I hear. Maybe not you.
Tim, you can't. I'm done. I'm done having this conversation. You are as disingenuous as they come.
I'm not trying to be disingenuous. I'm trying to understand.
You're 100% a fraud, bro. You're saying things that I didn't say, and then when I said, "When did I say?" You say, "Well, usually people say that." That's as disingenuous as they get, bro.
Well, I mean, you're telling me that you can be out of line with your own church.
I'm not. Okay, I'm done here. I am done here. You are.
That's what it sounds like. At least.
Okay, so you're saying things that I'm not saying, and then you're saying that's what it sounds like, bro. This is like liberal lefty bullshit 101.
But don't you? I mean, don't you defer to their authority? Why?
I defer to the teaching of the Catholic Church, brother. What do you not understand?
And these men are in line with the church, though.
I gotta go, because if you were in my presence, I would elbow you in the nose.
Only 37. Bro. Don't threaten me. That's just. I mean, I don't know. Am I striking a nerve? Anyways, there's only been 37 of these people. in the whole history of the Catholic Church. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah, I will have a lot of fun reading through this. And my buddy will be here probably tomorrow to hang out and engage with some Catholics. We'll get y'all converted.
Everyone all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
uh,
Looks like
how's
David couldn't handle it. He left.
Oh yeah, Azo, my buddy there can affirm the King James Bible, and he can read full Greek and Hebrew.
Oh. Do you know how to speak Greek and Hebrew?
No, that takes years and years of education.
Oh, what about AJ? Do you?
No, I do not.
What about Miss Outcast? Can you?
Do what?
Can you speak Greek and Hebrew?
No. Just Swedish, English, ancient Egyptian, and a bit of German.
What about
And Norwegian and Danish, of course. But I can't speak it. I can read it and understand it.
Oh. What about Greek?
Nope.
What about French?
Nope.
What about
But I
Danish?
can say "Donde están mis pantalones" in Spanish.
Oh, what about Latin?
No, but I do know more Latin than I know Greek.
What about Danish?
I can understand Danish when it's written, but not even the Danes understand Danish when they speak it. That's my claim.
What about?
So I took 6 years of German in school, and when I wrote my thesis on archaeology, I used German sources, but it was such a long time ago. I haven't used it, so it's bad. I can understand some of it when I read it, and when people speak it, I can understand it somewhat, but I cannot speak it anymore.
What about? What aboutism? What about that?
I hope I don't use whataboutism too much. I find it kind of hard to follow and not very, very useful as a language.
Highway to the gangster zone.
Dustin, did you see that?
Yes, I did.
That was interesting.
I'm gonna ride into the gangster zone.
I mean,
are you right?
David, I was just trying to understand things. I mean, it's like I see church authorities, but then you disagree with them where they make statements. It's like, well, then who are we going to cherry pick? Who are we supposed to listen to? It doesn't sound like your old church is as united as you make it sound. So.
What's the matter, Gigi? You don't like my gangster zone song?
Oh, that's nice. That's great. Stuff, true stuff. Oh.
I'd probably come up with something different.
Oh, Dustin.
Yes,
Can we call you the Dustin?
I don't care what you call me.
I don't call you late for dinner. Oh,
I mean, I would prefer if you didn't, but.
But Dustin, what do you do if you fall into another dimension where you're married to this?
I will find a stock market and invest in Microsoft.
Lady Edith. wants to say hi to you. She's married to you in another dimension. Your son is Tim.
No, I don't want to be Azo's son.
But that's Lady Aiden.
No.
That's Layden. Are you? Are we? Is this Layden?
The lady?
The Layden? The Layden lass?
Yeah, what do you do, Miss Outcast, if you fall in another dimension where there's a Lady Aiden and he's married to Dustin and their kid is Tim?
I would say you better return that kid.
Oh.
Something went
Hey.
horribly wrong.
Aiden, leave those kids alone.
Lady Aiden, here to marry you, Dustin. Lady
Yeah.
Aiden. What if
I've clearly triggered David, and
I'm looking at that. I'm like, what is going on? I mean, like, yeah. Nobody's saying. Well, maybe they are. I don't know, man. This is getting awkward. Like it's hard to like tell heads from tails anymore. Like we're all going over the same points over and over. I guarantee, like I go back 3 months, I'll find these exact same arguments in previous shows.
Lady Aiden, here to say hi to you, because she's Lady Aiden.
That's
She's
Layden.
married to Dustin.
Layden is the female version of Aiden.
Nice. Now we can finally talk about something else. Besides
I'm trying to
doctrinal
change the
arguments.
What's on your mind there, Frank?
At the moment, my mother is, because after her cancer treatment that she had yesterday, she's supposed to be resting, and I cannot get that woman to abide by her doctor's instructions. She insists.
Make sure she smokes pot. Yeah, you want to make her complacent? Make sure she's stoned.
Delta 8s that I have. I have Delta 8s and 9s. I should have slipped her one of those. It might work. I don't know.
Hey, Bond, I don't like you like that, bro. Just putting that out there, okay? Right? Like I don't follow you around trying to make comments about stuff.
What's he mean? Now realizing
I don't know. He's taking a shine into me, I think. I don't know. Maybe there's something about what I'm saying that attracts his attention.
I don't really know Bond all that well.
I don't want to know Bond. Bond sounds like a disgusting.
Deviant. Yeah, let me. Deviant. I'm sorry, Deviant. I totally missed. I didn't see you in the chat here.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Pull that up real quick. You're talking about the that doctor in the Catholic Church.
Yeah. Who had, the guy who had debunked, or is that the guy who had debunked the things?
Oh, who wrote this paper?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you have a channel?
I don't know.
Stuff on your channel?
I have his name right here, but I don't know if he wants me to give out his name. I'd have to. I mean, I plan on having him on. He said he'd come by GG stream tomorrow to talk with some Catholics and stuff. So I don't know if he wants his name out there though.
Oh, but does he have like a YouTube name or a channel?
I'm not sure. I just met him yesterday. He's working on a website, a very thorough apologetic website against Catholicism. And he just sent me some materials, and we went over a couple of things, and he just, one of his things is all the Catholics are out of line with their own church, and he can prove it.
Uh-oh, Ozzo's got a hoven boner again. He says, activate.
So, Alphonsus Liguri. That's the who was a doctor of doctor of the church, or
And this all goes back to the stuff I've been ranting about on these streams. Like in his paper, I just found right here, page 733 of the book he's citing. For 2 reasons, Mary may be called the deliverer of the world and our mediatrix. This is mediatrix of grace, as Jesus Christ is the mediator of justice. That's pretty blasphemous.
Amen.
Pretty interesting stuff.
Can I do a shameless self-promotion for just a minute?
yes. I mean,
absolutely.
And I put it forward in the chat a little bit earlier. I got permission from Aaron Raw. I actually asked him in writing if I could make clips of his video exchange debate from back in 2018 with Hovind. So I've downloaded all that, and I'm making selective cuts out of that. Kind of I'm going through round 2 where it was Aaron's turn, and I'm going piece by piece. Hovind asking his question and then Aaron's response to it. And I'm going to do a series of those, and I'm publishing those on my YouTube page, my channel.
You can do this shameless plug, but don't expect me not to shame you for
it. Shame away. Shame away.
Why, you dirty atheist, Satan worshipping,
you dirty Hovind burner, you.
Yeah, I didn't want to cross that line, but you brought it up.
It gets thrown around so much.
No, I don't call people rats unless they are.
What if they?
What's that, GT?
Yeah.
So what, you're gonna do a compilation then?
Well, I don't know if you really consider it a compilation, but I'm kind of like I'm making selective cuts of different points that were made during the debate.
You could call that a compilation.
I guess like chapters.
I mean,
like
technically,
I'm cutting it up into chapters and segments of chapters, basically.
I mean, is there a theme or a related ideal? Like, what are we going for? Comedy?
Well, really, kind of now, just like going for material for Claude and BBM and Atheist Junior and other people to use.
So we're talking comedy. I got
potentially for comedy, but also to point out where Hovind is absolutely wrong about absolutely everything that he says, no matter whether we're on the topic of his his depiction of evolution and why he's wrong about that, and everything else that he claims. Because
even a broken clock is right twice a day. Let's not be that. Like, I mean, come on, man. I bet you if we put some basic math problems up on the chalkboard, I bet you could solve them.
Fair
Let's
enough.
not.
Oh yeah.
I mean, all right. I mean, we're pushing it past the point of ridiculousness at this point. Like, it's all good. I understand. You guys have an obsession. You have a goal. You're shooting for it. You want to see an empire topple and a couple of dominoes fall. It's all good and well, right? Right up until somebody points out that they're a bigger corporation.
It's really not.
Well, I don't know what it is then. I don't know what it is then, because well, then make it make sense to me, Frank, because it sounds like an obsession. Like, in all honesty, if I was Hovind, I'd be applying for a restraining order against all y'all.
Well, how can you do that? Well, how can you do that when you're a public figure and you put your stuff out there for all to see, and then they make rebuttals? I mean,
that would be your counterclaim, but not everybody would be smart enough to realize that.
But there are a lot of people who buy into his lies and the things that he says, and we have, this is more demonstration that you don't think he tells lies. Okay, look, we're showing you where he lies. We're showing you the evidence.
See, I can't defend the man anymore. I used to.
I don't.
But in good faith and in.
Oh, I was just gonna say I don't want to defend him. I just get. I mean, I don't know. He. It's just everybody's always talking about him.
Very naughty boy.
Can we just get away?
Buddy, look, you can't put your marriage out in the public and then expect people not to talk about it. You've waived your right to privacy beyond that point. I understand why she left. It was never about her. It was about him and his image.
Yours. You blew it.
Okay.
Okay then.
Jesus Christ, you have to go there.
That's
Do you have to do that, Frank? I'm trying to keep a straight line of logic going here. You just like,
Okay.
here's a monkey wrench. Oh, look at this gear
I'm
over
sorry.
here.
I'm
Like, what?
sorry, dude. I know you gotta. You need
You
to.
Frank. You know what? Frank off. I'm precluded from saying the other F word.
Go for it. Okay, I'll keep quiet. I'll let you focus.
Well, no, I mean, I was on a roll, but no, like here, the bottom line is, if the man was interested in his privacy, he would have kept it private.
Do
When he
y'all
puts
have
his
to make me
business out on
defend
Front Street,
Dustin
people
Buck? Because I agree with Dustin.
say what? No, who is this? Jess? What?
Yeah, it's Jess.
Here's my
Say what?
question.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, Jess. I got to get back to work anyway. I love you guys. Have a good day.
I just wanted to say that I agree with you, Dustin. That's the reason why I popped on. Like, here's the thing. Even like, do you guys really
Mark it in the calendar? Mark it in the calendar. Dustin Buck was right. January 30th.
Like, is that the
Mark it in
caliber of person you're looking to bring into your way of thinking?
It's on record. He dropped
Am I
out.
not-
He dropped
am I on
out, Badger
delay or
Snake. We can
something?
hear you.
We can hear you. Yes.
I can't even hear you guys.
We can hear. If you can hear us, we can hear you though. Let me put it in the private chat.
That's weird. I cannot hear you guys at all. Hold on, give me a second. Yeah, I can't hear you guys. That's weird. Give me just a second and let me
Technical
rejoin the
difficulty.
stream.
Got something muted. Well, he gets that straightened out. Bond says Hovind versus Arn was 6 years ago, over half a decade ago. Nothing from that debate is worth clipping and posting. The after show was way better. Well, I get your point. I get your point on that. I did see. I don't think I saw all the after show, but yeah, they had some wait a minute. You're talking about the one on the non sequitur show. This is Bond. I'm referring to the video exchange debate that Arn Ra and Kent Hovind had back and forth with each other. Yeah, they had their discussion, their famous discussion on the non sequitur show.
Oh, here we go. Okay, this is interesting. The records of the Catholic Church had in Liber Pontificalis for all their papal decrees from before 500 AD were basically entirely forged. Interesting.
Claude will be here in a little bit.
Catholic Encyclopedia was at 9 KOC, page 224 to 225. The compiler of the Liber Pontificalis utilized also some historical writings, St. Jerome, De Virus Illustribus, a number of apocryphal fragments, e.g. the Pseudo-Clementine Recognitions, the Constitutum Silvestri, the spurious acts of the alleged synod of 275 bishops under Sylvester, etc., a 5th century Roman acts of martyrs. Finally, the compiler distributed arbitrarily along his list of popes a number of papal decrees taken from unauthentic sources. He likely attributed to earlier popes liturgical and disciplinary regulations of the 6th century. Gosh, you got a lot of stuff in this paper.
This is a scholarly work that you're citing? Okay.
Yes.
And who was it by?
I don't know, because he's working on launching a website, so I don't know if he wants like his name out there before the reveal. So
Oh well, you're revealing it before he's ready to reveal it.
He gave it to me. He said I could use it.
Oh, okay. Tim's a rule breaker.
He told me it was okay. I swear. No, very knowledgeable. I didn't even expect to run into him, honestly. Like, he was just in Discord giving a lecture, actually on the King James Bible. It wasn't even really Catholic related, but I asked him, "What do you think of the Catholics?" "Oh, yeah, well, this is forged, that's forged." I'm like, "Whoa, hey, can I get some of that?" Yeah, and he said he'd come on tomorrow, so that should be a lot of fun.
What's his name again?
Hey, okay. Hey, guys, sorry. I didn't want to interrupt.
You're doing
but-
that on purpose.
Hey,
You're doing that
hey,
on
guys,
purpose,
guys, I need your guys' attention. Okay,
Dustin's
now
book. Here we go.
this is evidence that I am the undisputed hand digging champion and expert in this entire community. If there's ever a question about digging, you all have to defer to my expertise.
We have no idea which community, but yeah, let's see your handiwork.
In the truck?
Very clean looking. It's a long trench.
Yes, sir.
Very long trench.
I'll tell you his Discord screen name. I don't know if anybody has Discord, but his screen name is Salty Cracker.
Salty Cracker.
Are you serious? You're having the salty cracker on your show? Yes, sir.
Actually, praise God, he's probably
And a rag.
yeah, he's going to do a video with me on my channel about the King James Bible and give it from a scholar perspective. And he said he'd love to come on here and hang out with us and engage with the Catholics. And yeah, so it'd be actually a lot of fun. I was kind of like, I just stumbled on his on the Discord yesterday, and he was just giving a friggin' lecture, and I was like, what am I listening to? And yeah, I got in contact with him.
He couldn't call himself Saltine because that's copyrighted.
Right.
It's a trademark of Nabisco.
Yeah.
Or whoever owns Nabisco.
Hey guys, I figured out my audio finally. Apparently I muted the tab and it was still muted when I came back.
Okay, you can hear us?
Fun. Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, the question that I was asking, I don't know if you answered it already, is just that like why would you want people following you who would follow someone like Kent? Like
No, he dropped again.
Who is he talking to?
I think he was just talking in general.
Oh, okay.
But he said, I don't know, because he only got half of his point through.
Yeah, he did. He just internet took a dump.
If he could, there he is.
I think that might. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just asking in general because, like, I don't know. Dustin just disappeared again, but like I was kind of on Dustin's side with what he was saying because it does kind of just seem like a vendetta, and I don't know why you would want to devote so much of your time, considering there's lots of people who are a mess and spreading disinformation. Like, I just feel like fixating on one particular person and having like a constant back and forth with them would be kind of not very constructive, maybe.
Well, Badger, he's fair game because he makes himself a public figure. It would be one thing, if he was just trying to appeal to a private audience. He wasn't trying to reach everybody. He wasn't trying to be a YouTube televangelist or whatever classification you want to give to him. But he's fair game.
I see him almost like a Tiger King type figure. Like he's a mess on purpose.
Tiger Claw.
Right? Like he's kind of like that guy. Like he knows that the outrage is going to get people to interact. And that's what I'm saying. Like he probably knows that. Like
he craves the attention.
He craves the attention. He's probably an absolute narcissist.
Mm-hmm.
So why give him the attention?
Well, the purpose of what I'm doing is to assist others that are trying to. It's not so much for or against Kent. It's to help people that basically have accepted his lies.
Yeah.
And to show to them, no, look, he tells all these lies. This is wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. Try to help you understand. It's not just a vendetta against him and trying to necessarily bring him down, although he does need to stop getting attention. He's a very, troubled
But you
figure.
can't really control that. The thing is like I've dealt with a lot of narcissists in my lifetime, and you can't really control that. Even if you remove yourself and rescue other people from them, they will find more sources of attention. They will never run out of sources, and they're always going to be better than you at finding new sources than you are of denying them to them.
Well, yeah,
that's the thing about them.
Yeah. But again, this isn't for, this isn't specifically for his benefit or detriment.
It sounds like this guy brings women into his life like he changes a pair of pants,
yeah.
And I would definitely be on your side with saying, okay, well, when there's a new woman coming around, maybe make enough noise that she notices that, right? Or try to reach out and say, hey, don't get yourself into this, because it's a certain type of personality that's going to come into the orbit of that kind of person. So I can understand wanting to protect people from that type of personality. But what I'm saying is I would almost do it in a dispassionate kind of way of this is the work that needs to be done. If it's going to be that much of a thing, I definitely wouldn't let it upset you what he's doing.
That's a point. Yeah.
I wouldn't let it upset you. I wouldn't let him live rent free in your head.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's kind of what Dustin was saying as well. I wouldn't let him change the temperature in your pool, right? I would say there's more important things than him. Now, if you find it entertaining to just I kind of do it to Bruce Wayne. I do find it entertaining to some point to throw
there
a
is
wrench
some
in
entertainment value.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So like with Mr. Wayne, when he starts his nonsense, I find it entertaining to kind of slap him a little bit, and but then I kind of just let it go. Like I don't really think about him when I'm not in a room with him, right? And
well,
don't
let's put it this way: I'm not
your
thinking
head.
about him when I'm going to sleep at night. Let's put
Well,
it that
no,
way.
but
I've got other things on my mind at that point.
Yeah, but like if you see a clip and he says something and you're fuming about it, like you don't want to let it change your mood either, you know.
When people are talking about him, and having a discussion, and it's fair game to have a discussion about him. But we have you have to understand, we have certain people within our, not naming names, but certain people within our circle, or I guess you could say the broader circle of people that are on Gangster Ghost channel and related channels, that don't like the fact that we do this, that refer to anybody that criticizes him as having a Hoven boner, and et cetera, who don't get what it is that we're,
I've heard you guys
people
talk
like
about
Big Bad
him.
Mama and Claude Balls and Atheist Junior and Kurisu and et cetera are trying to do.
Yeah. I just, what's funny about Mia is like, I've heard you guys talk about this guy so much, and I have no interest to even know anything about. I'm just like, yeah, okay.
You're better off not know.
Yeah, that's
you're better off not knowing, really, to tell you the truth.
That's a person that exists, right? I'm yeah.
Because listening to this man at any length of time can cause brain damage. So,
Yeah. Well,
it is a hazard.
That's just my opinion.
It is
like,
a hazard to your health.
Don't. What I would say is like if you want to throw sticks in his way to watch him trip over them, I get it. That type of person. I know that type of personality. But I would definitely say not to let him affect you the other way. If he's affecting you as much as you're affecting him, you're not playing the game the right way. That's all I'm saying.
Nah, I mean, we're good there.
Yeah.
In my case, anyway.
Yeah.
That's not what any of this is about.
Now, Claude, I don't know. Claude is.
I think Claude's having a lot of fun with it too.
As long as he's getting enough
value in it.
Fun, as long as it's not like.
Don't want to speak
like
for him.
Masturbatory anger, right? Like that kind of thing.
Yeah, if it's a public paper, then whatever, Bond.
Right.
But like I say, he is, as long as he makes himself a public figure, he is fair game.
Oh, sure. Like if he now if he just jumps off the
you
internet and
guys are
he's not
totally
looking for
oblivious to
attention
what I was
anymore, like I would definitely leave the guy alone for sure. Then
Which he can't do because his
Yeah.
particular condition will not let him do that.
yeah.
And that's that's where the, as Dustin Buck would say, that's where this lies.
Yeah. I just always.
If he would
always
stop talking about the rest of us, we would probably stop talking about him. If he would just stop talking, period, we would stop talking about him.
You almost kind of wish that the people, and you got to realize, like, there's people that are stuck in his orbit that are completely being victimized by him, and they're doing it to themselves by staying.
And children are, the other thing is too, that children are potentially in danger from this too.
Really?
That's the other issue.
You're talking about like underage, like younger ladies.
Talk about just children in general that go to his Dinosaur Adventureland. You want to call
How
it
are they in
park
danger
or whatever?
Like,
or
how are they in danger?
sad
Just from
abandoned
his toxic
sandbox or whatever.
personality, or from other threats?
Because there are known pedophiles that whether at least there's the accusation. I don't have all the evidence of this. There are other people that can present it, but that there are, and Claude has done a lot of work on this, and this is part of the driving force behind his work and Big Bad Mama's work is to try to protect children, because there are known pedophiles and Kent knows that they're pedophiles and has allowed them to be at DAL.
Well, they probably tell him what he wants to hear, because to be a pedophile, you have to be a bit of a narcissist yourself.
But that's the danger. So it's not, when it comes down to things like that, it's not about personal vendettas. It's not about getting even. It's not about shutting somebody up. It's about, kids need to be protected. Families need to be protected. And they need to know, they need to know this.
Yeah. You guys know about the NGOs and stuff?
Consider it a public service.
Yeah. Do you guys know about the NGOs and stuff that like traffic kids?
No, I'm not familiar. NGOs,
Really?
What's it stand for?
Non-governmental organizations. So the federal government, when it can't legally do something, it can invest into a nonprofit to do those things for it, because the nonprofits don't have to. It's called non-government organization, but nonprofits don't have to adhere by the same rules that the federal government does when it's doing things. See something. I'm gonna pull something up.
Okay.
Since Logan is all about this cause as well, which is probably why you guys get along so well. Let me pull this up and I'll show you. So there's a pretty well-known case. I wish more people were aware of this, because this has been a big part of my YouTube channel. I've been making videos about it. Lately, I've been doing clips of like the confirmation hearings and stuff to try to get more viewers, just to kind of spam stuff and get more viewers. But my big thing is telling people about these NGOs, and it's a serious problem in this country right now. And the Biden regime has had a lot to do with it. There we go. Going here and put that up there, I think. See. All right. You got it, Logan?
No, Azo, I just didn't know if he was like okay with that. But if he's publishing these papers publicly, then yeah, it's Matthew K.
Be right back, you guys. Sorry.
No worries. So I'll hey Logan, are you there?
By the way, Azo, I'm still waiting for you to link that quote-unquote consensus against the King James Bible. I'd love to see it.
Logan was really nice and shared this video for me the other day.
Yeah, that's him. Matthew K.
Is it there? Is it on the screen? Hmm.
Well, I don't know, man. I was just citing his paper. I
Let me
wasn't
try
sure if it was
again.
like, I wasn't sure if it was something that he was waiting to publish and he didn't want, like, I didn't know. So, yeah, it's Matthew K.
Here we go. So check this out. This is like one of the NGOs funded by the Biden regime in the previous administration.
With details on a major lawsuit against Southwest Key. The DOJ is suing the organization over allegations of intimidation and sex crimes against undocumented migrant children.
The organization has over 24 shelters in multiple states, including several here in the Valley. The CBS 4 Investigates teams goes in depth to bring you more details. Here's Derek Garcia.
Well, Southwest Key is under a multi-state federal investigation stemming from allegations of sex crimes against children. The new lawsuit from the Department of Justice alleges the company knew employees were preying on undocumented migrant children and intimidating them into not reporting. Southwest Key has received $3 billion in federal aid. Brownsville has the largest facility and made national headlines when then President Trump ordered the separation of children and their parents who crossed the border illegally. But some children were as young as 5 years old and just shy of turning 18 years old when the abuse happened. Examples of the abuse include solicitation of nude photos, sexual abuse, rape, and watching them in a sexual manner and inappropriate touching. The 28-page report does not name employees but outlines the outcries from the children. And the 4 Investigates team is going in depth. We're following the arrest and conviction of an employee who is now a registered sex offender. In 2019, Hugo Alberto Rodriguez was arrested in a joint investigation by the Cameron County District Attorney's Office and Homeland Security. Rodriguez asked a child he knew from Southwest Key for naked pictures. He pled guilty and is now a registered sex offender.
OMG.
There's been multiple instances.
Congressman
of
Vicente
this
Gonzalez,
happening
along with other
across all these
Democratic
NGOs.
lawmakers like Ohio Senator Jeff Merkley, raised serious concerns over Southwest Key and child separations back in 2018 when we reported on it. Congressman Gonzalez
It's
releasing
evil.
a new statement to the
And these
Before
are
Investigates
charities,
team,
man. Like people are
saying,
giving
quote,
them
as I
money
stated
thinking
back
they're
in
doing good work for
2018, we
people.
must ensure that immigrant children are protected from potential abuse.
Now check this out. Here's the video.
Southwest Key
real.
Programs works with the federal government, state agencies, and local officials to provide temporary shelter, food, health care, and education to children and youth who have come to the United States alone, without parents or family. Southwest Key's Unaccompanied Children's Program works quickly to connect them with family or a sponsor who are thoroughly vetted and approved through the Administration for Children
They're
and
not
Families
thoroughly
Office
vetted.
of Refugee
There are sex
Resettlement.
offenders in many of these.
A team of clinicians,
programs.
social workers, case managers, medical professionals, and youth care workers work around the clock to ensure the children are safe in a nurturing environment with healthy meals and snacks, outdoor play, arts and crafts, mental health
Snacks and
counseling,
rape.
and more. Southwest Key's Unaccompanied Children's Program continues to provide humanitarian.
But I do have to ask this though: are we talking about in this particular situation, what's come to light so far? Are we talking about just a few bad actors and actresses here, so to speak? Rather than it being you or they're alleging that it's the entire organization
It's part of the trafficking network. So I've got a clip on my channel I can run for you real quick. Hold on. That I
Because on the
discovered.
surface, it looks like they're trying to be humanitarian and maybe
Yeah, but
some bad
ask
people
yourself,
got involved in it.
why would you bring kids alone into a strange country where they don't speak the language? You've got kids that only speak Mayan dialect; they can't even speak Spanish, and they're bringing.
I thought it was
them
that they
into the
were already
country.
here because their parents, migrated here and then were
No,
detained.
No, the way it works, and I just chased everyone out. The way it works is they sign the kid up and then they send them to the border, and what'll happen is the NGO will come get them. These kids actually have been used. These kids have actually been used to get men over the border because if they come with a kid, they can't refuse them. So then there's been kids that have come multiple times. I talk about in one of my longer YouTube videos called Unveiling the Dark Side of NGOs. But they use these kids to get over the border and then send them back, and these NGOs are helping facilitate this. And a lot of the times, these guys that are coming over the border with these kids have a record. They absolutely have a record, and it's really scary how deep it goes. There was even something that happened in Guatemala. There's an organization called Save the Children, and Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, had to show up at a Save the Children facility and threaten to arrest everyone if they didn't stop what they were doing. I have a clip right here. Hold on. It's crazy. It's happening right out in the open, and it's scary, man. Here we go. This is from my channel. You got it, Logan? So this is just like a small clip. There's a longer thing. I can actually drop it in the backstage comments if you want. You there, Logan? I know he's probably like multi-streaming or something. He's probably in another channel. I shouldn't stop sharing. I should have just kept it. Anyway, they talk about this, and the craziest thing is that Save the Children organization was chaired by
in relation to
Joe
the new
Biden.
complaint that has been filed with the institution in a horrifying pattern of disappearance of children from Guatemala has been brought to our attention, and it has been reported to the public ministry that a complex network involving NGOs, non-governmental organizations operating within Guatemala, who have collaborated with specific entities in the state of Texas, are implicated in the abuse of Guatemalan children where they are when they are away from their parents and do not have someone to protect them. These Guatemalan children have reportedly been placed in shelters and organizations throughout Texas under the guise of providing them with a family environment. Disturbingly, there have been reports and documented situations of sexual abuse in these shelters, which is a huge violation and rights and dignity of these children. So let me pretext that there for your audience. What this Attorney General is saying, they're saying that we have evidence. And we know, because we know here in America, because our DOJ has an open investigation and a lawsuit into one of these NGOs called Southwest Q Programs. And we know that children have been raped, molested, and assaulted inside these facilities here in America. So we know it, and their government knows it as well. And it was so bad in the very beginning, in the early stages of 2021, that Greg Abbott had to show up with the Texas sheriffs and hold a press conference in front of one of these facilities saying that if DHS doesn't shut it down, the Texas government is going to go into this facility and they are going to arrest every employee inside this facility and any federal agent that tries to stop or interfere with it happening. Wow. So we've known this from the very beginning. We knew that these were breeding grounds for pedophilia and criminals and child molesters.
It's a whole network.
And we've allowed them to open, and not just allowed them to open, but continue to fund them. So their government is very well aware of this. And they're trying to say, hey, Ken, we're about to raid one of these facilities. Let's do a joint operation, because if we have the intel here and we know that they're getting trafficked into Texas, this is a great opportunity for you to raid them at the same time, and let's save these Guatemalan children. But it fell on deaf ears, and now it gets worse. In relation to the new
Hold on, I got the other clip.
So they had to go as far as contacting me, some independent journalist, because they've exhausted every single option, and they've had no help from the United States government trying to stop this operation, trying to stem the flow of it, trying to do anything but almost accelerate it. So then here's the kicker, right? So after this raid, about 12 days after, so the raid was on the 25th. It was either May 6th or to May 6th, 7th, or 8th. Anthony Blinken gets on a flight, flies to Guatemala, holds a press conference saying that this attorney general is corrupt and she needs to be investigated.
But they attacked the lady that brought it up.
Like just like, and it gets. I'm holding the best for last, Neil. And come to find out, guess who sits on the board of directors, or guess who was the chair of the board of directors for Save the Children?
Lincoln?
Nope. Jill Biden. So I didn't send this one to you. I should have sent that already.
Oh, God.
But I just sent you a photo. I don't know if you have time, if you're able to pull it up here and throw it here on your screen.
I can do it.
Okay, so what I just sent you, that is Jill Biden being elected chair.
I
of
agree,
Save the
Claude.
Children. So we have the president's wife sitting as the chair of an
There are
organization.
people within
that
the
is being
organization that are
raided
using it to
for
traffic
trafficking
children.
And then on top of that, I can
They
send
know
you
to some
several
extent.
more, but I can just talk about them. Here's two more photos of Save the Children.
And
the first one is Ghislaine
if
Maxwell,
Catholic
Jeffrey
dioceses are
Epstein's
moving
wife,
priests around and
in
hiding what they're doing, they're all
1985. And it says
complicit,
Ghislaine
everyone
Maxwell
within that
mirror
diocese.
organized a Disney day out of the kids at Lord and Lady Bass Longlet House in Worcestershire. A great day of fun in which Ghislaine Maxwell presented a check for $2,000 to Save the Children Fund, September 13th, 1985. So Jeffrey Epstein's wife is involved with Save the Children since 1985. We have Oprah Winfrey in 2019, and this title of this one is Save the Children Honored by Bob Iger amid Oprah Winfrey's presidential pondering. Oprah Winfrey, and now we have Jill Biden sitting on the board of directors. When I tell people that this operation is so much bigger than we could ever imagine, and God can only imagine what an organization like this has been doing to children since.
So
that's probably where they got all the kids on Epstein's Island.
yeah, that's probably exactly what it was.
Like,
They filtered them through NGOs because they recovered. They didn't recover, but they located 80,000 kids on day 2. That and 2 of them were all the way in Iceland, like had been trafficked all the way to Iceland.
It makes sense. Like anytime you have undocumented anybody, you're going to get trafficked. Like even with adult women, you know, in these massage parlors, because it's like they're essentially untraceable and nobody's going to miss them.
And this is the case for, you know, people say it's so inhumane to deport people, but this is the case for why people should be here legally, is so that they're protected and have rights and they can actually report and not get trapped in a horror show in their life.
Which is like every country, like for example, like if you're from like a third world country, every country, if you immigrate anywhere, has like a class they make you take, and then they're like essentially like if anything happens and you're trapped, like these are like the embassies in the country you're going to, and you can always like reach out to them for help.
Yeah.
Like if you get caught, like women, for example, if they get caught up in like an abusive relationship, or the guy they think they're marrying is like actually a pimp or something.
Yeah. I think that, you know, with Kash Patel has promised to release all the Epstein and Diddy stuff. I really hope that we see the extent of what it is. And Claude, I see what you're saying, and I understand that, and people are doing good work and stuff. But you have to realize there are always going to be people who are evil that try to use the organization for their own benefit. That doesn't mean that's what the organization is all about.
Especially children. Anytime you have a bunch of children congregated anywhere, there's going to be sickos that try to prey on that. Like the Boy Scouts, the Catholic Church, the Olympics, like everything. You know? With that, remember that Olympic guy who was like a coach and he was molesting all the girls?
Yeah, and there's where the problem is like when you have a situation where you create a power dynamic. I'm not saying like if people are being deported that they're going back to anything better, but we cannot allow it to be facilitated in this country. It's just it should not be allowed.
What do you think of this DEI stuff going away? And then the plane crash.
I've heard some things about the plane crash. I've got some. What?
Did you watch the Trump like speech on it?
No, I didn't watch the whole Trump speech.
He he references the FAA because the crash was caused by the
People are
FAA and
blaming
air.
Elon Musk for the crash.
The crash was
Because-
caused by air traffic control because they had two separate vehicles flying at the same altitude.
Yeah.
And Trump pulled up like a bunch of stuff from the FAA website on DEI, and it's freaking scary because it's like we've committed, like we feel like people with mental, intellectual disabilities are the like the most discriminated against. So we've committed to like hiring people with severe mental illness. It like literally says that.
Like that.
And it's like insane. How would anyone have a problem with that if they're like, yeah, let's get rid of that?
Hey, Burius, dude. Like, here's the thing, though. It's not a conspiracy theory to say that you don't want people who are mentally deficient running an air traffic control tower.
It's like the same with
there's
guns.
nothing wrong with
It's
saying
like
that. That's common sense.
most people who are like pro Second Amendment are like, yeah, I don't think like schizophrenic people should and manic people should own guns. You know?
Yeah.
It's like you don't want to put people like that in a position where they could like hurt a bunch of people.
It's crazy because people are saying that Elon Musk caused that.
I don't
People are
understand.
saying
How.
Elon Musk
I haven't like
caused that
read
'cause
on
he told the secretary of the FAA to quit because he did something stupid, and Elon Musk like told him he should quit his job, and then he did.
I don't know. When the FAA publishes on their website like 6 months ago, we're going to hire people with severe mental disabilities. Like that's pretty insane.
I don't know why you guys are getting so upset that we think this.
That's what everyone on Facebook, dude. People are like,
They're-
"What a bigot!" And it's like,
if you
what?
can't
Do you
see
want to
what's
fly on
going
a
on-
plane with a bunch of these, like you know, people with let's say Down syndrome? Like, yeah, they deserve jobs and like equal rights, but they should not be like air traffic controllers.
Here's the thing though. It's a lot easier to just call everything a conspiracy and try to pretend like this isn't happening to these kids and that our society isn't allowing it. That's a lot easier. It's a lot harder to face the truth of what's going on and that they are catching these, like there are people who are like they catch predators for a living and stream about it and stuff, and these people are catching 5-6 dudes a day. You have to realize there's a lot of bad people out there that want that kind of access, and if that hurts your brain to think about the fact that that's real, I don't know what to tell you.
I took a sex trafficking class.
Yeah, I had to at my job too because I'm in and out of people's homes all day, so I need to be able to identify this stuff.
That's what I had to do too, but they make you do it if you like start or buy or like if you have an MC, which is like a motor carrier authority, like a USDOT number essentially. So it shows like, you know, like prostitutes and stuff. If you see them, there's like telltale signs where you should like report it because they're being trafficked.
When I start talking about this and people start getting really upset and calling it conspiracy theory, it makes me kind of suspicious, to be honest. Like not trying to throw any shade, but just calling it a conspiracy theory when it's obviously happening and there's a lot of creeps out there and they get caught and they're like, oh well, I did this to this person and this person and I've done this like 3 other times, and it's just I don't know about all that. I'm more talking about. They're talking about Clay. They're talking about that a Down syndrome person's never run an air traffic control tower. I wasn't saying that, but
I don't think they should.
But
Though.
hiring
Who
for air traffic control should be a meritocracy and not a DEI effort.
Yeah, it should be about like qualifications.
No one said that was actually what's happening, Claude.
DEI should be more applicable when it comes to like Walmart and McDonald's. And
yeah, but even they've gotten rid of that whole thing. And like you see right now, like they're politicizing these businesses, and it's so stupid. Like you got Al Sharpton doing buy-ins. Have you seen that for Costco?
Yeah.
And it's just like, who wants to deal with that?
So is DEI like affirmative action where like it doesn't make you just not discriminate, but it makes you like maintain a quota, which forces you to like discriminate against other races and
Yes.
people? Is that what it
Yeah.
is?
Yeah, it's just it's
It's like a
checking
terrible
boxes.
idea.
It's checking boxes.
It's like
Listen back.
it's like
I don't know. Apparently, Claude thinks you said that actually happened. I don't think I don't think Clay said that people with
No,
Downs are doing air
no,
traffic control.
like it really the FAA published on their website a thing where it says we're gonna hire like X amount of people with severe mental intellectual disabilities. So like I don't know if like under that description like Down syndrome would qualify, but like it obviously isn't just Down syndrome, but it's like people with disabilities mentally. So like what all
Yeah.
is there besides like because like mental disabilities could be like schizophrenic and bipolar and stuff, but then when you hear like intellectual, that makes me think of like autism, Down syndrome, stuff like that.
Yeah. It's I'm trying to find it. Obviously, there's some TDS.
You got to
going
watch the
on there.
Trump speech because he like pulled it up and quoted it directly and then gave you a date. Like this date, this was
The
on their
FAA is
website.
actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities,
Yeah,
psychiatric
dude.
problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website.
They even wrote like because we feel like this group is discriminated against the most, so that's why we chose this group. I'm like, dude, that's such a bad idea. It'd be like
That's-
hiring a bunch of like crippled people in wheelchairs to be firefighters
And be like,
or something.
load these trucks, like load some trucks.
Yeah,
I
like
wouldn't say Down syndrome.
some things you're not like discriminating. It's just like you're not able to perform this function, especially like a safety sensitive function. It's like you should not have mentally disabled people doing that.
Well, here's the problem now. Like it's off the website because Trump they've already dealt
Yeah,
with
because
it.
they're no longer doing DEI because they canceled it.
Yeah.
But he brought that up as like
So
a reason. Like
how do you do the
this,
Wayback Machine so you can pull that up?
just watch his speech and then he tells you, and then you could probably like find it if you just Google search it.
Well,
You
the
know?
problem is as soon as you search it, it's CNN already running cover for it. So
Yeah.
unfortunately,
I don't know. I watched it on YouTube and it was
they
like
want to determine what reality is for us.
it was like some non-biased media outlet that you, like one of them kind you never hear of, you know, like
Yeah.
News Now or something. That just so like all they posted was his
All right.
speech.
Yeah, I got it here. See,
But he like quotes it and references it, and then he gives you like dates. Like this is when this was published on their website. So
here
you
we
can
go.
tell like he has a printout of it and he's looking at it.
All right. Let me see.
Because that's what happened with the crash. The FAA had two aircrafts flying at the same altitude. That's like one of their functions is to
Not let that happen.
like tell you what altitude to maintain,
Yeah.
you know,
Yo.
so you don't risk a collision.
I just don't understand why Claude's.
Probably
Claude,
because she's
calm
got.
down. Why is Claude so butthurt all the time?
It's like everyone has family members and loved ones with stuff, but like at the time, for
There
this
you
job,
go.
like
FAA
it's not for you.
provides aviation
know?
careers to people with disabilities. This is from Thursday, April 11th, 2019. I found it. A key focus for let's see, a key focus.
I think it was newer, dude, because he like when he quoted it, I think he
newer?
said 2022 or something. Or
This says
yeah, it was like it was like
2019. This one says 2019.
a while.
Man, there's so many tabs in this website. There has never been a merit-based hiring system.
Don't separate their feelings.
I don't know. I Claude, the president said it.
Something that I would
I don't think he's gonna lie about what was on the website. Like, I'm looking for air traffic information.
And if my child had schizophrenia,
Yeah. You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
oh,
Yeah, you sound terrible.
I'm almost to my house. I'm almost to my house.
I mean, this right here is talking about disabilities. What are targeted disabilities? Let's see what 404 not found. Oh no. Let's see. No, I don't think he's infallible, but I don't think he's going to lie about something that's on a government website, like that people can verify. I don't think he's just going to make it up.
We know who Claude voted for.
Yeah. The child traffickers, obviously.
Yeah. Claude's like, oh my god, these guys.
I don't think Logan's down with that. Right, Logan?
Dude, most people realize like the absurdity of it. Like for example, Terry Strange. You know, when we were watching the DEI shit on the LA fire department from like 6 months ago, where they're like, we're all lesbians and stuff.
Yeah.
We made a joke where we're like, damn, Terry, you could be a LA firefighter. And like most people don't get all offended at that shit. So you need to knock it off, Claude. No one cares. Claude's all mad
because he's French, isn't he? So like,
is it a girl? I thought Claude is like a girl name.
No.
I was like, oh, it's probably some girl who's like, my son has fetal alcohol syndrome.
And he should be in charge of this air traffic control tower.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
It's like insane that people have that mindset when it's like, dude, like that's cool, but I don't want to ever fly ever again then. You know?
Yo.
I'm gonna definitely make a request that there's no helicopters nearby when I fly.
When like a bunch of innocent people die in a plane and someone brings up like, well, the FAA did have this initiative. Like it's hard not to like look at that and be like, we should consider this.
I have a question for everybody who's watching us talking about how all this stuff is a conspiracy theory, but what are you gonna say if like the evidence starts really coming out and breaking? Like what are you gonna say if like the Epstein stuff comes out, the Diddy stuff comes out, and like all these networks come out, and it turns out that with all of Trump's appointees, that stuff is uncovered that's been being hidden for years? Like, are you gonna say you were wrong?
It's crazy to think it's not a conspiracy when the guy like mysteriously kills himself in prison and nothing works. And nobody
Oh, what are
sees
you guys
it.
talking about?
The guards were sleeping and the cameras didn't function. Like that's pretty wild. It's like
What are you guys
that's
talking about?
the sex trafficking shit that people still call a conspiracy theory when it's like obviously a cover up.
And obviously, like Clay, the problem is that it was such a central pillar of all that QAnon stuff, and there was a lot of QAnon stuff that was BS. And because of that, people are now like, oh, well, then there's no child trafficking, but there is. Like
That's a
literally,
given.
literally people are busting them every day. There are people who have careers from just streaming them catching dude.
Especially like third world countries, it's very,
Yeah.
very common. That's like one of my arguments about the trans shit. Because
Mhm.
people are like, they do that in Thailand, and I'm like, yeah, but there's also like 90% of the tourists you see in Thailand that are like old single white men are there to like fuck children, you know?
I mean, that's a gross oversimplification, don't you think?
It is a
No, it's
little.
not.
It
Because
is. I mean,
it,
look,
it
it is
sounds
weird when a
gross,
young single guy goes to Thailand. Let's just
but
be
if
honest. Like,
if you've been there and you talk to these guys, it's like one of those things where it happens right in the open and nobody says anything because like their
yeah.
culture accepts it. So it's like I don't even think it's illegal. Like when I was in like Phuket and shit, like you see like 60-year-old men with like 13 and 14-year-old girls like out in public, and you're just like, whoa.
I mean, you go back like 100 years, and that's what was happening here.
Yeah.
I
No,
mean,
but like we know it's not okay. We also
We know
own
that's not okay
slaves,
now,
and
though. It
like
can't
we don't do
keep
that
happening.
now.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I think honestly, like I feel like it's such a problem that we need to find a way to enforce that norm on other countries if they want to do business with us.
no. We need to stop with the interventionism, okay, and become an example.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you do things. You don't go in there like Nazi-style Germany. Reichstockens, the Ligens in Heisenwagen. Like that never works.
No, I hear you.
I don't know, man.
But I still feel like I don't know. I feel like protecting kids from getting exploited here in this country is more important to me than cheap labor.
I mean, what are we talking about here? We're talking about kids.
We're
It's not
talking
like
about
the cheap
NGOs
labor.
trafficking children.
We're talking about sex slaves. We're not talking about labor, okay? If
They're
we're being
also
honest
labor
about
slaves. There are children
I
that are
mean-
labor slaves.
in what respect? There's not much manufacturing in this country. What are they doing? Out there digging ditches?
They have them out there working on farms. Like sponsors are taking them. No, sponsors are taking them on and using them for labor.
I mean, there's a thing called child labor law. It's a federal law. There's nowhere in the United States it's not enforced. That's quite the claim right there.
Huh? I've got video of someone testifying to Congress about it.
I've got video of an alien driving a spaceship down the freeway.
No, you're wrong. No, that's not what we're talking about.
I mean,
That's
it
not what
kind
we're
of is. If
talking
you're going
about.
to tell me that I
No,
got to
Dustin.
listen to you because of what
Dustin,
you can look up on YouTube.
No, I'm telling you, like there are people being like talked to under oath that have talked about what's happened within these NGOs.
In the same Congress that told us there was weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, that are trying to tell us that are trying to tell. I mean, come on, man. Look, I have no ability to believe.
Here's the thing: do you see anyone doing anything about it?
That's the problem. We don't know.
That is the problem.
We don't know, but you're jumping to conclusions that you cannot, like, that's not logical, man. Right? I mean, it's all good and well to say that the government is against its people. There's plenty of evidence for that without going conspiracy theory on. I mean, if you can't explain what they're using the children for, then you're not exactly uncovering a mass exploitation, are you?
They literally like located a bunch of them on their second day of raids.
Yeah, located children. What I mean, what did they have? Like a bag of tools on them?
No, children that had been trafficked by the NGOs.
Buddy, look, the source is questionable at the very least. Yeah, I'll be there in a second. I'm just uncovering the hole.
Look, I get because you said something to me the other day. I get that people are going to try to politicize this to be able to just do whatever they want. I understand that there's a danger to that, but at the same time, we can't let these kids live like this. it's very, he's gone. It's very precarious, like what's going on.
That's right.
What's up, AJ?
What's up, Jess? How are you doing?
It's just wild. Like I watched, when Sound of Freedom came out, and then I started like looking into that guy and what he was doing, and that this thing is going on all over the world, and like that people threw everything they could at the people making that film. Like it's just really interesting whenever people start talking about it and start getting the word out that this is happening, that whole governments attack them.
Jess.
Yeah.
How you been today?
I'm doing good. I've been working in the rain all day.
Working in the rain,
Yep.
working in the rain. Do you singing in the rain?
Something like that, yeah.
Singing in the rain. What's Dan here? What did he say?
Who?
Zeden? Zealot?
That's AJ.
No, I mean Zealot was in here earlier. What did he say?
No, I can't remember.
Shut up, Claude. All Claude does is run his mouth.
Normally he talks about Kent.
Yeah, he obsesses about Kent and runs his mouth. Cries about me
But,
accidentally
AJ,
interrupting him a couple times. Sorry, Logan.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, July I'm going to be going to the UK.
I heard.
Yeah,
You better not
it's
pray
gonna be
near any
crazy.
abortion clinics, Logan. I don't want to hear about you getting arrested.
I won't. It was crazy. I heard about that. That
Yeah.
was crazy. But I'm going to London where the bridges
Yeah.
are falling down. London Bridge is falling down. My sweet Claude. Well, yeah, I'm going there and I'm going to the British
Yeah.
Museum
You gonna meet some British girls?
and gonna be
Yeah.
crazy.
So to go back to the topic of what you were saying, Jess.
Yeah.
I think the Sound of Freedom movie that really opened the eyes of a lot of people. I feel like after that movie, if people don't realize this yet, then they're kind of living under a rock. That's my view.
I feel like people are trying to close the box so they don't have to deal with it.
Yeah.
And it's a problem because the thing is that it's a lot easier to just pretend like something's not happening and not have to deal with it. And like we all have to be engaged to stop it.
Yeah.
And we have to hold the consumers of this accountable. We have to change the culture because the culture encourages it in some ways. And we need to do away with that culture. I know that sounds very authoritarian or whatever, but we can't let that be normalized. We can't let people use terms like map. We can't. Like we have to return to some kind of normalcy and decency. And we cannot have these networks operating in the country.
You know what? Claude, he's a crazy guy. He's part of the Claude oddity.
Yeah.
But Jess.
Yeah.
What type of games do you play?
Oh, I don't know. Sometimes it depends on what kind of mood I'm in, but sometimes I will play like Assassin's Creed type games, like things like that. Or I like strategy games too, where you like build bases and then things come and try to break your base, and you have to like build it back up and manage your resources, like Command and Conquer. Or what's the one I'm playing right now? It was like I played it the other day.
Oh, here's this one game I've got.
Against the Storm is one that I've been playing lately.
Here's this one game I love. Retro Mania Wrestling. It's a old school style game. It's new, but it's old school.
Yeah.
Where they have tons of old school wrestlers on there. It's kind of look like an old school style game, 2-bit, I guess.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Hmm. Is it like Metroidvania type stuff?
It's a wrestling game. Like the
Oh.
old.
Okay.
Yeah, it's awesome. Remind me a lot like this old wrestling game back in the from the.
I always
90s,
played
you
that.
know?
You remember? You remember when NWO was a big thing, and I remember the Nintendo 64. There were some really fun wrestling games, and like I remember being able to like design your own custom character and do all that stuff. That was fun.
Yeah, I wish they would have made a WWF versus WCW game.
I thought they did.
I don't think they did. I'm not sure.
Well, I thought that was the one where I don't know. Maybe but I feel like that whole era of the NWO and you had Scott Bischoff, you had Eric Bischoff, Eric Bischoff, and you had all these crossovers, and you had all these people coming over to the WWF and the WCW, and like people were going back and forth, and I felt like that was kind of like them versus each other, right? And I think there was a game. I can't remember.
Was I wish there were because I would love to see a game like that. Do you ever watch the ECW?
I'm more of like a UFC guy. Like I like UFC. Oh yeah, he was
Kid
awesome.
Shamrock back in the
Yeah,
day?
and Frank Shamrock too. Yeah,
I think you could take both of them on.
I'm
and
looking
beat
at
them with
the game I liked. It was called WCW NWO Revenge. I played that game so much.
Me too. I'm not sure I have it. I have this one thing that
Yeah.
have over thousands of games on it.
Yeah, I remember I really I liked Raven a lot, and I like the more hardcore guys like Cactus Jack and Mankind, Raven.
Yeah. Those
Yeah, I
guys
know.
are from ECW.
And
Raven?
Insane Clown Posse was in ECW.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And WCW and WWF.
I like the Hardy Boys a lot. They were fun when they would like do all this stuff from like really high up and
Same man's in the comments.
remember Kidman? Yeah, he would do that shooting star press and someone told me that was like the most dangerous move you could do or whatever.
Wow. Billy Kidman, he was a crazy guy. Here's this other guy, Hurricane
No.
Helms. You ever heard of him?
Remember Canyon?
He was from the same
He had
place.
a move called the Flatliner.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Canyon.
What
It's sad
happened?
what happened to him. Very tragic. ECW had a Sandman.
Really?
Know that? Yeah, but Canyon,
Yeah.
hurting himself. Passed away. He had mental
Canyon did?
problems, I guess. So sad.
Chris Canyon? Oh.
Yeah.
He was fun to watch.
And
Who was that one
and also he said
like clan of like luchador type guys? You had Rey Mysterio. Yeah, and then
LWO.
Psychosis, I think, was one of them. Let me see. Psychosis.
Rey Mysterio, Eddie Guerrero.
He had
Latino Heat.
Psychosis was crazy
Latino
because he had
World.
those big horns coming off his mask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had a lot of guys like that.
I like Sting too.
You ever
Like when
watched-
I thought Sting was lame, like when he just had the blonde hair, but then when he like came out looking like the Crow, I thought he was so cool.
Yeah, I wish they would have made a movie with
Yeah.
him as the Crow.
Do you know about that? About how he died in that movie?
Yeah.
Brandon Lee.
Yeah, the guy
Yeah.
who played in it died. It was a
Yeah, there was a real. I don't know what happened because somebody told me there was like a real there's like a real bullet, like a real actual live round, and then someone else told me that actually it was a blank and the gun malfunctioned, and apparently like a chunk of the barrel came out and hit him. It is sad.
Oh, that's sad.
And then what's amazing is actually in The Crow, like they had to CGI him into the rest of the movie, and it I heard it kind of worked, but I haven't rewatched it since I was like young. So I don't know if the CGI was that good. Because like if you ever go back and look at like the Alien movies, and you watch the first Alien, and there's that scene where the camera's coming down into the hangar, and you can tell it's just a cloth backdrop. Like you can see the texture of the cloth when they upgraded the clarity. You could tell it was fake.
The chat got it. Oop, here you go.
Yeah.
ECW Sandman. You're a great wrestler
Yeah.
back in the ECW days, Sammy.
And Tommy Dreamer, everybody. What was it?
Yeah. He's in that retro game. Tommy Dreamer and
No.
you ever heard of the BWO?
Isn't that like when you forget to put on deodorant,
Stevie
you get
Richards.
BWO?
Body with order. What the? Who disappeared? Oh, Sam is probably having.
What is
Hi,
up,
Justin.
guys? Here, I want to show you this. It's all uncovered.
What's wrong with
Well,
it?
except for that hole over there, but that's not necessary. Bada bing.
Do you work for a utility company or something?
What do you think?
No. I'm just
do you-
working for a general contractor right now.
Are you just running lines for a house?
We're running drainage.
Oh, okay. I need to figure out how to build a bathroom in my basement.
Oh, that's not hard.
Yeah. Like
Anyway,
I don't care. If
I
it's
just
kinda
wanted to show
Spartan.
this
I just
off.
want a shower and a toilet down here.
I just want to show this off, man. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm proud of this.
It looks like a lot of work.
I mean, it wasn't the easiest thing in the world to do.
Yeah.
Dustin, did you ever watch?
What was it? CCW?
ECW, like wrestling.
ECW.
Oh yeah. Yeah, when I was a little kid, I used to watch a lot of it. Not so much when I grew up. But I did DDX a lot of people off of the top of like fences and shit. It was a bad idea. Oh, I'd spear them. Or whatever. I do a bunch of different stupid stuff. We used to like ride our bikes at each other and leap off of our bike at high speed and hit each other in midair.
Like a couple of spider monkeys.
I mean, I was a bored child. I did some crazy stuff. Anyway, I just wanted to hop on. Huh?
I can imagine you being in a movie. You ever heard of that Jack movie?
Jack
I
movie?
got a question for the panel.
Okay.
All right. Do you think it's a
Fire
psyop?
away.
Do you think it's a psyop that Trump only seems to hire hot chicks to?
No.
Do you think it's like because it's a win-win, right? Like dudes are gonna be like, yeah, and then like women are gonna be like, yeah, woman.
What if they hired Dustin to be their attack dog?
I don't know. No, but is it a psyop or do you think it's legit? Do you think he just enjoys having them around?
I don't know. What about you, Dustin?
Versus the last administration where they had dudes that thought they were women.
A bald-headed guy going around stealing people's luggages? That was crazy.
I dig it though.
They had a guy
so
steal
funny.
people's luggages. That was a clown show.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I love it. I love it when they're like saying RFK is unqualified and then you go to the last HHS secretary.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Let me
Know
find
who
the
you
meme.
got my new? Mick Foley. You kind of look like Mick Foley.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know about
Because you have
that.
a beard and mustache.
Yeah.
What if you could be Mick Foley?
I don't know. I guess I could if I really tried hard enough.
Yeah. What do you think, AJ?
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with him.
What? That happened.
There you go.
But anyways, have you ever been to another country, Jess?
Man, that's a wild comment, Claude. That's kind of messed
Claude,
up.
that's crazy.
People died.
That's crazy comment.
Yeah, that's wild, man. I'll pray for you, man.
But have you been in another country, Jess?
Like when I was younger, I did like some missionary stuff.
Oh, to where?
Jamaica and Cameroon.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. What about AJ? Have you been to another country?
Yeah, I've been to many different countries.
Uh-oh.
Have you been to Canada? What?
I'm just joking.
What happened?
He was like Thailand and Brazil and Dominican Republic.
None of
Like,
those countries.
sir.
Oh.
Here you go. That was the last. There you go. Perfect. That was the last Health and Human Services Secretary.
Oh.
Yep.
Clown show.
It's a clown show.
Yeah. It kind of looks like, I don't know. But it was, yeah.
It looks like Mitch McConnell in a dress. That's what it looks like. That's what he looks like. Oh my gosh. It's just unbelievable that's a person that exists. Like, it's so weird. No hate, just like it is concerning.
Oh, have you ever played yeah, what is that? I don't know, called Retro Realms, where you could play as Michael Myers or Ash, and like beat 'em up game, side scroller. What do you think of that? Jess, you there? Are you there, Jess? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
What's
what do you
up?
think of that? Here's this new game. It's an old style game called Retro Realms game where you could play as Michael Myers or Ash going around finding monsters. What do you think of
Is
that?
that like Dead by Daylight or something?
No, it's more like a side scroller game.
Oh no, I haven't played it. I remember
It's
the game Splatterhouse.
Yeah, it's a lot like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Here you go. I have something for you to watch. We are so back, by the way. People can be mad. I don't care. Here you go.
Okay, sir, this one says, now that the retards are out of the White House, everyone can say retard again, with pride.
Why don't we get that
Oh,
down so
no.
we can get them going right now?
This one says white people are now allowed to say the N-word once a month.
That's
just
not
to really
right.
Get one out of the chamber. And it must be whispered with
It's not real.
Bye.
That's a big one. We're opening up that one.
This is a good one, sir. Basically says if men have to put their height on the dating apps, women should have to put their weight. That's for quote-unquote equality. She
AJ's
wants to know if he
behind
can
that
reach
one.
the top of the fridge. He should want to know if she's going to clean out the fridge. It's called the Rosie O'Donnell Fat Pig Act.
That's a big one.
Okay, this one says the LGBTQIA plus 2- question mark / umlaut community is now just going to be called the everything but straight people list. It's really just a time saver.
Well, we're going to try and get it done as quickly as possible.
China will now be called China America.
No, if China didn't approve it, we could put tariffs on China.
When we take over Greenland, it will now be called Red, White, and Blue Land.
Greenland is a wonderful place. We need it for international security.
This one says if you see a man wearing a COVID mask outside, you can have sex with his girlfriend because Lord knows him is not pleasing her any longer.
People have wanted to do this for years.
That's crazy.
What's this one?
This says we are bringing back the real gun emoji, getting rid of that weak Democrat woke water pistol bullshit.
We have to do what's right.
Oh, this one's interesting, sir. It says all the fat, bald feminists with 40 cats who hate men, they will now be put in the front lines during any war. They don't have family or kids, just cats, as I said, so let's put them to work.
And that's the equivalent, almost the equivalent of a tariff. And they're tough. They're very tough.
If somebody says you have to respect my pronouns, you are allowed to fart in their mouth, sir.
Stranger things have happened. The wind brings it down a lot.
This one says if a woman divorces you and takes half your stuff, she's required to have sex with you half the time.
What?
Fair is fair, sir.
If we create that value, why aren't we entitled to like half?
That's crazy.
That's wild. Twitter is crazy. Hey, what's up, Dustin?
I think I saw something like on there was someone made like an edit of him saying like we're gonna release GTA.
Oh yeah, they're gonna force you to release GTA 6 by the end of 2025.
Yeah.
Which aren't they going to release it this year?
I can't remember the details.
Let's see. Yeah, Q3 or 4, 2025. So that means it'll probably be released at the beginning of 2026.
Oh.
You know how that goes.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I don't know. Now that we got rid of DEI, maybe stuff will start getting done on time.
True.
Dustin, are you there? Oh no, he lost his mind.
Why is the screen all black?
I have no idea. Oh no.
Is your phone in your pocket, Dustin?
Who's this? Who's this guy?
Two Gangsta Ghost.
What happened? Oh, it's a Muppet.
I'm trying to eat this banana, man.
Oh, he's trying to eat a banana.
Someone sent me a meme. It was a video, and it said Calvinist Jesus, and There's just an old man outside of someone's door yelling, "You belong to me now."
I think we just call that Jesus, Chris.
Calvinist Jesus.
Calvinist.
I had 3 days in one.
That haircut, man.
No, for God's sake, I need it. Believe me.
Yeah, you're starting to kind of. If you let it go anymore, you're gonna start looking like GW.
GW. Ryan. GW. George Bush.
Yeah.
Oh, hi,
Junior.
Brother Pike. How are you today, little guy?
I'm tired.
Oh, my poor little guy. But yeah, Jess.
What? One Baptist at a time. So is Spike the only one allowed on stage right now?
Well, we just do one Baptist at a time going forward because those guys are a lot.
Can we just pretend AJ's a Baptist just so Bruce can't come in here?
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool.
Bustin' Duck is still here.
No, I'll stay Catholic just to make him mad.
Oh, AJ said that Bruce is actually still Catholic.
Yeah, if he's
Is that
baptized Catholic, he's still a Catholic, whether he likes it or not.
Yeah.
I like to tell him things like that.
You only stop being
Who else
Catholic
is-
once you become Orthodox, because like you can't go up and then come back down, but you can go down and you know, you don't lose that. You don't
So I
lose
noticed
that.
earlier, like I was kind of busy, so I couldn't get super involved. But I noticed earlier there was a bunch of Christians who were like, "Hey, we don't believe God can heal people." And I thought that was kind of a weird position.
Yeah, that it is.
Then what do you believe?
They believe in karma.
It's like Jesus Christ, the same yesterday, the day before yesterday, a few other days, but not all the days. As though I have at least 3 shirts. They just all look the same.
Oh, Brother Pike, I did it because who gave me the idea was Clay, because he said you look like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
That's good.
I mean, whatever, Mr. Rogers.
I just came on here to color match stuff for a little while before I go home, such as Zealot's helmet.
Hi, Zealot. Well, hi, Sunman.
And also,
And man,
look at this cape color, boy.
and Zealot.
Boom, look at that cape, boy.
What is happening, boys?
Look at this cape color, Zealot, that I just matched off of you.
How are you today, Saint Man?
Great. How you doing, Gigi?
That's just as bald
Back to
head.
ECW.
What's up, Christian? How's the baby? How's the family?
Oh, they're doing good. We just don't sleep anymore.
No, yeah, that I
Yeah.
kind of figured out. Kind of figured that out. Yeah, but it's okay. It's part of the process, you know. It's
2 of his shirts are Tammy's. We're all me. There is no Tammy. I tried to explain this to you, Ezra. I made her up.
what's happening, Jess. Long time no see, Jess.
Good to see you, brother.
Hi. We all missed you.
It is weird though, like when I hear Baptists and Methodists and stuff like that, like hating on Catholics, because to me, all of them are just Catholic light. That's my honest opinion. I'm not taking shots.
Yeah, see that. I just find it funny. Tim said he's gonna bring a so-called scholar tomorrow to take on the
God,
Catholic.
pastor, as Bruce would say.
Oh.
Yeah, everyone's a scholar in their own mind.
Oh. What do you think, Sam Man?
I just saw a video in Atlanta. The patriarch, not the patriarch, but the archbishop of America, El Pidoforo, had a service, liturgical service with a Catholic priest in the service, standing by on the side there.
That is a thirsty tag. Sorry.
No, I think the like co-Catholics, but the Baptists are so far away.
Well, we can have one at a time, but the problem is that Bruce is 1.6 Baptist, so he exceeds the limit.
Perfect.
Where's Bruce? Haven't seen him in a while.
Well, it's the one Baptist rule.
He was on the other day, but
Brother Pike,
Crazy.
you missed the wild conversation earlier. Brother
What
Tim,
happened?
he was being so inauthentic.
Well, I saw those guys talking about how they didn't believe in healing, which I thought was kind of a strange thing for Christians to not believe in.
One church father in
yeah.
one of his papers said that no man can receive grace from God without the intercession of Mary. So he thinks that the Catholic Church believes that. And I was like, no, we have a catechism that we follow, not everything that every church father ever said.
Exactly.
It was the weirdest, wildest conversation.
Yeah.
And then so he's reading from a paper, right? And then I'm like, so are you making that claim? And he's like, no, this is what some guy's saying. I'm like, so what am I talking about here with the paper, or like why are you saying it if you don't? It was a wild conversation. Yeah, let's white out that conversation.
I'm just color matching stuff because it's how I get by. Like, I don't drink or smoke dope or anything, but I do like to color match just to cope with life's struggles.
We all have our vices.
Is that why you keep doing that?
It is the reason. Yes.
Like an OCD
It's
problem?
either this or go postal.
Do that then, Brother Pike. Don't go postal. What's up,
Is that your lips? Does that color your lips?
Busy. Like, nobody ever wants to argue when you have the time. I set up panels and set hours aside.
Oh my gosh.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, if you've done your research on the subject and you have plenty of time to talk about it, they don't want none of that smoke.
Every Sunday evening on Logan's channel, I set aside freaking like 4 hours, and these guys are ghosts. But then at 3 p.m. on my lunch break, we're ready to take you down right now. You know what they need? They need a wife and 4 kids and bills like I got. That's what they need.
Give me all of those, Brother Pike. Give me all of those. You got to count your blessings while you have them.
I know that. But it is true. Like, you got so much going on. They're like, oh, you're a heretic. And you're like, I don't have the time to argue with you about this.
Yeah, that is,
crazy.
Mm. Well, from my understanding, I wouldn't say most Protestants, a lot of Baptists or evangelicals, they usually abstain from heretic because they have a lot of fundamental beliefs. So, like, as long as we believe the main things, we can all be a little heretical in the unimportant things.
Mm.
I was pretty into like feeding the poor and helping the needy and preaching the gospel. Like, I'm pretty interested in those things. You know what I mean?
Pray, fast, and give alms.
Yeah, like
to the
that
poor.
stuff's interesting to me.
Yeah. That's the three-legged stool: prayer,
I wish one of these
fasting, and
guys
alms.
who's such a self-made scholar would just message me one time and be like, hey, Brother Pike, do you want to feed some homeless people or like sponsor some kids? That'd be cool.
Could I just talk to the chat real quick? Azo and Bond, that's funny. I finally got the link he was reading. You got to be mentally unwell to go on someone's stream and read a whole like document word for word.
Can I
It
say
took
something
us
about
like
that?
10 minutes. We're like, are you reading for something right now? We thought he was talking at first, and then we're like,
Yeah, can I add something about that paper? Because I took a look at it and I could not find anything about this Matthew K, the so-called scholar. It looks like a 10th grader put the paper together. I can't take it serious.
no, we have to because he told us that guy.
They should go back and read some early church fathers instead of this random crap on the internet.
Well, that was he thought he had a gotcha because a church father, I guess, had said that statement. So he thinks that because the Catholic Church father said that, we are bound to
People try to invalidate my patron saint all the time because he made a bunch of predictions and not all of them have come true, even though some of them have come true. And it's like, you realize some of them came true, right? like some of the things this guy predicted came true later after he died.
Well, there was one point, Brother Pike, I was off. I had to come on. Daniel and Brother Pike were like, "You guys sound like atheists," and I was like,
Yep.
"Yes, they're making
I
very
wasn't trying
atheist
to be rude
arguments."
when I said that, but it really did sound that way.
Yeah, no,
Look at
100%.
Christopher Hitchens.
Well, isn't that kind of like so there's this whole Baptist thing where they think that after the apostles themselves, all miracles and healings and things that happened after that were demonic.
I think all
Like-
cessationists, well, they just believe that they ceased. Like the typical cessationist belief is that after the death of the last apostle, that all supernatural things ceased. Which I've always
Who
thought
wants
was
to live in that
super
world?
strange
I believe
teaching.
in
But there are
God.
people who believe that.
Why would you want to live in a world like that where God's healing isn't available? Like that seems so
I don't know what people
ridiculous.
pray for. Like
You
if their
reduce
kids
it
are
to a
sick, like,
mental
why would you pray?
exercise. You reduce your
Yeah.
faith to a mental
No,
exercise.
there's a lot of questions like that, Pike, when you get into it.
Yeah.
Oh, Brother Brian, it's all right if I let.
Tim came up.
Yeah, of course you do, brother.
Oh,
He's only
darn.
like 0.7
Gangster, we're
Baptist,
having
right?
fun. Don't let him
Yeah,
on.
he doesn't exceed the one Baptist threshold.
Okay. What about you? Sorry, with you, little guy?
I can't stay
Can
long.
we-
Anyways. He's probably
if
wanting
he
to say something
starts
to me.
if he starts being fake about it, can we vote to kick him?
I mean, I'm going to
You
kick
said who's
myself
coming
pretty
on?
soon, so I'll leave that up to you guys.
David ain't gonna censor you.
No. Yeah. I was.
I'm so tired. I worked like an hour and a half late today, so if this is like a big argument, I'm out.
Yeah. Don't come in insecure, Tim. Just like be cool.
Be a zealot for King Jesus like AJ.
Well, one thing I'm going to say is, I mean, Zealot, if you want me to be chill, then don't talk about me when I'm not here.
Okay.
But you obviously were because you came on stage.
I literally just checked the chat after heating up my dinner, and all I heard was David talking about what I brought up and not actually addressing the points I made, just whining about the paper itself.
Oh, I apologize. Did I sound like I was whining? It definitely wasn't a whine.
Yeah, he doesn't really whine.
Yeah, no, I was just informing Brother Pike of a wild.
heck-
That was one of the craziest theological conversations I had. It's not personal, Tim.
Well, it proves inconsistency. You talk about church fathers, but yet you don't actually agree with everything they've ever taught. That's the problem.
That's not how it works,
Like
Tim.
your religion
Tim.
has changed many times, and your church fathers changed their minds, so you don't have anything consistent.
Tim,
You may
that's not-
pretend like
that's
you
not
do,
how it
but you
works.
don't. That's exactly how it works.
Tim, you're a
Let's not
Baptist,
do
right?
that.
So like when your church started 200 years ago or whatever it was, like it's probably different than it is now. So then your faith is invalid.
Well, you claim all your traditions have been consistent throughout history, and they simply have not.
They're based on the original founding of the church.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Well, then why do all the church fathers say different stuff?
Okay. Well, you're just an anti-church father, so it's not going to be a fruitful.
Well, that's ad hominem. That doesn't address the evidence. That doesn't address what I was showing earlier.
You're
You
saying
have doctors
ad-
in the Catholic Church that were literally saying that there's no grace outside of Mary. You can't.
All right. Well, I have no interest. in this.
Actually, hold
You
on.
wanna
That's
talk
true.
about-
These
That's
are men
true.
that are way higher
That's
than you in
true,
rank.
Tim. That's
These
true,
are men that are way higher
Tim.
than you in rank.
Hey, Tim. There is no grace outside of Mary because Jesus came through her.
Well, at least you're honest.
Well,
So nobody
do you
these
not
men-
understand,
Yeah,
do you not
gangster.
understand
Yeah,
the truth of
gangster.
the message?
Yeah, gangster, you my man.
What?
I do like this
you
logo.
wanna
I just
talk
matched
about
off this logo.
Hey, gangster, did you hear about that plane that
Oh,
crashed into a helicopter with the ice skaters on it? That's
That's supposed to be a positive note.
no, no.
Russian
No,
ice
Jess-
skaters.
So
That's
Jess,
what
you're
it
telling me
says.
there's no grace outside of worshiping Mary?
No, see. Oh, hold on. Can I address
no,
that?
no,
Can I address that real
Go
quick?
ahead.
Hold on. Let me address this. Tim, we didn't say anything about worshiping Mary. He said that
Well, what?
that
I was just
it comes that the grace comes through Mary. The grace comes through Jesus, who came through Mary. What's the
Okay.
problem with what that church father said?
Well,
The church
do you
father
even
didn't say
know that-
worship Mary. He
Oh, I
said
can
that
show you
grace.
several where they did. Doctors of the Catholic Church. I can show you
Doctors?
several. Yes.
Doctors, they had
doctors.
PhDs back then.
Do you okay? So you don't know the highest rank of the Catholic Church then?
Apparently, it's an 8-year degree at a college.
No, it's not.
Okay.
You don't. So again, if you don't even know anything about Catholicism, why are you trying to argue?
No one's trying to argue with you, I believe, Tim.
No one's trying to argue with you, Tim.
Nobody.
I'm just from the basic point of logic saying grace does come through Mary because Christ came from Mary.
That's great. That's your logic. What does your church teach? Are you in line with your church?
Yes.
He has to be. If
I'm
you're a
not
Catholic or
Catholic.
Orthodox, you have to be, or you get excommunicated, Tim.
Well,
Like,
David,
that's
according to what
very
you were
simple.
telling me earlier, you're not in line with your church.
Now you're the one with the ad hominem. Tim.
What are you talking about? I didn't even insult him. I'm just saying he's not in line with his
You
church.
just told him what he believes.
He's not in line with his church. If I go off the writings of the church versus him, the church is supposed to usurp his authority, correct? Isn't that how y'all?
Can you show me? Can you show me the actual example you're talking about, so that we're not just talking about something that's in the ether?
No, yeah, he already did it earlier.
I mean, I'll bring it back up.
So he
Bring it right
doesn't
back up.
understand.
Go.
No, don't, Tim. He doesn't understand
Well,
that
then
us
tell Jess
Catholics.
over here to shut up because he's instigating. He's making it worse.
Who?
You are, dude.
Yeah, let's
You
do.
keep challenging me. I'm more than fine with not bringing it up and changing the subject, but you need to shut up.
I just don't understand why you can't understand that Jesus did come through
I don't
Mary
understand
and
why
that
you
grace
can't
comes
understand how
through
you have
her.
documentation you're supposed to hold to for your church.
Yeah, let's move on to something else, Jess. I
Yeah.
do
Move
appreciate
on.
it, but
Shut
yeah.
up, Jess.
Okay.
You can calm down, sir.
Well, it's just annoying, dude. It's like you're the one instigating here. You're the one who
I'm
keeps
not
talking to me about this
instigating.
stuff.
I'm just
I'm
saying
more than
it has a
happy
point.
with moving on. More than happy with moving
Then
on.
move
Stop trying to
on.
get the last word. Shut up then.
Okay.
That's what you're doing.
Okay. What? Tim, you ever play the video game of Retro Mania Wrestling?
No.
It's an awesome game. It's an old school, new age game. It's a new game, but it's old school style.
Flowers, Jess?
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, they should have you in there. You
I
can
used-
DDT them all.
I used to play the WCW game on Nintendo 64. That was way back in the day.
Yeah, that was good.
WCW NWO Revenge.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it was that the second one where it's like it'd be
The second one was the one called Nitro.
was that the one where it opens with like the semi truck or whatever?
I think so.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah.
I always just wrecked everybody with Goldberg.
Bond said he rapped in college, and it's a good thing he didn't leave one of the P's on. Stupid.
No, did you ever play WWE WrestleMania?
2000, yeah, gangster.
Yeah, I played that.
I made my own character and everything.
Wasn't that was PS2, right? PlayStation 2?
No, that was on Nintendo 64.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure I had all the wrestling games from what I remember.
That and No Mercy was good too.
Yeah.
And GoldenEye, man.
That's what I've been shown in this life is no mercy, Jess.
Come on, God's offered you something.
No, I didn't mean that.
But I heard they were going to make another one after No Mercy called Backlash, but they canceled it.
Called Backsplash?
Backlash.
Backlash. It's named after a pay-per-view they have.
And when you stand too close to the urinal.
What?
Oh, Jess, just a heads up. Brother Daniel, I believe, is going live tonight. He's doing a stream on the heresy of dispensationalism. That's a true story, Fat Bazooka.
A system that he doesn't even understand, though. That's the sad part.
I didn't get a time, but I'm hoping 7 or 8.
He's going to talk about something ignorantly.
Aw.
That's pretty dumb.
Aww.
Are you going to go on there, Tim?
Nah. I got a stream I got to do.
What is it?
Me and Jeremiah were talking about the free will of man.
Jeremiah was a bullfrog.
He was.
He was a good friend of mine.
Are you going to do after that show?
I hate that
Saturday?
they're putting chemicals in the water. They're making the freaking bullfrogs gay.
Frogs are gay!
That will happen. But what about Claude? They say he's a frog. And
He is a
all
frog.
man.
Well, he gets all the chemicals.
Why you got the stupid font? We need the Lieber Baskervilles. That's the font we want.
Pike.
Oh my gosh. 30,000 views
Z-Dog.
today?
Can we call you Z-Dog? Or Z-Dan? Z-Dan. And Salmon. You ever played this one game, Fire
Nope.
Pole Wrestling? That had it where you could download all the other characters, like from WWF, WCW, and ECW. Basically that. But would you like if they did make a WWE, WCW, ECW game?
It'd be a little behind the times if they did it now. I heard all the WWE games suck.
I don't know yet.
All video games today kind of stink.
Yeah.
Gangsta, you notice they got the woke in the video games? They took the females' breasts away. They made them uglier, stuff like that.
Yep. Hopefully they'll start making good games again.
Yeah, because I miss women like Lara Croft and Tomb Raider and stuff. You know?
Well, I'll tell you though, Japan still does it right in some
Oh
ways.
yeah.
Japan
They
still
like-
gets it. Yeah.
Like, Tim, what do you think? Do you think they should make video games?
I think they're going
great
to.
again?
I think with the, well, I mean, they're getting pushback, right? So we had a couple of games come out that were all like the liberal agenda type stuff, right? And so there's a big like pushback. What game was it? There was a game that just came out and the sales dropped because
It
of
was the new Star Wars game,
Yes.
and also Dragon Age, the new Dragon Age.
The Last of Us, they turned gay.
They did.
Well, man, I really hated that they did that because I love that game, but I hate all the crap they put in that game. Like the game plays so good, but the story just makes me mad.
What about the Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League? I heard that had a bunch of.
That's awful. But you got to realize, like, all these games are just falling apart. I don't know if you guys follow Asmongold at all on YouTube, but he
come across
talks
him,
about
I
that
don't
all the
follow
time.
I watch a lot of his stuff.
Yeah, he has a. I'm trying to find it. Hold on, I'm looking. But yeah, he really goes in on these stupid woke things. I'm so glad it's going away. Even the new Assassin's Creed is awful.
I be telling people all the time, older stuff's better, especially like films. I tell people don't even notice they're so used to the CGI. But when I point it out, they're like, "Wow, these older movies are better." Like movies with physical props and stuff, way better.
Yeah. And even just the older humor, which is still ridiculous, like Team America, you couldn't make that now.
Yeah.
You could not make a new Team America.
If they did, they should make probably have a live action version of it. They could have Dustin as the main guy. That'd be good.
So, Ubisoft apparently has been closing down multiple studios. They made Forspoken. I think they made Forspoken. There's just so many that that's
Even
like
even Spider-Man 2. I just got that for myself for Christmas. And I beat the whole game, but I was not aware. So I beat the whole game, and I saved one of the side quests for the last thing to do, and it just happened to be the side quest where you're essentially helping a sodomite man like ask another man to the prom, and I was like, really? Come on, like I got so upset.
Yeah. What was the one based on Dungeons and Dragons? Like I heard that one was okay, even though it had some stuff in it, and like I really liked Cyberpunk, but they even had some of that kind of Bender stuff in there.
You know what? Hey, here's some good stuff like Beetlejuice Part 2. That's not woke at all.
Listen to Matt Powell.
And
or like Battlefield, how they had Battlefield and Call of Duty, and like the main character of that Call of Duty was like a female, purple-haired, missing a limb. Like it had to be a purple-haired disabled person, basically. It's just wild.
What if they had instead made a video game where you're in it? That's the great Jess.
That's you in the corner, Jess.
You're a gangster.
Hold on.
I'm a straight up.
That's an alternative timeline.
That's what I look like. Oh my
The gangster
gosh.
life is the life for me.
That's when you don't just say no.
No.
It ain't no dare, it's double dog dare. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. How about a triple?
So apparently, Star Wars Rebels like went on sale for like 60% off.
Yeah, I saw that. Those
already. and people are still giving it like 1-star reviews on Steam.
Nobody plays it. Nobody.
Oh, this is the Lord in this picture. I've been thinking this was a dragon the whole time.
I can see how you get that.
Yeah, because it was smaller. Yeah. Now I feel bad.
Yeah.
Oh look, the other woke one called Dustborn is already 60% off. It released.
I thought you were about to say Dustin.
No. We should just start calling Dustin Dustborn.
He woke up. Dustin woke up out of the Matrix.
Oh my gosh, it looks so terrible. Wow.
That one. He should sue them for
emotional
burping out
damage.
This guy's have emotional damage.
And what if they made a game about you? We plays Tim going around fighting against the Illuminati.
I think that'd be kind of fun. I would have fun.
Speaking
with
of the
that.
Illuminati.
Huh? What'd you say, Christian?
Speaking of the Illuminati, we brought up our Grandmaster Wizard up here in the corner.
Oh yeah, the baby.
We have like, how do you do it, Logan? Is it like this?
A disproportionate head.
Yeah.
Apparently, Skull and Bones was terrible too.
What's that, Bruce? What?
They said that it was a quadruple A game, and then it just absolutely crashed and burned.
Hey AJ, I came across an article. I didn't click on it. Did you hear anything about Joe Biden being a Freemason, so he's getting kicked out of the church?
Yeah, the day he left office, he was honored as a Freemason. Like, Grandmaster.
Snap!
Yep.
Yeah, so he's instantly excommunicated, as far as I know.
He is. Got him.
Got him. Finally, no more communion. No more communion.
Don't worry, David. Once all the news starts coming out, he's going to be anyway.
Look at Matt. He's like, got him.
No. I priest won't give him that if he knows he's a Freemason.
Yeah. Who did?
I can try to find that for you if you want.
Unless there's a church father who said you can be a Freemason, then screw what the catechism says, right?
Right. Wow. That was petty.
Well, the logic there, the logic.
I respect it.
Wait. Oh, Barter Pike,
I don't know about free. I do some tile work sometimes.
My father was a big Freemason.
I do some
Real quick, I want to answer Bond's question here for me. Bond says, "What method do you use to cook a steak, and how do you cook it temp-wise?" Okay, so I usually turn my burner up like really high, and then get the pan hot, and I turn it down, and then I drop the steak on, sear both sides. I don't know what temperature I'm really on. I actually do the Gordon Ramsay thing. I like use my finger, and if I feel the heat going through the steak, that's usually when it's done for me. It always comes out pretty good. I haven't had problems yet.
Yeah. You ever play backyard wrestling game?
No, not the backyard one. Yeah, Tim's method's the best way. And if you got there's also a trick. If you got a big piece of meat, you can just put your oven on like 400, 450. Finish it in the oven.
Yep, absolutely.
There you go. There he is.
Is that him for real?
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't click on it, but I did hear. I was like,
a Grand Cyclops or something.
I think that's the KKK, man.
Do you think he's just?
I think
they gave me free lunch one time, so I tried to take back all the bad stuff I said about him because they gave me free barbecue.
Yeah.
He thought he was at a presidential thing. He's saying gangster. He don't know where he is.
Why is he like a wind-up enemy and a steampunk enemy here?
Maybe he's not really Freemason. He just thought he was at some party or something.
He's so old. He's like 205.
It says Master Mason membership with full honors were conferred upon President Joseph R. Biden Jr. in recognition of his outstanding service to the United States of America.
Yeah, from the Freemasons' point of view.
He looks like he thinks he's hugging Jimmy Carter.
Why we think he is Jimmy Carter? Say, there's Jimmy Carter.
Wow. That's wild. It's Kyle.
I see there Freemason scum.
I don't really know anything about what Masons.
Can you add something to that scroller that says like discount available if you can quote a church father?
We'll give you like $10 off.
Did you just say we'll give them $10 off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
But only if you can find a church father saying a heresy.
Yeah.
Oh. What if they were a hairy tick?
Logan out here asking the real questions.
You ever found a tick that's very hairy?
He looks like one.
Get it.
Dude, I think Bond just
Is that-
nuked Biden. He said Joe Biden eats well-done steak with ketchup.
But he puts it in the blender first.
Dude, all right. Yeah, you just
You're out, Jess. You're out of the club.
Yeah.
I think Tim was right about you the whole time.
That one right there, man. That's the
Oh my
unpardonable
gosh,
sin.
this game looks so bad. It might be the worst game made this year. Oh, this looks like garbage. Hold on, let me see. I'm gonna see if there's like a trailer.
Who's crunching on their chips? Hey, look, I'm Dustin.
I struck gold. I'm waiting for Dustin to say that one day.
He'll be like on a roof putting in shingles, like, bro, mute your microphone.
So is Daniel really going to do that stream? If so, I'm going to attend.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be over there. So I actually have a probably the dispensational. There's a special place in my heart for that, not in a good way, because the church lady who brought me back to remembering about Jesus, she is of that theology, and that's we don't even talk anymore because the conversations were so unfruitful. She got mad that I'm a Catholic and wouldn't want to talk about it.
See, I thought I was a dispensationalist, but I think I might have been using the word wrong, because what I meant when I said that was that I believed in the 2,000-year dispensation of grace, as far as Daniel's last week being offset until the end times. But when I listen to some of these other guys talk about it, I think they mean something different than that.
Yeah, well, they all kind of have their own beliefs, because like the woman's son and her and the church, the Bible study guy, all the people she would send to talk with me, they would all have different theology.
Yeah, I might be
I was like, well,
what's
the lady said this, and he's like, no, we don't believe that. What we actually believe in.
Yeah, I might be using the word wrong, because I use it all the time. But what I mean by it is I think there's a 2,000-year dispensation of grace that offsets Daniel's last week. But I think maybe it means something different than that.
No, you got that right, Christian. That's what we call that's what we call the church age, or I actually like to call it the church gap.
Yeah, that's when I say dispensationalist, that's what I mean, is that there's 2,000 years between the 69th and the 70th week.
Right. But I really don't split hairs. If people don't really want to subscribe to the seven different dispensations, I mean, you kind of become a fundamentalist at that point. But I just see
do people
seven in
keep
scripture.
inventing new ones?
No, there's
There's
only
seven different.
There's seven.
Okay.
Oh, are you referring to the idea of church ages as far as the seven messages to the churches in Revelation 2 and 3 being broken up into time stands?
Definitely not.
Oh, okay, because I know some people teach that.
I would say there's plenty of spiritual lessons and maybe some spiritual lessons from history that point to the seven letters, but that's all.
Yeah, there are some people who look like a
yeah,
timeline
Laodicean church
interpretation.
age. Yeah, I know what you're talking
as like the
about.
maturity of the church. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think there's some merit to that.
Yeah, me too. I just don't know if it's like doctrine.
Yeah, like there's a minister I look up to a lot who's very, very hardline about it. And I don't agree with him, but at the same time, there's a lot of good teaching that can be done from it.
Yeah, totally. You know, that if you teach on lukewarm, you can easily use that and be like, look, whether or not this is really like, some people use that to say you can lose salvation. I obviously don't believe it that way. But it's like still being lukewarm is a bad thing. That's nobody's disputing that. Like you have to be hot for God, or if you're, it's kind of weird because God says, I'd rather you hot or cold, but not lukewarm, like teeter-tottering in the middle, which is interesting.
When you say dispensationalist, do you also mean like the last week the end time prophecy was put off by a span of time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a gap between the 69th and 70th week of
Yeah,
Daniel.
that's what I thought that meant. Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you a
I do believe
dispensationalist?
that.
You're a dispensationalist as well?
I guess I am by that definition because I do think that Daniel's last week has not begun yet.
I mean, if you want me to be honest, technically speaking, if you at least admit that there's a difference between the Old and New Testament, you are somewhat a dispensationalist.
Yeah, it just depends on what you mean by the word, because like there are scriptures about the dispensation of time and stuff like that, but I don't always know what people mean when they say things.
Yeah, and this dispensation of grace given to me, to you word, as Paul talks about, it definitely means when God dispensed something. And he
Correct.
does dispense different things. It doesn't mean he changes, nothing like that. It means like he dispensed the law to the Jews, and then after the law passed away, Jesus came and fulfilled the law for us, and then now we are in the dispensation of grace.
Oh, let me ask these guys on the panel, because I don't really know what you guys believe about this. I believe that end time prophecy begins when Daniel's last week begins, as far as the revelation of the covenant of the Antichrist. Do you guys also believe that?
No.
Okay.
I don't even know what you're talking about, but we don't know the day, hour. We don't know the day, hour, or time, so I know it's a no. But
I'm so tired right now.
Is that right, AJ? Right, we don't know that.
We don't, yeah.
But also, so by that, correct me if I'm wrong, Pike, that would sound like you would almost know like a specific date or something.
The only thing that it gives you is sort of a roundabout. It gives you a ballpark.
Okay, and what is that ballpark? Like when is the
my opinion is that the ballpark is 2,000 years after Calvary, which I think we're approaching.
Ah, very interesting.
Help me, I'm frozen.
Who's frozen?
I am.
Well, you should share that with Brother Daniel because he thinks they're upon us too, Brother Pike.
Well, I actually believe it for that reason. I think that the dispensation of grace was 2,000 years. And so the problem is that because of the switching over from the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar and the transition that happened before the Julian calendar, we don't actually know what year it is. We just kind of know like ballpark what year it is. So the anniversary of Calvary could be anywhere from 2025 to 2045. I don't think it's quite that big of a range, but we don't know exactly what year it's supposed to be. Everyone always assumes it's going to be in 2033, but we don't really know that.
But hey, I was actually really enjoying this talk. This is a fun topic. But I'm gonna jump out, guys. I got a stream to go do. And so for those of you who come to the streams, I will see all you over there.
Later.
God bless you.
See y'all.
The Calvation dispensationalist.
You got to come to the Calvation. You have to. You don't have a choice.
We need to be ending soon because.
Okay, I got to go anyway, Logan. I'm pretty much getting done for the day.
Hey, yeah. God bless, Brother Pike. Take care.
Always good to see you guys.
Likewise.
Good to see you too, Brother Pike. But Zedon, are you alright? Look, I don't.
Oh yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. I think
you're good buddies. Oh, Father Charles, yeah, I can't wait. You guys,
yeah, we gotta get him on the Zealous then, Father Charles. Email me.
Yeah, I'll see about doing that too. He said in February 7th he's gonna start doing shows.
Snap! Very nice.
Yeah,
imagine you'd make a good co-host, Gigi.
That's right.
Yeah, he said. He's
very nice. Hey, you got lucky. That's a blessing for Father Charles. You being his co-host.
Yeah, make sure I want to make sure all you guys are there.
You know it.
Sandman.
February 7th. Is that on Daniel's show or he's doing another one too?
I think both shows. I think they're doing probably restream it to that or
nice.
Too.
I'll be in the chat rooting you on, Gigi.
Yeah, and you should go under to talk to Father Charles.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was a panel. Very nice.
Yeah.
Really interesting.
It'd be awesome.
You know, I was thinking earlier, supposed to to David, I was thinking when because Tim said that tomorrow he's going to bring on that so-called scholar to come on here. I was thinking, like, if William Albrecht came up in here, then it would be over for all of them. It would just be over.
Yeah. Well, that's the joke Bond saying in the chat. He doesn't think that scholar's going to come on.
Yeah.
It'll just forever be the unnamed scholar.
Yeah, I remember when William, he was debating that other Protestant, and the Protestant had nothing to say. He was a run over.
Yeah, well, he did a community post recently saying that this year they're going really hard on that, and because they've been kind of embarrassing debaters, for lack of a better word, just like killing every debate they go on.
Yeah.
Well, that's the beauty of sitting on the fullness of the truth, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I did, though. Thanks for asking, though, gang, because I got a little frustrated earlier. I get frustrated with idiocracy. Like, the conversation was like, I'd say something, and then he would say, so you're saying, and I'm like, no, that's not what I'm saying. Yeah, all good.
Well,
all
sorry
good.
about that.
But yeah, so are you adding Father Charles show as another one? Like you're gonna do this one and another one?
Yeah. It's going to be on his own channel.
Oh, okay. And you're still doing this. Very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I miss his shows. Like,
yeah, what's he talking about? Orthodox teachings? No.
Yeah. A lot about a child of turn.
That's the Catholic. That's the Catholic. I love when Father Charles talks Catholic stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. He also talked about there's all kinds of stuff. It's been a long time, but he talked about why there's so many different sets of Christianity.
No, one of my favorite topics. That actually reminds me. Either of you remind me if I'm ever on here with Tim again to ask him, because he's not a big fan of the Catholic Church, but his opinion on the Catholic Church owning the majority of and all the prominent holy sites and relics. Like if because he says that the Catholic Church is the whore of Babylon, that's what he believes. So if the Catholic Church is the whore of Babylon, why do we own things like the Garden of Gethsemane and all these holy relics? I'm sure God wouldn't want Satan in possession of all that.
Yeah, and I heard a lot of people say it's Islam.
Islam is what?
The what you said. Babylon.
Oh, that's an interesting topic, gangster. Well, they definitely are led by a false prophet, which is, I guess that's, it's probably worse than the Protestants because they're being led astray by bad false shepherds. But I suppose a prophet is above a shepherd.
Yeah, Muhammad, you ever watch David Wood?
Yeah, I love that guy.
Yeah.
Muhammad was hardcore crazy.
Yeah, well, he was literally a psychopath before, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Or a psycho, anyway.
And he was a perverted guy. He talked about.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He had clothes. He sucked on kids' tongues.
What? I didn't hear that.
Muhammad also married a little girl, but he was a messed up guy.
He was.
Yeah, but God straightened him out, though. You see that? How cool is that?
Yeah. He ended up dying, like his moral or something was cut or something. Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, his conversion story is pretty fascinating to me.
I always hear people say that Catholic Church started Islam. What would you say to them?
It didn't, but I see what they mean because Islam is a derivative of it stole its whole premises from the Catholic Church. Yeah.
And they said his wife was Catholic.
I don't know that. I actually don't know that. I believe he had multiple wives, so perhaps one of them was Catholic.
Yeah, it was crazy. Muhammad, he was a wild, crazy guy. He was very
Yeah,
messed
but
up.
similarly, how I use the Orthodox to help defend the Catholic faith, because a lot of Protestants don't even know of the Orthodox, so it's definitely a good tactic in conversation. But Islam too, because Protestants got so far away from proper worship or worship at all, that I point to the Muslims, because they ripped off Catholicism in the 700s. So how they worship is how the Catholics worshipped in the 700s. Like, that's where they get their piety and reverence and fear of the Lord from, because that's how pious and reverent Catholics were, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Muhammad, he was a wild and crazy guy. Wow, that guy was crazy.
He was. He was like a warlord, huh?
Yeah, a
Real
messed up
crazy.
type of guy. He's crazy. But what do you find out? Here's people say they're not sure if Muhammad actually existed, but I don't know.
No, he
But
definitely he existed.
Tim wanted me to ask you a question. Did you guys refer? Is this what you want me to ask him?
Yeah, AJ said William Albright would zealot up that scholar you have.
Yeah, that's what I believe, because
He's like, no, he happens to be a Marianology, like that's his field of expertise. I'll be trying to follow him, AJ. They be getting so deep in the weeds that I'm like, I need to get like my first few levels of it. You know what I mean? I love it, but it's so deep and. But yeah, he's good. I'll be trying to go on there. You got to come up with some questions I could ask him, AJ, if you got any about the Blessed Mother, because it's always a open panel. But I'm like, damn, I don't have a good question to get up there. I don't want to just be wasting his time.
He's dead?
He's not dead.
Maybe there's another gentleman with that name.
Yeah,
his YouTube channel, Tim, is Patristic Pillars.
Yeah.
Oh, would you like to have him come on here to debate Tim's buddy?
He would. He probably wouldn't. I if I could get his time, I'd want him on the Zealots then, to be honest, selfishly.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I think I made sure to on my channel, make sure to what they call share your
oh, thank you, Gigi.
Like, here's the thing: you could go to the channel, you could click on there to
Oh, where's that? I should use that link.
Yeah, I talked to Achilles. He showed me how to do it. I think I hope I remember to. I think I want to check to make sure, but yeah, I made it where I can share your channel.
Oh, I appreciate you, brother. I'll have to do that for Gangsta Ghost channel when I figure it out.
Yeah, it's a bit crazy. Like, here I'll go here. Yeah, there it is.
I hope Daniel does that stream. That's an interesting subject, dispensationalism.
Yeah, me too.
Yep, I got your channel on here too.
Nice. You'll have to teach me how to do it.
Yeah, I'll show you. Want me to show you right now?
Yeah, if it's quick. I don't want to hold everyone up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Thanks,
quick.
gangster.
Yeah, I talked to the great Achilles. He'd show me how to do it. Here, I cook on here. Cook the first I go cook here. Then I go. And it takes me here, and where home tab. Cook here. edit selections. You should put what channel you want on there. What do you think of that, Zeden? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I saw that on my screen, but I'll watch it back and check it out.
Yeah, go here, cook it. It will take you here, and come from here to here, and go down to here, collect options, edit selection, and click here to put what channel, like Jess.
Okay,
What's
okay. I
this?
think I can figure that out.
What's Jess' channel called?
Badger Snake Productions.
Badge. B-A-G...
B-A-D-G-E-R.
Oh, G-E-R.
Snake.
Snake. Oh, my brain's all messed up. Of what?
It's just Badger Snake Productions.
Production. P. I forgot how to spell that.
P-R-O-D-U-C.
D-U-C.
T-I-O-N-S.
It's sometimes hard to. Did I spell it right? B-A-D-G-E-R.
Yep.
Snake Productions. Sometimes it doesn't show up or anything.
Yeah, he must not be big time enough yet. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no, that's not it.
He got more than me. I was joking.
But I found you on there. It was easy to find.
Yeah, I tried to make it a nice. Well, I didn't try to make it one. Zealous then happens to be a nice. So interestingly enough, like Zealot isn't used anywhere else on the internet. It's pretty cool.
Oh.
So even if like you just go, I believe if you even like Google Zealous Den or YouTube, like all my stuff pops up, which is quite nice.
Oh. Yeah.
Hey, did you see in the chat, AJ? We're gonna find out this guy's credentials.
Yeah, we will.
He's like I went to Boston College High School. What do you mean?
Hazel said to be ready and call him Salty Cracker. Because that's his Discord name, Salty Cracker.
Oh, okay. Oh, you've seen him in the Discord? Oh, you saw that? Yeah. Salty. Oh. So yeah. So he's a embittered white guy. Sounds like.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
that
like
guy?
what kind of white guy would name himself Bitter Cracker or Salty Cracker?
Yeah, I heard about that guy. Yeah, he's on YouTube a lot. He's a funny guy.
There's two options. You're either an embittered white guy or a funny black guy. Salty Cracker, yeah. You're either trolling white people or you're mad that you're white people.
Oh, he's crazy. But what do you see? Yeah. He said, did Tim say he's going to be having his friend come on with his credentials?
Yeah, he said tomorrow. We'll see if that happens.
Oh,
that would be an interesting show, huh? Hey, mate. Hopefully it's wacky enough I could get some reaction video out of it. You know?
Yeah.
Correct their bad Marianology. That'll be good.
Yeah. I mean, I want to just say this, Gangsta Ghost. Like I saw the document before. It just seemed like he took a bunch of quotes from church fathers, put them on a piece of paper, and just called it an argument. That's just how I saw it. So I was like, "What is this?"
I was getting frustrated not being able to, I'm like, you understand that we have a whole catechism.
Exactly.
Because I would have been surprised if it said that in the catechism. But then also another thing he doesn't understand is just how it made complete sense to Jess. Like you might not understand what he meant.
Yeah, correct.
Because Jess is like, oh yeah, well technically I see what he means. So yeah, We can pray that their eyes open, their hearts soften.
He comes on tomorrow. You want me to make sure to let you know?
Oh, I'm gonna be on there, gangster. I'm gonna ask Mr. Hey, would you say about my mother?
Yeah.
Would you like to debate him?
No, I'm not a debater.
You're not a debater. You're a motivator.
That's it.
That's
That's
right.
tell him, gangster. I motivate you to get into a Catholic church.
My friend, he goes to a Catholic church. I've been to a couple Catholic churches.
Yeah, but I think he goes to a Catholic church that has one of them flags on it. You said.
Yeah, he doesn't like that, but he goes to these other.
Good. At least he doesn't like it.
I've been to a Catholic church not too far from me that has something Mary something and Conception.
Yeah, the Immaculate Conception.
Yeah, I've been to one like that. That's more conservative.
Yeah. See, you'll be learning about the Lord, gangster.
Been to all kinds of churches.
Yeah, too many. The Catholics are the good ones.
Yeah, I've been to a non-dimensional church that has a little restaurant there. Is that crazy?
Yeah, those non-dimensions are something else.
Would it be all right if it was for free? They gave out food for free?
Oh, it wasn't for free?
No.
I would have thought it would be for free if it was at church.
Yeah, is that crazy?
Yeah, see, the Catholic Church, we have free stuff, gangster.
Yeah, kind of like, yeah. But but would that be all right if they gave out free stuff?
That'd be
all right?
more than all right. That'd be preferable.
Yeah, like to have buying shirts. You
Yeah,
get for free.
yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe I should tell that to my priest. Be like, hey, I'll put out free Zealous Den sweaters in the front lobby. What do you think? Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. This non-dimensional had a restaurant there and had stuff where you could, like a store you could buy books and stuff.
Well, the only weird part is there's probably a bunch of books written by like Matthew Hay and Timothy AVPTM and Bruce Wayne.
Oh. Read your book by Bruce Wayne, The Life of Times, a book.
A 7-page bestseller.
Bruce, the other guys. He's a crazy little guy.
Yeah, that's the one that is that the one they were talking about earlier? Is that what Tim's on?
No, that's a different channel. He used to be on there, but not anymore.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
He's an XPG.
What's up with all these people who believe in Jesus, but they're not Catholic, gangster?
I think it's all because of Terry.
No, Terry's halfway there.
Yeah.
She loves the Pope and the Blessed Mother.
Oh, that's good. Well, what do you think?
You know, it'd be funny, gangster, when people. I'm gonna start doing this, AJ. When I find out someone likes Jesus, I'm just gonna be like, "Oh, you're a Catholic."
Yeah.
Oh, so you're a Catholic?
Like I think I told Gangsta this, but Bruce Wayne, he's still Catholic. I'm gonna still refer to him as a Catholic because his identity isn't gone. He's just not practicing his faith.
Yes, that's 100% true. Once you baptize into the church, you're always a member, unless you personally denounce it. I did find out. But yeah, that is correct. He does say it himself, though, AJ. I think he says it in jest, but yes, you are right.
Yeah.
Did you denounce the Catholic Church? He seemed like a guy who will do that.
Well, he says on the streams all the time. He jokes because he says at my Catholic church. Yeah. At my Catholic church.
What if he is a Catholic and he's on here trolling people?
Well, he would be living in sin then, because you're not supposed to deny your faith publicly.
Yeah.
So he would be due for a very a confession with the law. He'd probably have to do like 15 Hail Marys.
I have a question. Is it true that Catholic Church bought a what's it called? Telescope? They called.
Yeah, we have a wicked big telescope in the Vatican.
But I heard people say it's called Lucifer. Is that true?
I never heard that.
Yeah, I heard from Achilles and them that it's called Lucifer. What do you think? Can you tell me from your great wiseness?
I'm gonna say that's not the case.
Okay.
Oh, but there is one named Lucifer, but that's in Arizona.
Oh.
But yeah, we
What's
do
it
have
named
we have one, but it's not called Lucifer.
What's it called? Does it call Louis?
Yeah, Louis the Eighth.
Wow. What if they made one and named it after you?
I'd be honored. Hopefully, I do something worthy of that honor. You know.
Yeah, you make a good saint. You be your patron saint of zealots.
That's right. That's right. You know the ironic thing about holy people, from what I found out, is they're not usually recognized as such during their life. They're actually usually persecuted and looked down on. Not that I'm any of those, but that is for people who ever come across that. Don't let it sway your faith, because most of the most holy people, the more saints you look into, I don't know if you find that same thing, AJ, but like when you look into saints, they usually definitely face some hardships, whether it's from the church or people.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah, definitely.
And it's only in hindsight when we appreciate what they offered.
Oh, would you guys like to go watch Tim on his channel?
No, I'm hoping Daniel or Terry, I can find one of their channels up and going.
Okay.
What's Tim usually talk about, gangster? I don't think I've actually ever watched Tim's channel. Have you, AJ?
I've watched a little bit. Yes. I don't go on because it's just anti-Catholic.
Yeah, that's why I figured I wouldn't enjoy much of it.
Yeah, he's talking about man's free will.
Oh,
this time I think.
Yeah.
You think?
Well, the one thing I know you're getting out of here, gangs. The one thing I do notice though is people that think the wrong things about the Catholics or Orthodox. I've noticed too, and then when they tell us, it never phases us, because it's like we've already heard all these accusations and there's no validity to them.
He's tertiary. Would rather pull my nails out. What's his name?
Oh, yeah. I'm with Salty Cracker too. Free will to lie.
Oh no! But Claude, he has shows sometimes.
No, I didn't actually. I enjoy Claude's accent.
He's called. He will be live.
Yeah, we should keep Gangster going for a little longer, AJ. Tim's gonna be so mad everyone's watching Gangster, not him.
I just want Gangsta to keep going until Daniel hops on. That's why he just transition.
Yeah. You think Daniel's gonna, or he was? I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so. Like he does. Maybe he had a change of mind because he said he was not going to originally.
Who's this guy? Anyways, sorry, I have to end the show. See you guys tomorrow.
Been a pleasure. Later, AJ.